Dímelo claro de una vez, que no soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo, si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Una egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Una egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Si me ves solito no ataca, como son saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Pero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo, también sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas, que te pica si otra me habla. Si me ves solito no me ataca, como son saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí.
لست بآثم إن وزر هذا العالم ليس لك وحدك. لست بآثم لست بآثم
partir genre Formule 1. Nouvelle vie, on passe à un autre stade. Fini la nostalgie, aujourd'hui on saute les obstacles. Oui, pas de semblant, vite, on supprime cicatrices. Le but c'est d'être libre, indépendant. Viens ma main, lance sur la danse. Le chemin de la victoire nous attend.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. I will be the one to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own. Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will get you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will it make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly you're terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you One time I accidentally saw you in the nude. That's why I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not thinking about the love. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so tough? At this point, I do everything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me?
Cześć wszystkim, z tej strony Jakub Warzecha, szerzej znany jako Kubikson. Mam 19 lat i pochodzę z Radzionkowa, w którym teraz się znajdujemy. Jest to miasto położone na południu Polski, a dokładnie na Śląsku. Jest to bardzo małe, ale też spokojne miasto. Ciekawostka a propos Radzionkowa jest taka, że są tutaj m.in. dwie znane osoby. Pierwszą z nich jest znany streamer, jak i też youtuber Bonkol, a drugi osobistość internetowa, kucharz z kanału Kocham Gotować Piotr Ogiński. Żyję i mieszkam w Radzionkowie przez całe moje życie, jednak to tutaj w Bytomiu spędziłem największą część mojego życia. Tutaj chodziłem też do szkoły, tutaj też spotykałem się ze znajomymi, gdzieś wychodziliśmy na jakieś wyjścia. Ciekawostka jest taka, że nie poszedłem nawet na własną studniówkę, gdyż grałem w tym momencie turniej. Moją pierwszą pasją była piłka nożna. To właśnie tutaj, na tym orliku, zaczęła się moja przygoda. Niestety już w wieku kilku lat okazało się, że mam chore oczy. W skrócie, moje oczy nie zadążają za resztą ciała w dorastaniu. Dlatego też piłka nożna musiała przejść na drugi plan, a w pierwsze miejsce pojawiło się Teamfight Tactics, gdzie od 13 roku życia staram się cały czas polepszyć. Historia z grami komputerowymi, możecie mi uwierzyć lub nie, ale no praktycznie zaczęła się od TFT. Rok wcześniej kolega z klasy wtedy pokazał mi LoL'a, zacząłem grać, ale wyszło TFT. No i tak w sumie do teraz zostało, że gram w TFT. Nie chodziłem na imprezy, bo zamiast tego wolałem przygotowywać się na różne turnieje. Nie mogłem również grać w piłkę nożną, więc całą rywalizację przyniosłem na boisko, jeżeli chodzi o TFT, na mecze TFT. Moi znajomi też są ze środowiska TFT, więc czy moi rówieśnicy, no to wszystko obraca się wokół TFT, więc całe moje życie tak naprawdę obraca się wokół tej gry. W TFT zacząłem grać bardzo młodo, bo już w wieku 13 lat. 2 lata później udało mi się wygrać Mistrzostwa Polski na lanie. Było to w studiu Polsatu wtedy w Warszawie. Było to dosyć, można powiedzieć, kameralne miejsce i też bardzo dobrze się bawiłem. Scena, dużo emocji. Rok później, w wieku 16 lat, udało mi się wygrać Mistrzostwa Europy. Niestety nie były to takie same emocje, bo grałem z domu. No trudno niestety, nie było lana, ale również jest to osiągnięcie. Jedyne co mi teraz zostało, to wygrać Mistrzostwa Świata i dodać trofeum do gabloty.
Kuba od w sumie samych narodzin był najgrzeczniejszym dzieckiem z mojej trójki. Taka jego trochę złośliwość i może już rywalizacja zaczęła się, jak zaczął grać z siostrami w różne gry karciane, to już widziałam, że jak przegrywa, to jest coś nie tak. Dziewczyny są dużo starsze od Kuby, bo 9-6 lat, więc dla świętego spokoju dawały mu wygrać, bo młody potrafił karty potargać. Więc ja myślę, że ta rywalizacja już od małych, od dziecięcych lat gdzieś tam w nim wzrastała, no i mają do dziś, więc wiem, że jak przegrywa, to jest źle. Kuba jak był mały, zaczął grać w piłkę nożną. Niestety zdrowotnie nie pozwalało mu, wzrok nie pozwala na to, żeby grać wyczynowo. Pani doktor niestety zakazała jakichkolwiek wyczynowych, czy nawet na rowerze nie mógł jeździć. W szkole miał zwolnienie z WF-u, więc chyba dobrze się stało, że poszedł w e-sport, bo widzę, że jest bardzo szczęśliwy i tyle. To mocne emocje i mogę się poryczeć. Ja cały on grał jakiś turniej, to płakałam. Jak wariatka, nie? Nigdy Kubie nie zabierałam ani komputera, ani monitora. Nigdy nie było problemu, żeby odcinać internet. Wręcz nawet podłączyłam mu drugi w razie awarii. Myślę, że jego pasja była dla mnie czymś, co widziałam, że go to motywuje do pracy i super. Jestem bardzo dumna, że idzie w tą stronę. Mam nadzieję, że będzie z tego powodu szczęśliwy i da mu to gdzieś jakieś otwarte drzwi na przyszłość. No przede wszystkim jeździłam z młodym zawsze jak był jeszcze nieletni na turnieje do Warszawy czy Poznań. W Alicante byłam razem na Mistrzostwach Świata z siostrą jeszcze od Kuby. Myślę, że Kuba zawsze czuł nasze wsparcie, nie tylko moje, bo i od sióstr też. Pierwszy wyjazd do studia, do Polsatu był dla mnie bardzo stresujący. Myślę, że dla Kuby też. Poznanie w ogóle takiego świata, w ogóle stolica i dla nas to było taki przeskok. Pojechaliśmy, ale okazało się, że ludzie są bardzo fajni. Przyjęli Kubę, był młody, miał 14 lat, przyjęli Kubę z otwartymi ramionami. Dla mnie, ja się bardzo stresowałam, nie wiem czy nie bardziej niż Kuba, ale po 2 takich wyjazdach stwierdziłam, że nawet może już sam jechać, bo widziałam, jacy to są ludzie, że nic złego się nie dzieje, że naprawdę zaopiekowali się, bo tam byli ludzie dużo starsi od Kuby, więc trochę się bałam na początku, ale tak jak mówię, okazało się, że super goście i nie tylko gracze, bo i całe tam wsparcie było też reżyserki i tam każdy się nim zajął jak swoim dzieckiem, że tak powiem. Czasami bałam się, jak już były tam gdzieś dalsze wyjazdy za granicę, jakieś mistrzostwa czy coś, czy Hiszpania leciał sam, no to miałam obawy, ale wiadomo, są telefony, kontaktowaliśmy się, było wszystko okej, więc...
Tutaj przede mną jest mój prezent, który dostałem na 18 od moich najlepszych przyjaciół, których wszystkich poznałem w środowisku właśnie TFT, wszystko przez gry. Gry łączą, a nie dzielą, jak zresztą widać. Przede wszystkim warto tutaj wspomnieć o moim najlepszym przyjacielu, o Matcie, z którym jak widać chodziliśmy często i chodzimy do teraz na ramen, który daje nam takiego ala buffa. Chodzi o to, że zawsze przed jakimś ważnym turniejem, jak byliśmy gdzieś porozmawiać właśnie na ramenie, to zawsze mi najlepiej szło, czy to jakiś wygrany turniej, czy coś, więc po prostu tak się przyjęło. Też warto wspomnieć oczywiście o moim drugim najlepszym przyjacielu, czyli tutaj Piechu, z którym dużo czasu spędzaliśmy. Jak widać na załączonym obrazku, również drzemki były tutaj stosowane, więc to jest moje całe grono przyjaciół. Takim moim marzeniem jest zostanie fakerem TFT. Mam też innych idoli, między innymi na pewno tutaj warto wymienić Jankosa, który w 2019 roku, tak jak pewnie dla większości młodych graczy, był takim zapalnikiem do tego, że można, że Polak może jednak na takiej wielkiej scenie międzynarodowej wygrać turniej. I to był taki moment, w którym mówiłem takie, no fajnie byłoby być na takiej scenie i coś wygrać. Wszystkie moje trofea, które są tutaj za mną, jest ich trochę, ale praktycznie do żadnego nie przykładam jakiejś dużej wagi. Dla mnie najważniejsze jest po prostu wygranie Mistrzostw Świata, to był cel od samego początku, do którego dążę, a każdy step właśnie taki, czy to wygranie Mistrzostw Polski, czy wygranie Mistrzostw Europy, no to jest po prostu krok do tego wymarzonego celu. Mimo że nie jestem na ten moment w żadnej organizacji, to nie znaczy, że nie mam grupy znajomych, z którymi razem trenujemy na wszystkie turnieje, czy to Mistrzostwa Europy, czy to Mistrzostwa Świata, jak w tym momencie. Są to osoby z całego świata, nie tylko z Polski, również osoby z Europy, czy też z Ameryk. Mój dzień wygląda mniej więcej w ten sposób, że od 14 gram kilka godzin scrimów, a potem mamy specjalne lekcje, do których rozkładamy tą grę na czynniki pierwsze i szukamy jak najmniejszych rzeczy, które mogą nam dać przewagę. Mimo że nie podchodzę sentymentalnie do różnych turniejów, to jednak wygranie Mistrzostw Europy dało mi cenną lekcję, taką, że jestem na tyle pewny siebie, że wiem, że jestem w stanie wygrać Mistrzostwa Świata, bo już pokazałem, że jestem w stanie wygrać na najlepszych. Będą to moje trzecie Mistrzostwa Świata i tak jak w każdych czuję się pewnie. Różnica jest taka, że do tych przygotowuję się o wiele więcej, mam też grupę znajomych, którzy mi pomagają w tym i mam nadzieję, że to w tym roku uda mi się wygrać Mistrzostwa Świata. Czemu te mistrzostwa będą inne? Przede wszystkim czuję to, że moje przygotowanie jest o wiele lepsze. Też zrozumiałem, że więcej pracy znaczy lepsze wyniki. Dlatego czuję, że te mistrzostwa świata będą moje. Na moich pierwszych mistrzostwach świata miałem tak, że już przed 3 ostatnimi grami byłem w czołówce tabeli, chyba nawet trzeci wtedy byłem. I wtedy dopiero poczułem presję, taką i ten stres, że no jest blisko dostania się do tego finału. No i trochę to zaważyło na wynikach, zrobiłem 2-8 i już to przekreśliło moje szanse na awans. Moment, w którym czuję, że jest blisko wygranej, dopiero powoduje mnie stres i presję, bo wcześniej tak naprawdę traktuję to jako zabawę, bo jednak robię to, co kocham i gram w grę, którą kocham. Te mistrzostwa świata są dla mnie bardzo ważne, gdyż gdzieś z tyłu głowy wiem o tym, że to się prędzej czy później skończy i też jestem świadomy tego, że jeżeli w tym roku nie uda mi się wygrać, to możliwe, że to będzie mój ostatni rok. Mam bardzo wysokie ambicje zawsze i ciężko mi jakkolwiek być dumny z siebie, bo zawsze chcę więcej, Nawet jak wygrałem jakieś Mistrzostwa Europy, to miałem dalej z tyłu głowy, cieszyłem się wiadomo, ale miałem z tyłu głowy, dobra, teraz Mistrzostwa Świata, więc gdzieś tam podświadomie na pewno, ale no cały czas chcę więcej.
Jestem bardzo dumna z syna. Mam nadzieję, że on sam z siebie też jest dumny, bo to jest ważne, żeby sam siebie motywował. Fajne jest to, że Kuba ma cel i do niego dąży, bo w tym wieku to młodzi ludzie patrzą bardziej imprez i innych różnych rzeczy głupich, a młody ma swoje życie i niech się toczy.
Czy jak wygram Mistrzostwa Świata, czy będę z siebie dumny? Mam nadzieję, że tak. Jestem Kubikson i reprezentuję Polskę na Mistrzostwach Świata TFT. Kibicujcie mi już najbliższy piątek, 27 marca. Polska górą!
Taste the dirt in my mouth. You can drag me, you can kill me, to try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the blinding sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never kill.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends. We are live here in Alicante, Spain, to bring you the finale of what has been an amazing Set 16 and crown a world champion for the set. My name is Nekra, and I'm so excited to be here alongside some of my greatest friends. We've got Makes and Clement, as well as Panda and CLE, who are going to be talking through the action this weekend. And it's going to be such an amazing time. I mean, how are you guys feeling? We're back for another Tac Crown.
I'm incredibly excited. We have just been getting bigger and better. 100 champions, thousands of competitors, but now it's time to see who will last the test of time, because there's only 40 tacticians here and one crown for it all.
And not only that, this is considered one of the best sets to ever exist in the history of Teamfight Tactics. So more than ever, everybody wants this crown in particular. I mean, you can claim you bested the 100 champion set.
I mean, the set is hard, and I feel like it has just been such an astounding one to watch evolve as we have played the set over the past couple of months. But this really is where our tacticians are going to have to put their mental to the test. It's a 3-day event, and at the end of it all, we are going to crown a world champion for Lore and Legends. But today is just day number 1. We're going to have 6 games. Our competitors will earn points based on their placement within these games. Points are very simple. You go first, you get 8 points. And if you go 8th, you only get 1. By the end of the day, we're going to tally up the scores, and the bottom 8 players will be eliminated. While our players are playing for points and glory, we want you viewers to play along with us. That's right, Pick'ems powered by AWS are back, and they are only open until we start the first game of the day. So make sure you head over there, see what's at stake for yourself, and get your predictions in before we lock in for that first game. If you need some help, well, we've got our experts to tell you a little bit more about that. So, CLE, what you got for us?
Oh, I've got plenty, because these pick'ems are extremely important, because there's so much on the line. Not only bragging rights, there's chibis, there's treasure tokens, all of the greatest things that you can get in TFT will be provided through this opportunity. And so I want to give you guys some of the best tips when it comes to your pick'ems, specifically looking at our crystal ball, the very first category on our pick'ems presented by AWS. And I want to start with our regional finals champions. These are the people that won the most recent tournament from Americas, from APAC, from EMEA, and from CN, both their JOC and their TOC circuits. And these are some obvious choices. They're players that performed quite well, but I want to play a little game. And this game is going to show you some stats, a little bit of, a little bit of history about these players. And I think specifically, chat, I want you to play along, but the desk, I want to see if you guys know who I'm talking about.
All right.
And so
Okay.
let's take a look at our first competitor that I'm going to say is someone that you should consider for your crystal ball. Let's take a look at some of these stats real quick. This player has been to 2 Tacticians crowns before this. They have a 5.13 AVP in the most recent regional finals, but in their career, sub 4 AVP. Ooh. Necro, who do you think this is? Any guesses?
I want to say that since they have so many Tacticians Crown appearances, I feel like this has to be a player from APAC.
Okay. Makes?
I was leaning that way too. Like, my instant inclination was like Ironbach, AQ1H, like that kind of.
Okay. Clement.
So I think the biggest tell is that he's a very elite player, but he did not do well at regionals. So I'm thinking someone who already qualified before in one of the TPCs. If I had to guess, I'm trying to think who that might be. I'm leaning a little bit towards Darth Nub,
Okay.
but I'm not sure.
Well, let's reveal who this player is. It is actually from CN, Li Tutuan. He is someone coming into this that is at the elite tier of CN. He's someone that has, his regional finals performance was the worst performance he's had in 3 sets. And so coming into this, obviously a bad performance, but somebody that you need to keep your eye on to possibly win this thing. I've got one more.
Okay,
You ready?
hit us.
Here we go. This player also has 2 Tacticians Crown appearances, had a 3.35 at the regional finals, and just around a 4.0 AVP, but almost 61% top 4 rate.
I got this.
I got
it's
it.
Kambuli.
You think so?
Yes.
Is it Kambuli?
It's the ears. The ears are the tell.
I was
Like
going to
from the
say.
shadow?
No. There were two dead giveaways. One was the picture.
Yep.
Because I have looked at this picture so many times on the Americas broadcast. But the second one is the fact that Kambuli is one of the best performing players in the Americas of all time. He has one of the best domestic career averages, and that is reflected right here.
And an amazing regional finals. He was the highest point earner in the final lobby, and so Kambuli is feared by many in this competition, and he's back for a third time in a row at the Tactician's Crown, so he's someone we want to keep an eye on. Also on our pick'ems is the next category. It's the regional rankings, and specifically, it's been a little dicey over the last few sets, but last set specifically, APAC dominated. They had 6 players in the final lobby, and that's something maybe will put you all the way up to the top for your regional rankings. Or, you can maybe do something spicy. I would say, though, America's was at the bottom, and I'm telling you, it's not happening again.
Right.
It won't. I
Sure.
promise. I
Sure.
promise. I
Yeah,
promise.
sure. Mhm.
It won't happen again.
You
But-
know Brazil is not here to help you this time.
True.
That
That's
is
true.
true, actually.
Yeah, that's not. It's fine. It's fine. I promise. The good news is, in this area, we're gonna have something different a little bit on broadcast this time. Behind me are all of the lobbies that are gonna be played, and so we're gonna be able to keep you updated completely about everything that's going to happen with some sideline reporting between games to keep you up to date and give you everything you need to know. So it's gonna be a great one. We'll let you know if we get any 3-star 5 costs on your pick'ems and if they're ruined or they're going great. It's great. Anyway, thank you, Desk, for playing along. You guys got 50%. That's pretty good.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, thank you so much, CLE, for the fun mini game and also for giving us some insight on just a snapshot of the players that will be competing this weekend. We have 40 tacticians that hail from all across the globe from our 4 major competitive TFT regions. You can see how they've been split up, our first seeds, getting into individual lobbies so they don't have to play against each other. And then they got to draft the competitors they wanted to play against for the first 2 games of the day, and this is how it shook out.
Ooh,
Wow.
I have to say that lobby 1 is looking mighty spicy. Just look at Double and Wajan Iverson. Those 2 players between them have over 14 trips to the Tactician's Crown. I have to say that's the lobby of death for me.
I will say there was a teeny tiny bit of drama in specifically lobby 5 because usually players that seem weak are picked first, and in that second row we find a name that I think not many of us expected to be picked. Elia right out of the gate selecting Setsuko into his lobby and then gets the revenge by Obo AFK picking Li Tu Chuan and Kaiwing AFK picking YBY1. So I don't know. That lobby is a little bit dicey.
Those are terrible picks. Please show up for your drafting phase.
Yes. It's nice when you get to have a voice and your fate isn't just decided for you. But I think it was always going to be hard to pick because would you believe that almost half of the competitors that are competing at this Tactician's Crown actually come from 2 major study groups? We know that TFT is a solo game, but sometimes there is a village behind them. And chat, we want you to play along with us with a Twitch poll. Make sure you get your opinions in. But who do you think is going to be the better study group at this event? Is it going to be Cooking Brownies or is it going to be the Moji group?
And that's a really good question because between those 2 groups, a little bit of a difference in playstyle has established. I want to say Cooking Brownies has hailed from, of course, the Boom Kitchen. And so there's a little bit of a cook that's going on there that we can't deny. They're playing a lot of reroll in their games. And I might admit that a lot of that comes from the EMEA influx that has joined this group. It's looking a little bit different for the Moji group.
Yeah, I think it really shows what each group thinks about each other by kind of the derogatory names we call each other. You know, the Cooking Brownies, they look at APAC and they see a lot of Fast 9. They call us the Flippy group because we just flip games and see if we can get there. On the other hand, Moji group, we look at Cooking Brownies, we think they're playing too safe. We call them too humble. You don't have to eat that many fries. You can leave the fries in the back. You know, you can go for something better. And that's going to be the main clash of styles. Higher cap, more Fast 9. On the other hand, more humble, more reroll TFT.
Okay, but we gotta ask Moji to give us a better name. Cooking Brownies is just so fun, but like Moji Group needs a rebrand, I think.
I'm open to suggestions. I'll help you deliver.
Yeah, we'll try to figure that one out. I do quickly want to mention that study groups are really beneficial for players. And even in the past, we've seen study groups kind of spread out into different lobbies and then come back with notes not only on what is everybody else playing and what does the meta look like, but also notes on players in the other lobbies that they think were weak, that are targets, or that they think are strong and you should ideally not contest or get on their comp.
Just putting heads together helps so much in this game. There's so many different lines that you can take. It helps with someone has experience and can actually just share it with the group. It also helps when you're not competing with each other. So that's why we see NA and EMEA together, and then APAC and CN just shaking hands and working together as well.
There's so many elite players amongst these two study groups that I feel like I'm also having a hard time kind of figuring out which one of these groups will actually end up doing better in the Tactician's Crown. But chat, hopefully you were able to get your opinions in, and we will be able to show off a couple more of those Twitch polls throughout the weekend. So just keep tuning in and playing along with us. But I think this also kind of brings up a question of what exactly are these study groups going to be playing this weekend? Over the course of Lore and Legends, we have seen several patches come through to change and reshape the meta and the game that we play. But there was not a patch any bigger than the one that happened a couple weeks ago that completely changed what Lore and Legends TFT looks like. And to break that down, we've got our analyst Panda with a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX to walk you through what you can expect to see this weekend.
Hello everyone, happy to be here to talk about patch 16.7. It's a patch that we've been seeing now for roughly 4 weeks, so it's something that is more about execution than innovation. I think players really have to play to their strengths and execute well. And we're going to look at 3 in particular ways to execute on this patch. 3 playstyles really across this meta. The first of which is loss streak. Key factors to take in mind here: high gold, very low HP, maybe 30 to 50 HP in stage 3. And the goal is going to be win stage 3 to stop bleeding. And how do you do that? You play around early unlock forecast that you get on level 7, things like Kai'Sa and Rift Herald with Void, things like Yone for the Ionia comp as well. And then mostly the 3-cost rerolls. So 3-5, level to 7, roll down maybe to 10 gold, try and hit your 2-star Leona, 2-star Darius, and just try and stabilize your game plan. This is something that we're going to see a lot of America's players in particular trying to angle for. Any questions from the class? Clement, please.
Professor Panda,
yes.
If I can't play an early game, can I just skip straight to Fast 9 and go late game?
No, that is not allowed. Thank you for that question, Clement. Moving on, we're going to see the next possible game plan. Standard TFT. You're usually playing around 4 costs. You are trying to roll down on 4-1 or on 4-2. And hit your 2-star 4 cost and win stage 4, especially taxing the greedier players trying to go straight to the past 9 on stage 5. The keys here are low gold, not enough to make it straight to 9 yourself and play for stage 5, and around average HP coming off of a mixed streak. And the comps to look at here are going to be in particular Demacia. I think it's the most stable comp in this meta, especially the AP variant. Lissandra for AP as well, and then Warwick and Belveth and the Slayers for AD, with Misfortune being a possibility with Bilgewater, of course, 7 Bilgewater, getting those Serpents, getting that Tahm Kench, potentially scaling to a very strong comp on stage 5.
Professor Panda?
Yes, Necra?
Where is Veigar?
Veigar is a well-kept secret. There's some players like Raiko, like YBY1 who love playing this comp. Maybe they can show you how it's done in the game 1 today. But for the final possible game plan, the most exciting, the most fun, the territory of the CN and APAC players. Fast 9, mostly playing around the AP flex with Mel, with Annie, with Silas, of course, and with Ryze as well. The key factors for this kind of game plan: a lot of gold, a lot of HP, usually coming off of maybe a 10 win streak in stages 2 and 3. And the goal is to really sack and trade your HP in stage 4. Ignore the entire stage, essentially. Let the stable 4-cost players win that, and then come out stronger, come out with a win-out board, things like Baron even if you make it to 10. Tahm Kench if you've scaled that Bilgewater comp as well. Makes, please.
Professor Panda, I think this is a question that many people will relate to. What if I make it to stage 5?
Okay.
I have enough gold, and I roll it all down, and I hit nothing. I whiff completely. What do I do?
I think you should formulate your game plan for the next game, because you are probably doomed and you will be losing to the high rollers. I'm sorry.
No.
Wait, I noticed,
Yes?
Professor Panda, you're missing a category.
What am I missing, Necro,
You're
please?
missing, what if, like, I have low HP,
Yes.
and I have low gold. What do I do?
Great question.
Well, we're talking about stage 5 in this slide. And in your question, your scenario, you've unfortunately already been eliminated. In 4-1, you are out of the game and probably you're ending up 40th in tournament. I'm sorry, Necra. Try again next set.
Womp womp.
One final thing that I want to highlight before we move on is all 3 of these slides work in conjunction with each other. The key, I think, that's going to be tested across this weekend is how you're able to analyze your own game plan, where you're spiking in the game, and where others are spiking, and using this information to your advantage to either delay your roll down, to either sack stage 4 as well, go to stage 5 and play for level 9, for example, play for a higher cap. And how that all mixes together, I think, is really the key across this weekend.
Thank you so much, Panda, for breaking that all down for us, and the tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. I'm also getting a big takeaway from this, and that is that there is a high variety of compositions that we should expect to see this weekend. Something that comes with the fact that unlockable champions just got a little bit easier to unlock. While that might be something that we look forward to seeing in game, we also know what you're here for, and that's to see exclusive reveals for the upcoming TFT set, Set 17, name redacted. So if you want to know more, then you're just going to have to keep tuning into our broadcast to find out those little snippets. First one coming up after game number 2. But that's not all. We also have Matt Dunn, one of the set designers for Set 17, here with us in the studio, and we'll get a chance to hear more from Matt when we get a chance to show you more of those exclusive details. So Matt, wave hello to everybody. Hello. We're so excited to have you here and also be able to share those goodies with all of you. We're moments away from being able to get into the first game of the day. But there's a pretty big elephant in the room when it comes to this group of competitors that are about to take the stage. None other than Weijin Iverson and Hwamye. Now, these 2 players are on the precipice of greatness when it comes to cementing their legacy in teamfight tactics. But which one is going to do better this weekend? Well, that's where we want your opinion, chat, with a new Twitch poll that is now open. And we're going to have Mix and Clement do a little bit of a debate here. I want both of you to pick a side. I want you to make your statements and then some rebuttals as to why you think the other player might not make it. Who wants to go first?
Go ahead.
I'll go first with Hwamye. If you are looking for a hero, there is no better choice than the Heart of CN. This is a player that wins S-tier tournaments like no other. Recently, he's just finished the Grand Slam by finally taking home the TOC at CN region, but just look at his accomplishments. He already took down Reckoning Championship back in set 5. He just closed out with the Paris Open in this set, and then finally closed in the regionals and the Asian Cups previously before. He is the quintessential 1st or 8th player, and his greatest strength is his ingenuity. Just think about how he won the Paris Open. He was playing a Void Baron line, but he wanted an even higher camp to just get that checkmate in the bag, so he went for a Luden's Echo and a Mel secondary carry. Those are the outside-of-the-box plays that will get you the championship when it comes to checkmate.
That's right, but there's another player in this field that you cannot cross out when you're talking about this amazing set performance, and that has to be Weijin Iverson. Not only did he win every single TPC Cup this set, which means against the best of the best, he got them all. He qualified 4 ways to this Tactician's crown, and he also has one of the absolute best AVPs we have seen in TFT, sitting there at 3.9 career stats. That's absolutely impeccable. On top of that, Ironclad mental. This guy has gone 8th in the start of a tournament and still came back stronger. He is humble, he knows what he's doing, and he's here to show up.
I just want to say, history only remembers the victor, and the plot armor is on Hwamye's side. If he manages to close this one out at the TAC round, I believe he will have overtaken Milala. Not only has he won the Open and the final event, he also has the regional to boot right here. So you gotta be rooting for a historical event coming up.
Well, historical events here and there, 2 third places on the Tactician's crown are already on the side of Weijin. And last set, he decided to go full-time into TFT competition. So before that, he was still studying. Now, he's locked in entirely, and he's ready to bring it. Didn't make it to the crown last set, here now, and I am so ready for him to take it.
Oh, these are some good arguments. I'm excited to see what chat has thought about this one because I feel like you are able to make an argument for either one of them to have the greatest set of all time, but only time will tell whether or not they're able to accomplish that. Can you still say it's one of the best sets of all time if they miss out on the Tactician's Crown win?
I would say yes, open in regionals, 3 TPCs, but not enough to overtake Malala.
Exactly,
I think that's the point.
All right, so
if you're
Malala
comparing
stays on
to
top.
Malala, you gotta show up big, right?
Yeah.
We weren't even thinking it would be possible to win the Open and the Tech Crown in one set, and then Malala did it. So
Right.
maybe we'll get
And that was
surprised once
back
again.
in set 10. So the fact that we are here 6 sets later and history could potentially repeat itself. Let's not forget that Malala actually did win a cup. So it wasn't a regional final, but he did actually win a cup in the middle of that set, and I think that's why it also stood out. It wasn't just the bookends of the beginning and the end of the set. He also did actually have a pretty significant tournament win right in the middle. So I don't know. It's really tough to
I also
say.
just think it's the longevity of these players because they both now have traveled to their 6th TAC Crown. You know, they weren't just a one-hit wonder. I know Malala has still been trying, but he hasn't been able to make it back to the TAC Crown stage. So I feel like this win, overtaking Malala's single best set performance and then going for a historical run, cements them in the GOAT.
Well, what about talking about longevity? I think you gotta talk about one more player that's in the field, and that is Double. There is no other player that I think quite fits that, you know, greatest of all time narrative as Double. If we were to win a second Tactician's Crown, I think that's an easy argument to make. But this is a player who was the OG Tactician's Crown winner back in Galaxies, and he's made every single regional final since then for the history of competitive TFT esports. That is unprecedented. I don't think there's any other player that has accomplished the same thing.
No, I don't think so either. And then, like you mentioned, with those competitions in the regional finals, he also made it to the TAC Crown so many times. This is his 8th time here. There is not many players that can say this. Trust me on that one. And I just love watching Double play. There is something about him where he just always has 1 HP and a plan. You know, a lot of other players, they have 1 HP and a dream. He has a plan. He knows exactly how to use his resources. He's extremely good on the mechanical. He's extremely good on trying to figure out lobby pacing, spot recognition. However, he has been unable to get that win in recent history, so it would mean the world, not only to EMEA, but also to everybody else if he could finally get back on top.
You know, he started your dreams high and then the drought happened and now he's going to deliver once again. I love that storyline that Makes has just brought up. And I will say from the APAC study group, this is also the player we like to watch the most. He doesn't keep his VODs. Please do. Please, G2, make him keep his VODs open.
Force him.
But there are so many small tournament things that he does that are just so good and you can't learn anywhere else.
Well, I've got a treat for everybody. According to our Twitch chat poll, 74% of you think that Wei Iverson is going to be able to do it over Bonmier. And who else do we have in this lobby except for the man of the hour, Wei Iverson. But this lobby is absolutely stacked. This is the one, Clement, you called out, is the lobby of death. And so this is going to be a tough game to start out the competition for everybody here.
I think you have the 2 Western GOATs right here, Wei Iverson and Double. I just mean this set, but these 2 players statistically have had the best results over the set 16 period.
I will say there's a lot of very interesting players in this lobby here. I quickly want to shout out Raiko because Raiko Mastery is not only the first representative of Italy at the Tactician's Crown ever, he also has a little bit of a reputation in the EMEAs. We've been calling him the Magician. I won't tell you more about that just yet, but you might see some exciting things happening on his board we can talk about whenever it happens.
Well, let's get going, everybody. Game number 1 here of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends, and we've got Timo greeting us for this first game.
Oh, man, Timo will unlock some pretty disgusting combos because you can re-roll your augments a little bit further, and the one I have to mention in almost auto-wins games is just going to have to be that World Runes opening into Trait Tree. That one is absolutely disgusting. If you can find it, kind of closes out games really soon, but I do expect these players, if they're hunting for specific combat augments for their comps, if they're hunting for specific emblems, it will allow them to do so much easier.
That's right. That is what they will need to keep in mind here. And I mean, with how the meta has been looking, players are also just very leaning into Econ. It'll be easier to get those augments with Teemo like you were mentioning. So that is something we should keep in mind. Hopping onto Raiko's board, nothing to see here yet. The Magician only takes place after the PvE rounds have concluded, I can tell you that much. But I also quickly want to talk about Milo, because Milo is one of the few players that has been streaming scrims, and I want to say thank you for that. But also, he's a character. I've been seeing him do the Robin walk on his stream. He is having so much fun during those scrims, just talking to his chat while also winning lobbies. I think this is a player that's heavily underestimated by the rest of the competition.
Yeah, I was one of the VN Tier 2 players here, and I did want to point out Raiko is doing something magician-y as he sells his board for extra gold here and only places the Viego onto his board. Viego is actually one of the lesser options. You know, usually it's Caitlyn, Sona, and Kiana that you know can 100% get past this stage. So he does slam an extra item to get the unlock and also make sure that he can get through these PvE rounds as well.
That is right, but here come the augments. So silver augments are ready for us. Keep in mind, Teemo, so extra rerolls are bound to be coming in here for our players.
Branching out.
Raiko definitely taking part in that rolling.
So we just saw that there is a power-up. We will know that the next augment is not going to be prismatic. And Raiko Mastery now has an interesting choice. This is one of the most divisive lines about the players. A lot of people do not actually want to go into the Shadow Isle lines. You do have to stack up a little bit early game, and if your roll down doesn't find that Callista, you're in a lot of trouble. It's not typically a line that you want to go into if you are playing from a more loose streak, high econ type of angle.
Oh, but it's so juicy when you see that you could 2-star the Viego and you do actually already have the Yorick unlocked. I feel like maybe you want to play something that is going to be uncontested in this game, knowing that the first augment is silver.
Yep, and Raiko actually does decide to play it safe here, go for max econ. He does not make the Viego 2 and just goes for patience. Patience is a virtue.
Yeah, that is right. We're seeing, of course, with silver, it's expected that there is a lot of generic ones. I'm curious about CSFX's augment. I want to see what exactly we got there. So let's see if we can maybe take something away from this bench.
I just want to say, I'm not contesting tempo because Campbell just made a Yasuo 2-1-2-1. So I'm just like, you know what? Wait a minute. We have a challenger.
Oh my gosh. The Rek'Sai 2 is going to be quite good, especially with those splitter spines, just doing that extra physical damage. I feel like Rek'Sai was one of those champions that I was always very excited to see early on, and have that as a 2-star can carry you through so much of this early game.
We are getting word what the Caretaker's ally is, and no wonder we couldn't find her. She's actually not on the board. Tristana is going to be used and sold for Econ. We're not playing around this ally.
She just got buffed, but I still don't expect anyone to be playing around her. And we are going to be taking a look at Wei-Jin's board here. Actually goes directly for the branching out. I feel like this is, everyone knows what this game plan is going to be. We've seen it so many times before. It is going to be the Warwick flex, most likely going to a 7-Zon board later on.
I'm excited to see it. I mean, in the regional finals, we actually did see a lot of competitors try to re-roll for the Jinx, but I felt like it was so risky just given the fact that Jinx is quite difficult to actually get 3-stars. You need so much gold for those 3-cost re-rolls.
We've actually been seeing a trend after it cropped up on the Americas in EMEA, where players were going for the Jinx, but stabilizing on Jinx 2, and then just trying to stabilize on that comp, playing around the Warwick rather than sending too much econ into the Jinx 3 if they were unable to get that Sejuani online as well, which is, of course, a core part if you're playing around the Freljords.
But that's exactly what Panda was talking about, recognizing the tempo of the lobby, because you might just be in a spot where the rest of the lobby is going to outcap you. So going for that 3-star 3-cost might be a little bit too behind the ball for you to actually keep up.
And I do want to mention this lobby tempo is going to be very fast because we already have 2 Rek'Sai 2s and then a Yasuo 2 just slicing through everyone's board. So if you're in a middling position on your board strength, it's actually not a great idea to go into a strong contest. We're going to be taking a look at how everyone's spot is landing up so far.
Oh, and I think the Magician has arrived if we're looking at this lower third. Raiko doing Raiko things, just selling board, making sure he has the econ while going for an aggressive loss streak and having Bard in play.
It's a very interesting play here because Little Bear has just made a Jinx 2. That is going to be spike him very strong. I'm not sure he has the items to actually carry that one. But if you look at Wajan Iverson's spot, that means that some of his avenues are going to be sealed off.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a contest on that Jinx line. Of course, we've seen Jinx with Son, and we've seen Jinx with Freljord. However, the overlying unit there is that Jinx. So how do you get out of this pickle?
Well, I think for Wajan, he might be looking at more for a vertical Zon line where he's just flexing around the Warwick, but not trying to... I don't think you're contesting this. There's just too many copies ahead. So Little Bear will most likely be ending up on the Jinx reroll, while Wajan will be going straight to level 8.
How do you like Singed right now? Because I feel like Singed was very hit or miss throughout the set, and a lot of that had to do with just the randomness of how he actually walked around the board. So where do you think he fits now?
I'll give him a Morello.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Burn the board.
Gets into the back line. I think his main use is actually just pulling enemy carries into the middle of the board. That is still part of his trait, which is so obnoxious and also on brand.
Well, good news for now. Wajan is going to be playing around those AD items that we often see slammed on that Belveth or that Warwick. So I could see him do something along those lines as well and just utilize the Son icon if he can get it in there, or even think about potentially reforging it.
First time we're going to take a look at doubles board, and this is probably the most common start that we're going to see. Going into AP flex, going into forecast reroll, not really having a full win or full streak. As we heard Panda explain, this is probably the second route, the forecast route.
With the Nashers, where do you kind of see this ending up, though? Does it really matter? Are you still open to the possibilities of getting something like the Lux and the Annie, or what do you see?
I think just any of them. You can play around the Lysandra. If you get there, you can play around the Mel with it as well. So right now, Nasher is just a really good generic item to slam if you're open to this AP line. And I think all of our players will be looking for that, unless they get too many BF swords to have that avenue open to them. Another fan favorite, Shojin, as we see here on the side of Milo. It's also one of those very generics. If you have those components, you might as well slam it.
And Milo doesn't get away with it. He was playing a full 1-star board, and Wajan says, no, I'm not letting this 5 streak. This is not getting past me, buddy. Slams it down, and that is going to be a pretty hard econ loss coming in for Milo. He's going to be missing out on that 3 extra interest gold.
That's right. We do just hop across our boards, and we are checking in with Binbin now. And here is a Draven. That's pretty good. So Draven is going to help you get a little bit of extra gold, even if it's just a Draven one for now. And that does open you up to maybe thinking about the Noxus line, with knowing that one player at least is going to go for that Jinx reroll. That does get the gears grinding in the heads of all of the other players, thinking, okay, one of those 3-cost units is going to be taken out of the pool. That does make my reroll route easier.
Yeah, and it's not so bad because you got 2 bows.
And 2 Darii. Oh, 1. Okay.
Darii.
I thought. Yeah, I've been flexing the different plurals, Dariuses, or Darii, or Dariuses.
So then how do you plural Draven?
Dravens? Sorry.
Oh, that's actually pretty easy. Wow.
Oh, that was a lot less exciting than I thought.
Aphelios is another good one.
LeBlanc.
Yeah.
LeBlanc is a fun one. Is it LeBlancs?
I would say so. LeBlancs. What is the plural of Aphelios, though?
Aphelioses.
Aphelii?
Ooh.
Aphelius?
Ooh.
Oh.
We're going to have to actually consult some linguists on that one, and we are definitely not that. But I believe that everybody has eyes and can see that Wajan Iverson is continuing to streak, and it's making it look quite easy.
Yeah, gets the Rek'Sai directly into the back line. Little Bear obviously hasn't leveled. Wajan is sitting pretty comfortably in this position. Full win streak is going to get the full +3 interest gold here. And we do know they can hunt for even more augment choices here. So this is kind of interesting. He has a winning position. And if you're winning, you know, you want to continue winning and just get the streak gold. So it is more comfortable to get into combat here.
Yeah, let's see what he ends up picking. We're seeing some of them already being picked up.
Cosmic Calling, let's go.
No
Yeah.
way.
That's an interesting one.
I've got to say, this is one of those augments that in APAC, it says that if you're winning, you pick this, you start losing. And if you're losing, you pick this, you're not winning again.
Oh, no.
It's a very difficult line to pivot into because you get stuck on that Aurelian Soul 1 for so long. You're not really expected to hit it until you get to level 9.
Well, you do have a lot of mana items, so maybe that was why we ended up seeing Raiko consider this. But I feel like you're still missing out on like the board to stabilize, and I wonder if Raiko is actually going to keep bleeding out or actually kind of put something together.
He actually didn't want to pick it. He was forced into
Yeah.
it by the
Oh,
Destiny.
It was Destiny.
No, he Destiny.
I was trying to.
Oh,
but
no.
yeah, he got Destiny picked into this line, so I'm not sure he's too happy about it. We saw him try to arrange a board around it. For now, has one Leona, one Zoe. So you're absolutely correct. This board is not looking like he can do much, but it's in the hand of the magician now. We can see what he'll do with it. I want to point out Kambuli actually picking up the duplicators. We knew that he was able to get that Yasuo 2 early on, so another Yasuo in shop has 2 Aries on the board. Like I was saying earlier, with somebody rerolling Jinx, you might just be enticed to go for the Ahri.
Yeah, I would have to expect that this is either Spirit or going into one of the combat paths for Ionia.
It's Path of Blades.
Yes.
Path of Blades. Okay, yeah, it is going to be combat for them. And for double, this is one of the best opens you could have. This is the go directly to level 9 and play Mel line.
I love the Golem. He's so funny. Which one do you like more, Golemify or Dumbify?
I like
Golemify
Golemify.
is way too strong at this point. It was recently buffed to now give you a non-tank 2-star 2-cost carry in the backline, so it stabilizes you super hard, and it also just gives you base stats. In the past, you could have a 1 HP Golem and have it do nothing. It wasn't a good out if you were full open, but now it even works if you're open.
Okay, well, you gave me like the real answer, but I wanted the fun answer. Golemify or Dumbify?
Well, actually, I like Rek'Sai 2 better. Looking at this, can I just say that? Is that a valid option
No,
for
that's
your,
very
your
valid.
question?
I like it. Any answer is a good answer to me.
Ay. This, I'm worried for Raiko here. You called it out. He did have 0 gold. He rolled all the way down. The rest of the lobby is looking very rich as we look upon this carousel. Notably, there's 1 gear, and it's going to be picked up by Kambuli instantly. Wondering if Weijin is considering a spell buff.
Ooh, this is kind of rough for Little Bear. He really needed the cloak to build into his Kraken Slayer, but the cloak was on a 1 cost, so he loses a lot of value onto his carousel pick, and it's not looking too hot with that 8-loss streak.
Well, he's going now. Let's see.
This is rough because there's also a lot of Targons that are getting taken out of the pool. I noticed not just Lil Bear, who's actually picking up the Leonas to stabilize the front line, but I also believe that I saw more Leonas and Zoes on another board that was not Raiko's. So I'm a little stressed for him.
You get a Leona.
You get a Leona.
Yeah, I think Milo
I want a
is
Leona.
also on this line.
Yes.
That you're calling out there. I did like what I saw just now. We were also holding some of the Sejuanis and an Ashe to be open to maybe play around that Freljord line with the Jinx instead, knowing that all of these Leos are going to be out of the pool. So a little bit of a lesser tank unit in comparison, but I mean, if you have the choice between a Sejuani 3 or a Leona 2, you'd probably take the Sejuani.
General situation of the lobby is we do have 3 players locked into 3-cost rerolls coming in from Kambuli, Little Bear, and of course Bin that has selected the augment specifically for this Demacia and most likely Longshot line.
That actually did get a small change. We knew that coming into this tournament that the long shot line, especially Demacia, was going to be quite strong, but there was a little mini reversion. That was a little too strong.
Yep. That's
We walked that back a little bit.
This line is incredible because you don't actually have to chase for Vayne 3. A lot of the times you go Vayne 2, go level 8 for Galio, which stabilizes super hard, and then you just pick up a tailwind benefit from all the other 3-cost rerollers that makes your rerolling for Vayne just kind of happen naturally.
That's right. I'm just looking across these boards there, and Legion is still streaking. Let's see if he can get the 10 streak into Wolves. That would be pretty big for his econ, and could be a determining factor in how this lobby plays out in tempo. Double close behind him. This golem does not take any prisoners.
I was just saying, like, the golem is just like pounding down on these champions. So
Golem
funny.
is just so ridiculous. Golem is almost considered an auto top 4 as an augment, and we've just seen there where, you know, the backline was completely dead and Golem just cleared house anyway.
Look at this board that Wajan has started to put together. I'm very excited to see where he ends up going with this, because while he ended up picking up the Belveth off the carousel, we can see that he sold it. He just wanted to get the glove component, and then he ended up putting this together with the Bessa.
He is undeniably in a great spot, but he has not found the Jinx for the unlocks for his composition. He still needs the Jinx in order to get onto the Warwick, which is he's built the Rek'Sai for.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough situation, and we know, of course, where those Jinxes are. Lilbear gladly taking them out of the pool as he gets another upgrade onto that Jinx. Is now sitting on 6 copies right now, checking in, but Gold's looking empty. Maybe Wajan can just sit this one out and prey on the downfall of Lilbear.
That's a valid strategy, I think.
With his HP?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've done a lot to be able to full streak through 2 full stages. Raiko, ooh, just barely not able to get this Taric 2. But at least you do have the Swain, which is going to help to kind of stem some of the bleeding. And if you wanted to face up against anyone, it might be now when Milo does not have this 3-cost reroll online just yet.
Yeah, I think Raiko should be okay here, but overall it's still not looking terrific. You know, this was a transition round for him. He hasn't moved his items over to Lysandra. But I'm not high on this no Aurelion Soul board.
Well, maybe the next augments can be what brings help for Raiko. They
growth?
They put him down here. Maybe they can put him back up.
He does have a very good front line now with Swain 2 and the Taric 2.
Do you take damage?
Okay, this is 3 times for all the 3-cost rerollers.
Yeah,
this is going to be really
fun. Bim Bing gets very, very lucky with that.
Ooh, I'm actually pretty surprised he's rolling hard here. So this isn't the traditional level 8 to Demacia. He thinks that other players have already desperation rolled before him. So he will have enough advantage to just find his Vayne 3. And look at his front line. It's very unorthodox, bringing in the Darius front line. It's not the Demacia long shot. It's the Darii long shot?
That's right. That's how we're calling that. It's interesting because we know, of course, that the Noxus reroll is also a very valid strategy. And so if you're a player that can get a Darius 2 online and just play that on your board, you are inherently making the rest of the players bleed a little if they're considering this line. So I like that.
And especially because we didn't actually see anybody unlock LeBlanc. No Scions early in the game that ended up getting itemized, so I feel like that is just like a perfect 3-cost for you to say, uncontested, I can keep it. No one else is going to go for this.
All eyes on the rerollers here. This is a big point for Cambuli as he falls down even lower. 26 HP now. He does have 2 duplicators. I want to see if he goes for it now. I feel like you have to. Like, the Tempo of Lobby is ramping up. Milo already has 3-star. Leona there.
Lilbear is also very close. I saw 6 copies of the Loris on Lilbear's board and looked like he was still continuing to roll. But yeah, the Leona, I mean, like, Milo looks like he's going to be in a great position for that.
You're right. We're 1 copy off of that Jinx 3. That's actually a massive spike
Oh, he
for
sold
Lilbear. And he has a Warwick too.
Wow.
Swordsmith was a great find for them. Didn't have the items for the Warwick, but now has found all of them. And I feel like he should be able to take this fight unless Rek'Sai does something truly insane, walking straight up to the Jinx.
It's insane!
This Rek'Sai unit is not normally.
I've watched Arcane. I know how it ends, so Jinx should be...
the plot armor.
You're right. For now... Well, Wajan Iverson takes a couple of hits. after streaking all the way through stage 3, you can see where he's falling short with the fact that he wasn't able to actually get that Jinx early enough to get the Warwicks. And now he's kind of been beaten to the punch because it wasn't just one Warwick, there was the one that was also in shop. And I feel like when it starts to hit, it hits.
Yeah, that's definitely working out beautifully for him now. Hopefully, it just needs that last Jinx. We can kind of take a longer look at this carousel here to see if maybe there's a Jinx hiding. I'm not sure if the unit that has the belt there could be one. That could be a Jinx, right?
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if he is able to get that one. Definitely posturing up to get it. But that also allows us to take a look at the lobby here right now on our lower third. And we were talking about how desperately Weijin, who's also on this online, needs to Jinx. We see she is now in play for him as well, so I think that's what caused the bleeding. They're unable to unlock that Warwick. However, 3 copies of Warwick are now out of the pool.
I wouldn't say he's in desperate mode because he's clearly just gliding toward higher levels.
Right,
Like, I'm
right,
not even
for
gonna go to level 8, losing any of my interest. He's very happy to sit out the stage 4 here.
What if the Kindred just goes around the carousel and he's able to pick it up? You could have a different quick striker.
I would have some words for some of these other players in the lobby.
If they let him have that.
I would have some choice words. Yep.
Kindred last pick would certainly be interesting. There's also
True.
an Annie,
There
which some of our AP Flex players could be thinking about.
All right, little bear.
Game is back.
Should just be going for
That's
that
your Jinx 3.
He's
Can you
going-
get it?
You can see he's trying so hard to get out of the gates early. Gotta give yourself every little bit of step advantage once the gate unlocks.
Yep, the rerollers actually all get what they want, and CSFX actually does an interesting thing here.
Hey,
that
Clement.
Oh my god,
Demakian-
Weijin's gonna get the Kindred! Weijin's gonna get the Kindred!
He doesn't want it.
Oh, he takes the bow instead. I understand that.
That's
Yeah.
fair. But it's still interesting that Kindred was left up for grabs last. Let's see. That is Jinx 3, Warwick 2 coming online for Lil Bear. Big upgrades. This board is now going to be a threat. Kambuli also gets the upgrade on the RE3. Another spike coming in from the bottom. And for everybody that's now sitting in the middle of this player group, that means pressure is on. You're getting targeted from the top, from the players that have so much gold, so much HP to just glide on through, like you were saying, Clement. But from the bottom, the heat is on.
From APAC perspective, no pressure. I mean, we just don't try to build the strongest boards in stage 4. You know, there is stage 5 and stage 6 to play for. That's generally how the Eastern regions kind of view Western TFT. And I think Double, you know, he's 59 HP. He still has a very comfortable runway to kind of just glide through. Again, that Golemify has just been one of the strongest augments. Allows you to win a lot of matches that you really don't have any business winning, just as we see here, taking down the Leona, just pushing her to the side gently and then going directly for the backline.
I will say Double was also the one that was able to grab that Annie from the carousel, instantly itemized her, is now in play on his board. And even though we're not even on 4 Arcanist net yet, she is able to do a lot. Not enough against the Leo 3 though.
That's still a win for Double.
I mean, Double's actually going to be playing around a couple of different 5 costs here. He put his board the way that he did in order to unlock set. And now that he has this additional time to start to roll, okay, he doesn't want it. Never mind.
He wants Galio.
He
I
does.
think.
He really
With-
does
with
want the
all of
Galio. But
those
I'm like,
units, yeah.
but where are the rest of the stars you need for the Galio?
Ooh, big round for Kambuli here as he has both 3-starred his Ari and his Kennen, the 2 main carries. A big difference about this composition is how lucky you get on those Yone rolls. If you get Yone 2 on 7, you're good, but right now it is looking quite dicey.
So he had that Ari prior to the last fight, which he lost, which to me is a little bit worrying. I don't know if that cannon was there. I'm not sure if I saw that
I don't
pop
think
up,
so.
but it's still a little bit of a worrying perspective. On the other side is Bin. We saw this Kaisa come online so early, but it should be enough for Kambuli's board to deal with that Kaisa for now, and he will get that win and hang in there.
I think that's just the big difference that actually having the front line makes. You have so much more time for this Ari to start to stack up that damage, and that's why you see all of our players try to chase that 3-star front line along with some type of 3-cost carry that's in the back. And so, like, taking stock a little bit here, you know, Milo has the Leona but doesn't have the Malzahar or the Zoe, and you also have the Jinx for Lil Bear, but you need that front line too, and he's missing out right now on the Sejuani.
Yeah, not being able to complete that is going to hurt a lot because Jinx really requires you to have a solid front line for her to get to those 18 auto attacks and then go into overdrive mode. I'm just so impressed by Binbin. This is, I feel like I've never seen a 4-defender Vayne 3 composition.
I feel like so something that we saw in the Americas regional finals is the defender front line actually with a Phelios reroll.
Yeah.
True.
So I wonder if there's going to be kind of a similar principle there where you kind of see what's out of the pool and you pick defenders as just things that you started to hit.
I agree with both of you. I think it's just heads up play, knowing, okay, units like Leona are going to be out of the pool, units like Loris are going to be out of the pool, so I just need to play around what I can. And that's exactly what we're seeing there. However, I will say, Lil Bear has been losing on this Jinx. We were talking about that, and is on the other side of double right now. Talking about how that Sejuani upgrade was missing. I'm not sure it's good enough against double's board.
Yeah, the Teamfight does take a while. The good thing about the Zwan board is that you do have auto regen on backline, so you're less afraid about the Lux and the Annies. But it's the tanks, as you mentioned. Can he get over that?
Oh, the Jinx is just a little too random to actually hit any of those backline carries. And so Lil Bear hangs on with just 1 HP left and a dream in this first game. 2 Sejuani's off from being able to 3-star that, but I think it's looking kind of doomed unless he gets the right matchup.
I just want to say, that is such a good greed play from Double. He's like, you know what? I could go level 9 and play my AP Annie board. I'm going to go for max cap. I need my Galio on the board, so he's holding all the Damasha units. And that's just how strong Galimify actually is. It allows you to have that extra HP cushion to do a lot of these unlocks.
That's right. Checking in with Milo on the other side as Lil Bear fights for this survival. Another giant tank in his face is probably not the matchup he was hoping for.
This positioning is kind of doomed because Warwick is getting targeted first. That is not what you want. And the father figure is already down.
Oh.
Can the backline win though? 1v1?
Maybe.
Oh, the power! He stays alive! How much HP is that on that Jinx?
Oh my gosh, it has to be like 15 to 10, 15 HP.
I'm going to call it 8.
Okay. You might be right.
I'm
but
making
wow, that is impressive. But that was kind of the
so
power. I
clutch.
was like, it's such a weird matchup because you, on one hand, have a 3-star tank, but you have 2 2-star 3 costs, and then you have the Jinx.
The difference there was that he actually put his Warwick in the front hexes. It got the extra HP.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, no minute too late or too early because Milo just got that Zoe 3 upgrade. So if he had run into him now, I think the story would be very different. But we're also checking in with one of CN's favorites. CSFX here has been playing around this Belveth line, and it has not been looking too good. We're sitting on 39 gold, unable to go to level 9, to the promised land, so to say, that a lot of the Eastern players have been focusing on.
Yeah, this is definitely a top 4 line gone wrong. Probably playing a little bit too safe. And just look at what Raiko did. He completely ditched the Aurelian soul line, identified it was complete bait, and just went straight for Rise. Well done, well done.
Oh, man. Oh, CSFX eliminated Lil Bear, also taken out in one fell swoop. And so we've got one more player there going to be on the brink of elimination, Kambuli with 3 HP. But who I'm worried about right now is Weijin Iverson. We talked him up coming into this game as one of the players to beat. He streaked all the way through stages 2 and 3. And then he got contested, not only with the Jinx reroll that is now gone because Lil Bear is out of the game, but also because we saw the Belveth and the Slayers line being picked up by somebody else.
That's right. Good news for all the Weijin fans in chat that were voting earlier. He found this Warwick prior to the last game and he was able to win that matchup. So hopefully this Warwick 2 is going to be good enough. And we see an old friend come back. You were asking about that Singed. He's also in play. Unfortunately, no Morellos under Thieves' Gloves. It's a little bit of a weird role for that unit, unfortunately.
I have to say, Weijin, just looking at how much gold he had, he low-rolled super hard on 8. He had to go a long time for that Warwick 2. Ideally, he wants to be capping around Senna and Kindred, basically an 80 fast 9 with the Zon as a front line. He missed hard, even after the 10 win streak, and I feel like he's just aiming for a top 4.
I hope so, but it's not looking amazing because we're seeing a very similar story with that Warwick getting targeted first by those 2 3-star 3 costs. Everything is going to go down, and does Wei Shen Iverson even have enough HP to actually stand through this? Just barely not. That's going to be a knockout. And maybe someone else is going down with him, with Bin Bin and Kambuli also being low in the totals.
Where my
Just
Cam
Wei Shen
fam
Iverson.
at? Kambili climbing up the standings here. A really critical thing about his placement here is you don't actually want to play 7 Ionia on 7. That is one of the biggest baits ever. You want to put the Nico in for the double extra traits, especially Defender and the Arcanist. Super helpful, especially when you're Kennen and your Ahri frontline backline.
Man, this board is crazy. I love this so much. Darius 3, Vayne 3, and I would say excellent cook from our CN representative, and it's been doing pretty well for him. Now arrived at the 7 HP marker, would love to climb in those top 4. Goes up against Kambili, the other player, so one of these 2 is going to get eliminated here.
And it's super important to see where that Vayne is going to be targeting. Vayne does lock onto targets, and it's usually a favorable matchup against Yone, but Yone actually survives quite long. No, never mind, 2-shotted. But Ahri finishes the job.
Wow. The damage output is just insane. I thought maybe you're right. Like, the Vayne getting rid of the Yone would have been able to seal the deal there for Bin Bin, but nope, that is a 5th place, and we've got our top 4 for our first game of the day.
You got to be happy, EMEA.
Yep. I mean, I'm not complaining.
Honestly,
I want
Raiko's destiny.
He's a magician. I told you guys he's a magician. He does stuff, and you look at it, and you're like, what? And it works out. Magic. Now into the top 4. I love that he ignored this destiny pick, saying, okay, there is no way this is going to work out, and has built a board that works despite going to 0.
Yeah, just realized that nobody was actually playing the Freljord AP line. Swoops in there, very flexible in his game read. I just love that pivot from Raiko Mastery. Definitely the best play of this game so far. Now, Milo is probably hitting his peak in this 3-cost reroll. Everything that can be upgraded is upgraded. He doesn't want to, throw away his cap needlessly. He's still choosing to go level 8 on interval and just waiting around here. Maybe he doesn't even have enough gold. But I think this is, he's probably just going to have to settle into this position.
Depends a little bit on the matchmaking here. Double just got that Annie too, and it is going to be doubles board on the other side of Milo on the right-hand side. So a tough challenge for him to try and get a higher placement into the standings. You can see him shake his head a little. He knows this is doomed. There's no way this board will survive against the Annie.
I mean, look at just the damage that stacks up from the Annie. As soon as she gets that burn going, those backline carries don't really stand a chance.
Left side.
Oh, the Ahri!
Spirit Ahri, not Spirit, sorry, Blades Ahri does get the job done here. And this is one of the things that I think in terms of like 3-cost reroll lines, you have to put the combat Ionia Ahris just so high, because once they can stabilize on a single Ahri 3-star. Unlike other comps like Little Bear, Jinx, you require multiple front lines to get 3-starred. Ahri herself can make it done.
But it's the Kennen, too, that puts that over the edge.
All right, top 3 before us. Raiko is going to go up against the Ghost copy, so we'll focus in on Kambuli against Annie 2. Lux board from Double.
Really good defense by Double. He places the Tibbers right in front of the Yone, making sure that it's not going to walk directly towards his backline. And he still has the Glemify right there to block for him, so he should be fine. Damage is coming in. It's down to the last 2 carries, and Ahri's being targeted. Goodbye, Cam.
Still a pretty amazing 3rd place, though, from Kambuli. And
double
it's actually double
elimination.
kill. Never mind. Congratulations to Double for winning the first game of the day. And I think a congratulatory 3rd place there for Raiko after what was not looking super great.
Yeah, big loss streak for him, but the Magician name does hold through, just as Makes was mentioning right there. Loves to loss streak, and that's how you do it. You keep your econ open, you don't make those 2 stars that could potentially save you a little HP, and you go for the fast 9s.
Honestly, I want to call out something here for Raiko because he was known as the Ionia King. He played a lot of Ionia in the regionals. People were saying like, oh, this guy only knows one line. And he shows that he is absolutely capable to flex on the spot. And I'm quite impressed as well.
I'm really happy for Raiko. I'm very happy for Cam to be able to get that Ari online. And I think there were still a couple of moments where you have to look at like what happened towards the lower part of the lobby. I mean, Lil Bear, even with the Jinx, getting that online, like you could see just the impact of not having that 3-star frontline unit actually caused in the game. I think if you have that Sejuani at any point, maybe that's actually a top 4 for the Jinx reroll.
Yeah, and unfortunately he was actually contested by Bin, which makes Bin's move that much smarter. He was playing 4 defenders and he was flexing in the Sejuani just to make sure Little Bear was dead last. So props to that. That was a really cool play.
Wow, some big defense going on there for sure.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, we also have to just shout out Double. We were talking about him, the fact that he's once again at a Tactician's crown, able to take the first game of the day. That's pretty good. You're going to be happy about that. Hopefully you can get that trend going. Emiya 1 and 3rd. I'll take it.
Well, I know someone who's going to be very happy about that, and that is Panda. But Panda, I hear you also have something else to fill us in on. So what you got?
I absolutely do. I was checking out Lobby 4 with a player like Hwami in that lobby. I want to see what would be going on there. And it was a pretty standard lobby, mostly centered around forecast. I think players trying to play it safe for the very start of the tournament. And I have bad news. Hwami was playing into a kind of a Demacia AP line. He got bullied out of the line by both Dasik and Jaslade, who played into Demacia AD and AP and rolled earlier. Dasik on 7 for that Kaisa in that vein. And that meant they kind of bullied Hwami out of Demacia into Freljord, which is a bit subpar of a line. He went 8th. So a pretty bad start to the tournament. I have good news for you, Necra, though. Brosif played Yordles.
Oh, yeah!
Into Annie. He went 7th, so maybe we'll see less of the Yordles across this day. But some good news on the 3-cost side. Diao Mei played into Yone plus Ari, got a 2nd place, and we saw Gobo playing into Darius, ended up 5th. The big winner, though, Ready, underdog player from the Americas, branching out onto 1, Ixtal Emblem, plays into Ixtal, stabilizes on 4-2, and because no one else was playing for a high cap, he just steamrolled the lobby in stage 4 and 5, and he's the big winner on this game 1.
Wow, that's so awesome to hear. Panda, thank you so much for the insight that happened in lobby number 4. And I'm excited to follow them further as we look forward to seeing lobby 4 for our next lobby on broadcast. But let's break down a little bit about what Panda just gave us the 4-1-1 on. And I think the first thing that stands out to me is that Ready is the underdog player from the Americas because not only was it his first regional finals that he participated in for Lauren Legends, he made it to the final lobby, and now he's here at his first Tactician's crown, playing with house money essentially. He gets the first place to start the day.
I mean, Ready took 9th place at the Paris Open. Maybe this is just his set. Maybe this is where we see him come into his place, and I like that. Goes for those high caps, goes for the flip like Clement loves.
If you like insane lines, Ready is a great player to pay attention to because his most played was actually the Aurelion Soul plus Leona lines. He was the guy that hit an Aurelion Soul 2 on level 7.
Wow.
By the way, if you remember that moment for regional, that's it. And his second is Ishtal. So very, very fun player to watch.
Do you want to know the most amazing part about that Aurelion Soul game? He was the chosen one because he needed a first place in that game to keep his regional finals win alive. And so the fact that this madman locked into Aurelion Soul wins with it, I mean, what better way to start your tournament than you could ask for? Let's take a look at the standings now that we have finished up that first game across all 5 of our lobbies. You can see who the biggest winners and the biggest losers are. And it's a really weird trend we're seeing here. Marcel P, Lil Bear, regional final winners alongside Hwamie. Why are they all on the bottom here?
No Emiya bottom 8. I'll say it right now. I don't know if I'll get another chance.
Wow, there's a lot of surprises here. YBY1 being here as well. There's a lot of heavy hitters not doing well in the first game, but I want to remind everyone there are 13 games total in the group stage. You have enough time to climb back.
Yeah, I mean, 6 games today even, just to be able to avoid elimination. But that's the page you don't want to be on at the end of the day, as we just get to take stock of how everyone else has been doing as well. And yeah, oh no, the Yordles play from... No, not my Yordles.
He tried to give you what you want, but it just wasn't good enough. As we are going up in the standings, we, of course, will keep you guys updated all throughout the day with what the alternative lobbies are playing as best as we can. We got all the best eyes on it. And Clement, you were saying about Obo?
Yeah, I placed him in D tier. I will have the apology form ready if he advances.
All right.
And I do want to mention that today the first cut is going to happen after 6 games, right? If you fall into the bottom 8, that's where you're in danger.
Still a lot of games to be able to go, but I know Makes is popping off right now because I see two EMEA players that have gotten first in the first game of the day. I also hear Panda being happy and CLE is not. Oh, 3. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. What? 2 Americas.
Can't be league.
2.
He's on the top 8. He just didn't have a first
No,
place.
I'm talking about first places.
Yeah, we got it. It's okay. They're just backseating from the other side of the stage. Don't pay them attention.
They just want to be involved, and I get it, because TFT is very fun and exciting. But as we look forward to the next game of the day, still stakes quite low. We're just kind of feeling it out, testing the waters a little bit. As a reminder, these are the lobbies that the top seeds picked. They picked who they wanted to play against, and so for some of them, it's worked out great. For some others, maybe not so great, but we get to switch that up after game 2.
I had a big prediction, and my prediction this set was that the non-French EMEA players were going to make a breakthrough. I feel like that region has been dominated by the French study groups for so long. Now they have that influx with the Americans. It's going to make a complete difference.
Yeah, I think that's also something we saw in our regionals specifically. There is a history of just a French wall in our regional standings that has seemed unbreakable, but this set, finally a lot of players able to break through with a lot of new tech. I think the DACH region being the big winner of that, together with just like the on and odd players from outside the French region. Spanish group also has been doing really well. Unfortunately, only Reven able to make it to the Tactician's crown, but it's been great to see.
I mean, Reven is still doing something amazing for the Spanish community, and he is the first player from Spain to make it to the Tactician's crown. And so both Reven and Raiko doing something phenomenal for EMEA. Let's get ready to jump into Lobby 4 for Game 2 and see if any of these players that started off a little shaky can turn it around. We've got Gwen as our encounter.
This lobby is a talk about our greats. Hwanmie is in this lobby. He is probably the second most player that everyone has their eyes on. And he is known for winning tournaments by starting 8th. I will say, though, if he goes 8th again, I'm not going to be on that narrative hype train.
Hey, there's been bigger combats. We've seen it. Tech Summers has done it before. Like you mentioned, all you need to do is avoid being in the bottom 8 at the end of the day, and you get more chances to keep on going throughout this tournament. So that is what our players are looking for. I particularly want to quickly mention Dasik in this lobby because not only is he one of the OGs of TFT just in general, but also specifically for EMEA, and he's the best friend of Aaliyah, our regional winner. And Aaliyah just had a first place, so maybe their meta read is good.
Maybe they can hold hands going first for this next game. But I think there's also a big picture here, which is that in the pre-show, we talked about 2 major study groups. There are actually 3 of each of those members of study groups here in this lobby. And the poll actually had a Moji's group 53% favored to beat the Cooking Brownie study group, but and chat would be right. They did do better in that first game, the Moji group.
Yeah, I'm very surprised about that. You know, chat is finally learning something about Eastern TFT. I'm glad you guys checked the region rankings and made the right choice.
Listen, it's still very split. I would still consider that to be pretty even, but
Close enough.
very impressive so far that we did end up seeing a second place for Diaomei and a third place for Jazz Latte in that first game.
This is very interesting is we have a full gold start, only one item offered. That means if you're going lost streak, you can actually just turbo yourself into Fast 9 a little bit easier here. And as we see from Hwanmie's board, he doesn't really have anything there, only 2 Ionia units. Could be considering going for the lost streak.
Ooh, Legion of Threes being picked up by Dasik there. Has to be something we check in on.
I was hoping that he was going to hit the Loris. He already had a pair there.
Where do you go with the long shot emblem?
Long shot, I feel like this is typically just going to be a Demacia line.
Right?
Yeah, you get the 4 in, or you could play one less. You could, skip on the cog and play something else.
Long shot Callista. Let's go.
I mean, if you're looking for somebody that plays Shadow Isles and is a fan of saying in the right conditions this could be played, it is Dasik. He's one of the players that's really niche on like innovating specific lines and making them good. And I think if you're looking for a Shadow Isle game, he's probably your guy.
I'm here for the cooking of the brownies.
Statistically, it's probably best on something like Lux. So you just play it with the Demacia Vayne. It's probably the most common answer we see.
Oh, boring.
True. And indeed, we have 2 Lost Streakers. So this is going to be very fun to see if they run into each other. Gobooster and Hwanmie, who can pull the chair harder. Hwanmie looks like he's going for the crown here as there's a very high chance he just full sells this if Gobo doesn't. He's just trying to bait Gobo now.
I think there's a good chance that both of them will do this. Let's see.
I don't know.
Oh, Gobo probably doesn't want to sell with the Scion pair, but it's going to hurt if he runs into Hwanmie. He does have him in the pool.
Let's just hope you miss it. No, he does sell it.
They're both faking each other. I knew it was a fake out.
I will say we're seeing something pretty cool from the top there because our CN representative actually just pushed 5. So trying to play along the augment there to really get the benefits and build out a win streak, it's not something we see a whole lot, and he's going to be very happy about those 2 lost streakers.
Yeah, you mean Diaomei, right?
Yes.
Going for the... Okay, level 5. He does have Birthday Reunion, so he probably got a good 2 cost that he wanted a full streak with. Brosev on one of my favorite lines, the Bilgewater lines. He doesn't have Bilgewater in, though, because it was a 2-item component start. He couldn't actually unlock the Graves.
And you can't find the TF either. Or the Alawi. Like
Just
2
pick one.
easiest units to hit in the Bilgewater line.
Found the Alawi.
That's gonna be
yeah,
pretty
it's on
critical
Ready's
this-
board.
Okay, Ready just going for a standard AP opening line. It's one of the better lines that you could play for. And he is definitely not re-rolling here.
Yeah. Fluttered Mind slamming, both of these augments just trying to lead you to go into the late game, really build out that econ. Also means that for now you're not going to have board strength, so these players are just happy if they can get through unscathed as possible through those early stages, and that's exactly what they're looking for.
Diaomei with another win here. I'm really curious on what his 2 cost was.
I think it's Nico.
Ooh, okay. It's a super flexible one.
Yep. Pretty good one.
Yep. And let's see if Dasik can win the Loris lottery. He's already sitting on the pair. 3 costs. Here we go.
There's a lot of
Oh.
things
There's
on.
one.
Can he get it though? And will people actually leave it for him?
So far, so good.
America says no. Well done, Necra.
We have good. Our players know what's up. That's all I can say. But something I really wanted to call out here is we've got a couple of players that have taken XP scaling augments. You have Brosip that took Slammin', you have Ready that has Cluttered Minds, and you also have late game scaling by Jazz Latte. So there are a couple of players here that are really hoping to use their augments to actually kind of push the power level of the lobby, maybe try to make it to a Fast 9 composition. And so where do you feel like this puts the rest of the lobby? I feel like it puts so much pressure on the calculated last players, Gobo and Hwanmie, to not bleed out.
Unfortunately, it does come down to luck quite a lot. If they break their loss streaks, it's just not going to look pretty for them. Both of them actually have the Bard online, so they're just going to be going for a full 3-cost reroll. As Panda did mention, if you're in a lose streak position, that's what you should go for. And if AQ1H looks a bit weird, this has actually been YBY1 for both games. I just want to point that out. You might have recognized him somewhere else.
I want to quickly point out that we are in a Gwen lobby, so you're seeing a lot of early item slams from a lot of these players, like that BT, which is a little bit atypical for a very early item slam, but because Gwen is going to hand out scissors throughout the game, players are just doing that to tempo, and that's something you can take away.
Snip, snip.
That's why I really am not a fan of the AQ1H salvage bin. it's kind of like...
Yeah, it's a bit interesting, right?
Maybe you just wanted some extra components. Since it was a low component drop at the beginning of the game, you're still getting some amount of power regardless, since those scissors don't show up until a bit later.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
Clement, you were talking about it. We're seeing it. Look at this front line.
Well,
You're glorious.
I'm just going to say the 40 players here are some of the luckiest players in the world. And this is just standard play.
Well, some of us are Mortdog's favorite. What can you do?
There's like the Ari's kiss, Mortdog's kiss.
Okay,
for the Ari
maybe
players.
not.
No? Hey, you know the Ari rerolls win second. Just saying.
Definitely a very, very strong start. I'll be surprised if anybody's able to beat this front line in the next couple of matchups. So
How to
Basic
Gobo and Juan
is going to be streaking.
Oh,
Looks
Gobo
like Gobo
won?
won.
Oh no!
It's actually Juanmi. We got pranked.
Oh no!
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Accidentally.
We're going to have to adjust ourselves.
Okay, but they must have played each other.
Yeah.
My only imagination here is that they must have played each other,
Yeah,
or like
Juanmi
somebody
won
actually
Go
tried
Buster.
to. Yeah. That's too bad.
All streaks have to end eventually, either in a loss or in a win.
And someone has to go 8th. These are just the rules of TFT.
Rosev, interestingly, holding to the Rek'Sai pair, very opportunistic. He is going to have to decide here, I feel like. Yeah, I don't think you can lose. Are you really going to lose Econ holding all of this? No, he decides to just ditch the Leona Zoe line. Is favoring AD a lot more after looking at his components.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Now
Those get
that's
rewarded.
lucky.
Nautilus 2 comes online as a little treat. And we're seeing a Vayne 2 being hit by Diaume. Okay, this from birthday. I need to settle my... I'm like,
Hold on.
Oh no, birthday reunion is the 2-cost, the Nico.
So he actually just
Yep.
naturaled that.
Yes.
All right.
I'm telling you, these are lucky players. You
Wow,
don't
that's
get to
crazy.
attack around without getting lucky. So this is going to be interesting to see who actually settles into the Demacia long shot. We expected Dasic to be going into that line, but
Nah. Long shot Callista. He's got too many Shadow Isles champions unlocked.
true. I just haven't
I'm just
seen that
so
line.
skeptical. Well, we've seen kind of a first, haven't we, with being able to see the long shot Vayne with the defender front line in our first game.
Yeah.
Our players are cooking up a little something special for this attack crown, so I feel like it's not out of the realm of possibility. I'm not going to call it off yet.
Oh, and this is devastating for Juanmi. I was hoping that he was going to turn the corner into win streak, but he actually just broke his loss streak, and that means Econ's not going to be there. AQ1H going for forward thinking, taking a page out of Ironbog, the Fast 9 8-pack master and his teammate. And no, Brosef with the, oh, please, I don't want to see the same script again.
Run it back again.
The script
Same
writers
thing
are
again.
really happy with the first episode, and so, you know, we got to get the second one. It's a series now.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very high HP Golem because he did have that Nautilus 2 on board as well with the Taric. Nasty stuff, nasty stuff.
I like it. You can complain about the Golem. I'll happily see another game. If it goes to game 3 with the Golemify, I might side with you. We'll think about that when it gets there. But in general, I would say a lot of non-committal augments being picked by our players, trying to stay very open with their game plan. Of course, also keeping Gwen a little bit in mind here. A lot of just components being picked up, a lot of gold being picked up, and generic power trades. like those best friends.
I mean, the Jazz Latte, I feel like, seems to be either the biggest winner or the biggest loser to me. With Slammin' plus late game scaling, that's going to be a lot of XP generating throughout each round. But Reddy actually took the Golden Dragon. And so very exciting to see what he decides to go for.
Yeah, we have to look at his spot to see if it's going to be more onto the reroll side. He is just going to go for potentially a Void, and if he gets lucky enough, then he can go directly towards the Baron. But I think it's going to be a little bit hard because it's two-way contested on the long shots in this lobby, unless he's very, very lucky, which Reddy has been very, very lucky in the past.
Someone tell this guy to stop calling our players lucky.
You gotta let them, you know.
That's skill, Clement.
Yeah, being
You're
lucky is
just
a part of the skill of TFT.
I prayed in Mort Dog every day. Not the same results, though.
Player diff. Player diff. But yeah, we'll have to see on the Kaisa who actually gets her first on that 2-star. It can come to something like Panda was saying in that sideline report, where some of these players are actually eager to roll a little bit earlier just to secure that their line is safe. I wouldn't be surprised if that is what's going to happen.
It's tough though because for Ruddy, like, you need the bench full in order to actually get value from your cluttered mines.
Yeah.
Whereas the other XP scaling augments, you don't need to do that. And I think especially when it's with something like Slammin' and the Gwen Portal, as you called out with the scissors, it's a lot easier for you to just be committal onto your items for now because you can always change it up later. And so I think Ruddy does have a bit of a harder way to get to that level 9, level 10.
Yeah, taking a look at the lobby here, we have basically 3 Fast Niners. Jazz Latte to Broseph are all going to go into that direction. Reddy, I feel like he needs to make a pit stop on level 8, and he'll decide his game plan then. One minute for me, I am very worried about his position here. There's not a lot of good Guinsoo users. Sure, you can, you know, cut it up, make it into different items. But he looks more like an AD Fast 9 line, and I'm not sure he has the position to go for it.
He's rolling. I think he's going for just like
Noxus
reroll.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go, there you go.
Maybe try to stay here for now and stabilize, but he's able to make items onto the Darius, and I picked up a little thing or two from Panda's lesson at the beginning of the day. Low HP, a good amount of gold.
That's
going
reroll.
3 cost reroll.
Thank you, Panda.
Yes. I feel smarter already.
See, this is why you shouldn't miss the pre-show, but let's see if other players are also looking for that. Broseph actually saying with that Glemify, you know, let me play around the Yunara a little bit. One of the units that also got a tiny buff in that last patch since Regionals was played on the very breakout version in Regionals very rarely. I was kind of thinking we might see her show up a little bit more. So
Who is that Annie?
The observers are very good this game.
Yeah,
Just he just like,
little,
Annie.
oops.
Okay.
Interesting.
Good call out there. And taking a look at Gobostor's position, 4 copies. He needs some econ on 4-2 to kind of save him.
Wolves will give you everything that you desire.
Okay.
Maybe.
Maybe.
You hope.
AQ1H still just, you know, going straight into the Mel. And Bessa found already on level 6 because, you know, good players always find their Bessas on level 6.
I'm glad you adopted
Naturally.
them. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I'm not calling them the L word anymore.
That's good. For reference, he means lucky, but
And Dasik full streaking, and as you guys pointed out, it is going to be Longshot Callista to move into it.
that is so cool. I told you, he's the guy for a cook, and that's exactly what he does. Not generally a player that likes to flip. He's not one that's very risk-prone. He doesn't have that 1st or 8th playstyle, which is what worries me a little bit with, of course, Checkmate on day 3. But for the current part of the format, Dasik is just perfect. And we're going to see so many fun games from him, I feel like.
I'm calling it now. Easily a top 4, maybe even a 1st for Dasik.
If he hits the Ornn, I will concur. It's a very artifact-heavy composition. And he's just leaving out the Legions of 3 value. That's really cool.
He has an Ornn.
Oh, he does have. Okay.
He has one already.
We're going first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you want the Ornn 2 and you also want the Thresh 2. But also, like, that is so early that you, of course, are just going to get artifacts printed for you by the end of the game with the 100 streak. This looks so good. So I think Day6 has got this.
Man, this game is crazy.
Still.
Interesting.
Absolute insane.
Oh, he finally gets the AP. Because Hwan-Mi, when you're playing this comp, you really want the LeBlanc as the secondary preferred carry, but he didn't have the AP for so long, even with lose streaking. Finally is able to reforge one. Well, you gotta break this. Use the scissors.
I can't do it now because he's in combat.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to be wiped across the plate by this Warwick 2 Jinx 2 board from GoBooster for now, putting him down a little bit more in the HP. Let's see if the augment rounds can bring salvation. But we are getting word from our observer that Jazz Latte has also found an Azir.
What?
Oh,
What is with this? Early Annie, early Azir, early Ornn.
Yeah.
What?
Wow.
And a ton of gold here for AQ1H.
37 HP. Does have to roll down a little bit now to find his 4 costs. Nidalee 2 would be a great stabilization point. But he needs at least a frontline 2. Okay, Nidalee. Can we get it?
Go. Faster.
Well, I'd rather he goes, you know, precise than fast. We're getting there. We're getting there. We have 7 more seconds. Correct order of actions. Roll first, then
Get
position,
refugee.
then get the items in order. We got it going.
Right, really interesting moves here because you do have like the Gwen, and you can break apart opens with Salvage Bin, so he decides to stabilize around the Mbessa 2 with TG. See if it works out. Going up against a very weak Hwan-Mi board who did not find the extra econ to roll, actually has to go with combat here, and is not looking good for the CN home crowd hero.
Oh, the Nico is trying so hard to buy time for the Orianna and the Seraphine, but this board is just a little too strong for Hwan-Mi with the extra combat power. Whew. I feel like you can kind of breathe a sigh of relief a little bit if you're a Hwan-Mi fan.
Well, I don't think AQ1H is sad about this one either. It gets Mel online on the back of this one, so able to play around that. Ornn comes into the shop as well. Seraphine upgrade. Not a lot of gold, but good hits.
Wow. Not bad.
Yeah, but not enough frontline for AQ1H either, so a lot of our fast niners are running into quite a bit of trouble here.
Probably Day6. I think Day6 is the trouble.
True.
That does sound like him. I feel like I just heard a 3-star come online, but I can't see one, so maybe I was pranked by the audio cue.
No, I heard the sound also.
We'll see if we can find it. But here is Day6. 12 streak thus far. Goes up against Hwan-Mi. Hwan-Mi pretty low on 15 HP. 4-3 should be able to hold it here should he lose, but just look at the sheer power of this board. Thresh online, Ornn online. Day6 really leaning into the strength of the Shadow Isles.
And Hwan-Mi has no gold, no 3 stars, and 6 HP.
Looks like an ace.
It does.
Oh no.
I feel bad for all the fans in Guangzhou. There's a huge crowd there all rooting for him. But that's how miracles are written as well.
That's right.
The comeback.
You could do 2 8s and then 4 first places. It's possible.
That is true.
Got to charge up the revenge anime arc.
Anime training arc right in the middle of our World Championship tournament. Yes.
I'm down. Day6 there taking his sweet time to pick between a cloak and a tier. Not necessarily the items you wanted, but is going to be able to make something good out of it.
We'll see if Jazz Latte actually gets a Xerath online. Okay, so he did 2 lose streak into the Nasus. Okay. So he should be stable in his tank here, but the damage, where is that going to come from? No Azir 2.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. Sitting on a pair of Azir, sitting on a pair of Kindred, could have a pair of Shyvana. Nothing really coming into fruition. However, Hwan-Mi also just rolled to try and get his board online with a last valiant effort. Did get a Draven 3. Not sure if that's good enough against the Golem board, though.
Oh, I'm so worried about Huan Mie. I'm not entirely convinced that this Draven is going to be able to deal with the Golem. And that is it. 2 ace back-to-back, but he seems to have a pretty good spirit about it.
This is the first time I'm seeing Huan Mie laugh.
I don't think I have. I don't think I've ever seen him smile before.
Yeah. All the pictures we have of Huan Mie, he's very, very stoic, very like focused. Why does he laugh now?
I have the answer as a longtime Huan Mie viewer. Many times he laughs because, that idea was kind of cool, but it didn't work.
Oh, I see.
Well, that for one is true. Checking in with Gobo, so close yet so far, missing one copy of both of his target units.
Jinx and Loris seem to be a little evasive, but I kind of thought that the Sejuani 3 would stabilize the board well enough. But now we're seeing a Kalista with fish bones. Wait a minute. I think maybe Jinx would have wanted that item.
We'll take it nonetheless. More artifacts, the merrier for the Shadow Isle boards from Daystic. I think Gobo should be fine here to reach Raptors either way this is going to go, but yeah, not good chances of winning this one. I'll say Daystic has snapped his streak.
If he loses by 3 here, he's still alive. Ooh. Okay, Mel 2, please.
In Rise. Oh my goodness. Now this board is really coming together, but it's all about staying alive. And so, do you actually want to pick up the Rise here? Do you have good items for it?
Nope.
Not really.
Noxus is not a very good Rise region, unfortunately.
That's so sad.
I haven't really seen people be able to stabilize on a 0-2. It's not really, it has been buffed in recent patches, but it's not the same level as an Annie 2 or Mel 2.
Yeah. It's definitely a little bit of a weird spot. Let's see if his shop now
He needs the hit.
brings salvation. That's another volley.
He's still trying to go for silent.
No, there
Okay,
was an
Annie.
Annie. No.
That was an Annie pair.
No, he doesn't have the tears for the Annie.
Oh, it's looking doomed.
This is not good.
He will have to shed his own tears, I guess.
No. That is so sad.
Very unlikely that he is going to survive this one. Especially
I was gonna say
it's a ghost.
there's a chance depending on who he runs into. It's Gobo's ghost on the
No,
other
but it's
side.
an upgraded board. Gobo hit the
That's
Jinx
right.
and the Loris. I don't know. I don't believe in the Fast 9 board against that. But prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I don't either. He needs the CC to go there. Mel, can she get to her second cast? It doesn't look likely here, and I think Jazz Latte is going to fall in 7th place. Gobo also takes a loss. Oh, no, sorry.
Prank.
I'm kidding. I'm getting
Ready
pranked so
to
much.
lead Fontaine. Where's our Baron?
Get
we
the Baron.
want a reward right now.
Ah, 2 in the shop.
Wow.
No way.
We don't even have enough money.
Oh, no. He will make the money. Don't worry.
Oh, the dreams we have dreamed about. You were talking about this dragon augment.
Oh, there it is.
Baron Nashor coming online.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Dragon Augment have really been quite successful in the regional finals, so I feel like this was just another showcase of that. But to be able to make it to 10 with the Baron is just so exciting.
Yeah, really cool thing is he just stabilized on Senna 1. He didn't actually try to roll for the Kaisa 2 with his items, and he reforged most of his AP additional items at the start with the Gwynsus and Archangels into a complete AD line. So great use,
Guys.
just pivoting around his carries.
He's losing.
Guys.
He's
Oh.
losing. He lost!
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That Baron got locked too early. I thought we had Baron 2. I thought we were safe.
He did have a Baron too. Our eyes were not deceiving us, but I can't believe that.
So in my expert analysis, we have Baron 2, but we didn't have much else.
No, you're actually right though, because we've seen this a couple of times hitting the prismatic traits Even if you hit Noxus 10 or Ionia 10, those things don't work if you don't have the rest of the units upgraded. If you get to Noxus 10 and everything is 1-star, you are still losing. But that's insane. You're right though, was a Shyvana 1, a Santa Kindred 1, a Wukong 1, like,
Yeah.
oh, the front line just wasn't there.
And I think we forgot some items on the bench too.
No, that's so sad.
There was a lot that had to be done in little amount of time, and we wanted that Baron so bad. But yeah, the rest of the board just not able to clutch up with him, unfortunately. I loved seeing it though. Great job, America.
I'm so sad.
This
That's so
Yaume board is pretty impressive, actually taking down the Baron in that fight. Multiple combat augments being selected. Warlords into Soul Link. Spirit Link, sorry.
Yeah, and only level 8 as well, so 2 levels below that Baron board.
That beat Baron?
Yeah.
What? That's still bewildering to me. I
Well,
feel
but
like
it's
that had to be a
upgraded
Baron
unit.
miss position.
Yeah, I think the Baron was under attack a little bit too early. I'd love to replay that, but
Oh my gosh.
Baron was under attack a little bit too early and then just couldn't reach the backline with a Kaisa. She's a little bit evasive, we all know that, so unfortunate matchup, unfortunate positioning, unfortunate roll down, I fear, even though we hit the Baron
actually
too.
get nerfed? I mean, this is kind of weird, right? Beat the Glemify board, beat the Baron 10 board. I'm very surprised that Reddy had to take a 6 there.
I think that is just about positioning. As we're seeing Gobo try to make some adjustments here, knowing that what is left in his combat pool is going to be pretty difficult. In fact, he goes up against that long shot board, so maybe we get to see whether or not these crash test dummies can help to put a bit of a stopper into this damage from Diaomei.
Does Swain get the stun on the front line? Okay, just before he dies, he does get that one. But I still have to favor Gobo's board. This is just so much more raw power.
I think the one thing the Kaisa Vayne board has over
What?
the Jinx board is
What?
the movement. You can see how the Sichuani just gets tied up in the backline there, but Jinx does not care.
I was so prepared. I was so mentally prepared to see that Jinx just get obliterated by Kaisa.
Uh-oh.
So close.
Big troubles for our APAC Fast 9 boards here. No Mel 2 contested within his own region. This looks like the end of the road, unfortunately, for AQ1H on this game.
And we spent so much gold to try and get something online. We were looking at this board when he was doing the roll down. There was a rise in consideration, not being picked up, not able to play around it. It's just, what a tough situation for APAC, for AQ1H. And once again, Coaster comes around, the boogeyman of this lobby with his Jinx 3. Massive front line. I'm not sure it's good enough for them now.
Now, as we say that, it is going to be a front line that starts to wrap around the Sejuani, making it a bit easier for the targets of the Jinx, but Globalster is taken out and bot 4. Whoa, just kidding. Diaomei lost. That's going to be a top 4 for Kobo.
How did the board that beat Baron lose? What?
Lost to, I believe,
I
Dasik.
think Dasik, yes, has something to say about that.
Fair. That's okay, fair. Valid.
I have to say
EMEA
that.
top 4, I'm just saying.
Yeah, once more. To both of them.
Just barely. Let me have this.
Definitely works out. AQ1H, I'm kind of surprised he's still alive at this point, just looking at how poorly some of his roll downs has went, but just the positioning clump from the Freljord Jinx line, that's one of the unfortunate things when you're going up against a lot of these Fiddlesticks, Swain boards, is that you do lose a lot of time early in the fight.
All right, side by side here. Last choices being made by our players. Item anvils. Got a Mel item for AQ1H. Unfortunately, we didn't get the Mel. Would have been the bigger upgrade.
Brosef still has plenty of econ to go 10 and then cap out his board with Silas. He still has full money in the bank. He's okay if he loses, but for AQ1H, this is life or death. And Mbessa straight into the back line. Is Mbessa gonna get revenge on her own daughter? Nope. No, actually just skips away. Back into the front. But then it's Thresh.
She got hooked. Day6 says, Shadow Wilds have been doubted. I don't care. I got this. So there's 2 losses to Broseph and to AQ1H and takes the ladder out.
It's going to be a big round here for Broseph as he goes to level 10. Does he have even enough gold to find that extra Silas? He was keeping the Garens, but doesn't look like it. Oh, he's starting to sell his board. Okay, this is unfortunately he has to run just another Yone there. Pretty sure the Senna might be a little bit better. Have to say this looks like a clean sweep coming in from Dasik.
I tend to agree. 17 HP, if it's close enough, there's a chance you're still hanging in there in stage 6, but you can see Broseph complaining, says, okay, I know this is over. That is never going to be a close call. And Dasik, with Callista, with that long shot emblem, takes game 2, first place.
What a smooth game by Dasik. Hits the Loris 2 on stage 2, then goes into the, I believe it was a stage 3 Ornn. We saw it on 4-1 already. That's basically the perfect scenario, and he's able to steamroll everyone in the lobby.
And if it wasn't going to be a win on that round, Dasik was going to get a Radiant item. So I feel like this was just a perfect ending for this game. And I love to be able to see that, you know, as we often do with just a 1-game sample size, in the second game, scores got flipped on their heads. So we ended up seeing AQ1H go from a 6th to a 3rd. Dasik got a little bit luckier, getting 2 back-to-back 4ths, but even Broseph, starting with the 7th place in that first game, landing with a 2nd.
I love this graphic that we have back there with the lore book opening up and showing Dasik as a winner. That is so cool.
His lore is going to be the Shadow Wilds king forever.
I mean, he has a lot of lore. Again, one of the players in TFT eSport with the longest competitive history. He's been there from the start.
Talking about some fates that weren't flipped, Hwamie unfortunately going on his second 8th place, which is going to be a big damper for the home crowd in Guangzhou. Hope he can still show up and maybe add a little bit more miracle comeback factor towards his legend.
Well, this is just the start of our journey through day 1 of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends. We still got 4 more games to show you. Let's take a brand new journey in an intergalactic sense as we take a look at your first sneak peek of Set 17.
Welcome back to Tactician's Crown, where I am joined on stage by a Set 17 developer. It is Matt Dunn here with me. He's here with us all weekend to give us a sneak peek into what is going to happen in Teamfight Tactics Space Gods. It is going to be an awesome set. I'm so excited to hear more. Matt, tell me about the inspiration behind this set.
All right, so many of you TFT historians may know that this is not the first time Teamfight Tactics has gone to space. Back in set 3 and 3.5, we had Galaxies and Return to the Stars, which explored what one might call a more traditional sci-fi version of space. That was fun, that was great, but this time around, we wanted to see if we could do a slightly different spin on a space theme. One that was a little more fantasy, a little more mystical, a little more divine.
Ooh, divine. I'm imagining that has to do something with the God's word in the name of the set.
Exactly.
We saw 6 champions in that marquee we just watched.
Not quite.
No. Oh, more?
So what we saw there, we saw 3 champions.
Oh?
Yes, those 3 champions you saw, Bard, Twisted Fate, and Nami, all are champions you'll run into in Space Gods and have a chance to play. But the other 3 characters you may have seen there, that was Soraka, the god of the stars, Yasuo, the god of the abyss, and Aurelian Soul, the god of wonder.
Okay, so I'm sure we're going to learn a ton more about that as we go throughout the weekend. But we got a trailer dropped yesterday too, and everyone is wondering, where in the world is Carousel?
That is a great question. I'm going to echo something that our fearless leader and set lead, Noemi Kute, had said in the little sneak peek video. Carousel is going on a little break for set 17 Space Gods. In its place, it opens up, it gives us some space to explore something a little new, a little different. What that is exactly, you'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out. But I want to be clear, this is a break. It is not going away forever. We have no plans to eliminate it. You will see it return.
Okay, very, very cool. So we're taking a break from Carousel. It is going to be great to learn more about Space Gods in set 17. But just like Carousel, we're going to go to a quick break. And on the other side, we'll have games 3 and 4 ready to go. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back here at the Lore and Legends Tactician's Crown. My name is Mix, and I'm still joined by my fantastic caster friends in Patches Panda and CLE. You guys got to watch the games from the sidelines already. Any notes you want to share with the class?
I would say a lot of surprises. A lot of these fan favorites we thought would be smashing it right out of the gates have kind of faltered in their step. And a lot of the underdogs that we thought would maybe have the nerves and pressure in this first debut in the TAC round have been doing really well. So I'm pumped. I think it's the best possible news we can get because it means it'll be an even playing field across this day one.
And I think it's interesting too. Not only some of the new players, but maybe the regions that we didn't expect to do well are starting strong. So I'm not trying to jinx it. I'm just saying Americas and EMEA both doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, this desk definitely might be a little bit regionally biased, but that is okay. We are rooting for all of our players to make it through. Let's take a look at the standings together and see how it all shakes out after those first two games. We're starting at the bottom, and like you mentioned, Panda, there is a big surprise, and Juanmie, out of all people, taking 2 8s.
Litu Tron as well. 2 regional winners in Marcel P and Lil Bear also on this first page, only able to get 5 points for now. So we're hoping and looking to see some comebacks from some of these fan favorites to try and really do better in this day one and tomorrow's day two.
We're seeing a lot on this page of the APAC players, many of whom are some of our favorites, Ironbog being probably the most notable. But I think, you know, if you're in this range, you're definitely not out of it, just got a little bit of ground to make up.
That's right. As we are turning the pages, we are getting, of course, higher in the overall points. These are the players that either have been stable in the middling field or had one good and one bad placement, like you're seeing on Kubikson and Brosef there. And these are the players that have been doing really well there. From 12 and up, you're seeing a lot of good placements. Reven also making a big surprise.
Some underdogs on the global stage, like Mkoy Reven, the first Spanish player to ever make it to TAC round stage. A huge second place for him in that game too, but who else could it be? First place in the rankings after these first 2 games, the legend himself, G2 double, to back-to-back wins, truly smashing it in this start of the tournament.
Already 2 points up on the rest of the field, looking quite good for double here. And he's one of the players in this tournament that's looking to establish themselves as one of the greatest of all time. And if they're to win this thing, I think they would take that crown.
Yep.
Honestly, it's so exciting. I love the current meta. I don't know how you're feeling, but there's so much in there. Our players already in those first 2 games have been crazy creative. And if you at home want to give this a shot and maybe at some point play on the big stage, you can sign up on CompeteTFT.com, create your own player card. It's easy, isn't it, Panda?
It's very easy. You'll have all the info there of when is the next tournament, when are we playing this patch, when is this happening. All the info is going to be there. Any kind of doubt you might have, you can get involved if you're good enough to play through ladder, to qualify these tournaments. You can see how you're doing on those snapshots as well. So it's really the place to be if you want to get involved with TFT and maybe transfer from being a viewer at home, backseating these players, to actually maybe one day competing on this TAC round stage as well.
Or if you want to be like me and just act like you're a competitor and you can just have yours and be like, I'm ready, just in case I get really good all of a sudden.
Just in case you got a call, hey, we need you in the TAC round, a player's missing. Surely that'll be the...
Yeah, we're going to call up CLE first, of course. Well, we are getting, of course, our next lobbies ready. There is a little bit of a reseeding, so every 2 games this is going to happen. We're going to reshuffle the lobbies, and sometimes with the reshuffling, there are some crazy lobbies that does come out of those.
And I will say the important thing is there could be some micro metas in these 2-game blocks where certain players, I mentioned at the very start, there's a big difference between players who like playing around 3-cost rerolls and spiking early on stage 3, around standard 4-cost lines, around playing more for fast 9 with, for example, APAC and CN in particular. So depending on what kind of lobby you get, you can already predict, hey, I'm going to have an easier time going fast 9, I'm going to have an easier time spiking early, playing 3-cost reroll if no one's contesting my lobby as well. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see what we get in this next game and what players especially are in it.
I've had the chance to sit down with lots of players and ask them about their play styles and their tournament experiences, and often the thing that matters the most is when they feel like they can play like themselves. And so as these lobby metas develop, obviously it's really important, right, to play the lobby, but you also need to stick to your strategy and your read going in because you can't just make it up on the fly all the time in TFT.
That's right. That's something that they need to keep in mind. Honestly, I was expecting a recall of like set 6, set 7, where CN gave a lot of the tempo into the lobbies, and the Western players were often kind of caught between them pressuring that tempo, and what we've been seeing in the first 2 games is actually more of an opposite.
It's a small sample size. I will say CN, I think it's been a while since the Tactician meta has favored an early 3-cost reroll-centric game plan, which CN, that's what really they excelled at across really most of their dominant era from set 5 to set 7, where most of the Western regions, Americas and EMEA, could not keep up with that lobby tempo and kind of fell behind. They used to play a little bit too greedy. This meta should be good for that playstyle yet again, with so many 3-cost options, with the 4-cost unlock options as well, with Yone and Void. But we haven't really seen the results coming through. We saw Diao Mei in the very first game with Yone. He got a 2nd place. But it's been mostly EMEA players doing quite well, I would say, with reroll.
Yeah, I mean, Double in that last game, which was not on the main broadcast, went to 10 playing Rise and just dominated the lobby once again. And so we're seeing, again, it really depends on your spot. You're getting a lot of credit for your tactical breakdown earlier, and that's because it was good.
It was.
And it was very apt for what is happening in the current meta, and we'll continue to see that all weekend.
And the biggest separation, I think, from this meta and these 3 very different game plans, think back to the start of this set, where we had a patch that was dominated around really the only win condition being, hey, I have to 3-star my 4-cost. And if 3 players are doing this, you should join them, because then you have a higher chance of hitting your 3-star 4-cost as well. So it really was much more monothematic around, I'm rolling down on 4-1 and 4-2. I hope I hit most of my upgrades, and then I hope I can hit the 3-star 4-cost eventually. Whereas now there's so many different ways to play the game, and players are spiking at completely different times in the lobby as well.
That's right. So lots and lots to keep in mind. But of course, we'll be guiding you through the games as well. All of the action is covered here. And our caster friends are going to be giving you those sideline reports. How was it to watch up there and see the different games? It's great, isn't it?
I mean, there's just so much action. I was telling them before we started the show, this is kind of how I like to watch TFT at home.
Yeah.
Because I just want to see every POV of everything happening. And sometimes I understand it all. But, we're making sure that we keep you guys updated with all the things that are happening across the tournament.
I would have a similar setup anyway, usually. This is just much more convenient and much easier to follow along, but this will be our next lobby. One of the hard hitters across these first 2 games, Daysik, a player who really excels, I think, in days 1 and 2s of tournament, because his game plan is all about not playing into any kind of risk, playing the most humble TFT possible, playing around the open lines and stabilizing hard to make sure that, yes, he won't get 1st or 2nds, but he also will not get 7ths or 8ths.
Also in this lobby, 3 players from the Americas that we definitely put in that top tier. Robin Song's Weijin and Camberley. And Robin and Weijin specifically off to a very slow start, where Camberley is definitely not. He's continuing his streak from the regional finals, where he went 2nd 5 games in a row, and now 2 more added on to that.
Well, I will say it's very early in the tournament, so take it with a grain of salt, but you will need 1 first place to win it all.
Eventually.
For the crown at the very end of it. There is going to be checkmate waiting for you, but now these players need to get there. After this, we'll be at the halfway checkpoint. And of course, at the end of the day, bottom 8 will get eliminated. So the players that currently find themselves on low points, they just need to claw their way in the middle of the field.
Going off what you mentioned, I think it was actually Weijin in one of the TPC tournaments this set who did not win a single game until the final game he needed to win that check rate on day 3. So it's definitely something that can happen, and I think a lot of the EMEA players and Americas players in particular are of the idea that, hey, I don't need to actually win any games in day 1 and 2. I just have to play for top 4. This is really the strength that both of these regions have, especially America's playing more around 3-cost reroll. And I'll think about where I'm going to win games in day 3. That's 2 days from now. I just have to think about this day 1 for now.
Well, we are going to be entering game number 3 here at the Tactician's Crown. So let's hop right in with the man himself, Weijin, here as we are into game.
And it is our Lissandra encounter, and we also get a big gold start. So if we want to make 10 really early in this game, we can. The Lissandra encounter giving you 5 of these 1 costs, just to give you a little bit of direction, some extra gold, but also it makes it really easy to get some upgrades early.
Yeah, the extra gold is big in terms of hitting your interest thresholds a little bit earlier on. I'm especially looking at someone like Weijin to see how he comes back from that slump. I think historically, this is a position he's been in quite often in tournaments, where he doesn't start off too hot, but he always ends up turning it around and kind of picks up more and more steam as the day goes on. So we'll see that that'll be the case. I think it's a pivotal game 3. If we see another bot 2 here, similar for Hwanmye, it could be absolute disaster for these fan favorites.
That's right. For now, we are just going to be cruising through those PvE rounds. Something that players will need to try is get those early upgrades, as we've been seeing. And I mean, Zoe certainly is one of those.
We've had 12 gold drop from orbs. We had, you know, a bunch of 3 costs, and so we can be super, super rich if we choose to this game. And we see a lot of players electing for that. Robinsong's having this early Bilgewater, having both of the 3 costs already in line means he can be 5 bilge almost instantly.
And with the extra gold, he can get to 7 builds even earlier, play for the MF unlock early, the Fizz unlock earlier, and really get extra value from having those 7 Serpents, or 7 builds that are online for the Serpents in Stage 3, maybe even as early as 3-2 in some cases. Huge gold opener for sure in this Game 3, so we'll see how players adapt to this condition and try and play for maybe earlier level 7 unlocks.
First augment choice of the game will be gold. And so, going to get some good direction here. We are on board with Robinsongs, who is checking out the ore farming. It was nerfed in patch 16.7, and so it does show up just 1 round later. But calculated loss for Robin, a great choice if he's going to be able to play reroll. And it looks like this Malzahar may be the way to go.
Basic, insta-pick Legion of Threes for the 2nd game in a row. One of the strongest augments in this meta with all the buffs to both emblems of the half set and also now to 3 costs.
Well, last time he got a long shot from it. This time, story's a little bit different. We actually are sitting on a Yordle emblem.
Not too bad. Kabuko and Kennen both 3 costs in the Yordle space, and you can see what you're going to flex around in Stage 3 specifically. Could be maybe even the Zoe we see on board now, but definitely playing for the Econ early game. With the changes to the Kennen unlock, makes it a lot easier to not have to go immediately into Yordles from 2-1 onwards.
We also see a lot of different strategies being played, specifically those that are really leaning into that gold advantage. Alfred early, calculated loss for Robin, and also Weijin getting that patient study. So losing is rewarded, where people like Li Xiao and Jazz Latte are really kind of pushing the combat speed with, you know, some extra items.
Well, not the only player that picked up Legion of Threes on Dasik. We also have Kamuli picking up the Ionia emblem from his Legion of Threes. And I want to call your attention to something on these augments that I think is incredibly interesting, because Li Xiao picking up Heaviest to Crown.
We'll see what he plays into. For now, it's on an Aphelios, which is definitely one of the better carries in Stage 2. We have seen quite a few times players during regionals playing Aphelios reroll off of this augment, because you just get that scaling power that Aphelios wants, and it really allows you to take over Stage 2 and 3 in particular and stay very healthy off of that.
That's interesting, because we're also seeing heavy lifting on YBY1, which is also often played into this Aphelios line. So those 2 players need to kind of feel out the water on where they each want to take this composition. It will be difficult if they both go there.
There's a Void Stat Slam, so most likely this will be, I think, the easiest route into eventually Freljord Rise, all the way in Stage 5 if we make it there. This is one of the comps that Aaliyah won the EMEA Regionals with. He had, I think, 4 different games with Freljord Rise. All of it was off of mostly lifting competition, just giving him really good spots to play into it.
2 loss streaks across the bottom of our lobby. For Weijin here, knowing that Robin did pivot off this line, able to move on to Bilgewater himself. We have GP2 in shop once we get enough of these Serpents to upgrade. Looking across our lobby, though, it is really interesting that there's only 1 player that currently doesn't have 10 gold met.
I want to highlight the spot from Weijin. He did a little tier list coming into the attack round for this meta, and he said, you know what, Bilgewater is a coin flip comp. I'm not sure if I'll be playing it much, because you really depend on finding that early MF in your Bilgewater shop. Looks like he's in a position to already play for coin flips, considering he has only those 4 points across the first 2 games. So we'll see if that coin lands in his favor.
That's right. We will need to see if he can be the one Bilgewater player that's able to unlock that misfortune early on. For now, she's not going to be in there, so we will need to wait just a little bit longer. Quick update on this Ionia, it's Path of Spirits, so that is going to be something Kamuli is going to consider. And Travis is also watching this matchup here to see what the rest of the competition is growing up to.
It'll be very close. Kimberly losing his streak there, not ideal for him, but for Li Xiao it would be much more devastating being able to lean straight into that combat power early.
It's a good spot for Cam as well because I think Ahri and Yone is one of the most stable comps in the meta right now. There is some danger with it being contested in some cases, but when you have something like Legion of Threes and you have an Ione emblem, you're sending a message to the rest of the players in this lobby. Do not contest this line. I have a much better spot than any of you to play it, and an uncontested Ahri Ione line should be quite stable for a player who's doing pretty well with this point total.
Yeah, but looking at Dasik and Robin, who Robin has 2 Ahris and Dasik has the Ionia package, maybe it's not uncontested.
I have bad news for all 3 of these players.
Yeah, the path should be blocked. Is it, though? Has to be the question. For Robin, I think he's still building out that loss streak as best he can. Might run into Dasik, so we'll have to see between the 2 of them if they're actually willing to maybe sell off to try and secure that loss streak on their end. Both of them only have 1 stars on their board, so there could be a little bit of a magician moment.
It's a bit awkward because some of these players maybe want to pivot off of Ahri into LeBlanc and Darius, but there's also a player with lifting competition, so that 3-cost AP space is a little bit congested for this game 3, and it's going to be interesting to see how players navigate this. Ideally, you want to have a lane all to yourself. You roll down, you either hit or you don't, but you know you're uncontested, you have the best chance to do so.
And one of the strongest 3-cost lines, it doesn't look like anyone is on right now, being that Jinx line.
Yeah.
And so we'll see. Playing contested is really, really bad. I know we talk with Asa a lot on our regional finals broadcast. It literally gives you negative placement, if not 2, when you are contested. And so we'll see where they end up. But we do have 4 people on a 4-win streak. 2 people on a 4-win streak and 2 people on a 4-loss streak. So no one on fire.
No slams yet for Dasik and Robin, so I think they're both, maybe as you mentioned, trying to find a way to play into Jinx, for example, and play for AD items, whereas there's already been a JG slam for Cam. He has Ione emblem. He should have that clearer path.
And it does make sense. If you know basically so many players in the lobbies are going to be on those 3-cost rerolls, just join them. If you can't beat them, join them. Just find your own 3-cost reroll that you're going to be playing around, and that can work out beautifully so long as you're not contested.
And it will be the battle of the win streakers here, so this is huge for their gold because they've invested it into their boards and into their win streaks, really hoping that they can keep it. And if they can't, and it looks like on the other side for Li Xiao, we don't have very many upgrades, but maybe it's not going to make a difference.
Board's looking fairly strong, especially the early Loris with the Vow is just a really, really good unit in stage 2 with the extra shielding. Just so much more extra flat HP. I imagine Jazzlade will once again play into Demacia. We saw this from him in game 1 in the lobby we were watching there on the side. And this is one of the most comfortable lines for, I think, every single player this tournament. If you're able to stabilize on 4-1 around your Lux 2, your Garen 2, it's just very hard to bot 4 from that position.
Yeah, we even saw this Defender Demacia Kaisa line that was just one step beside of what we expect. So players are definitely very, very comfortable on it. Partially due to the fact that it was really OP for a part of the time where scrims were happening. Now it's back in a normal place, but still something players are going to lean into when they can.
And that normal place is not a bad place, right? Someone like Kai Wang in the Americas, I think he got such a great placement in regionals, mostly off of playing 16 games of Demacia and 8 of those being the long shot variant before the buffs even happen. So if you're comfortable on the comp and you know how to execute well, it can be a very stable line to play as well.
And Cambly, who's in this lobby, even won a game on that line, which is, you know, it's not usually supposed to win games. And so for Travis here, I think playing around Demacia and specifically the new unlock conditions for Galio is the most important part of why it is so good. And, you know, I'm sure that's why we're holding everything on bench to see if we can get some upgrades and unlock Galio as soon as possible.
And you have Salvage Bin, so he was really open to play around any kind of backline carry. Now that he is going to probably center more around the AP because he has 2 tiers and 2 rods. So most likely leading into AP Demacia, I imagine we'll be contesting Jazzlade.
Yeah, I think so too. We're definitely going to be seeing him be very open to that AP flex based on the components, but there could be something that changes your mind after the next door, as augments are going to roll around here for our players. So let's see what they can find.
And this is going to be very important because we have so many players that are, you know, holding guns to each other and being like, hey, what are we going to play? What are you re-rolling? What am I going to re-roll?
Yeah.
And I think this 3-2 augment will be huge to tell us what they're going to do.
It'll be silver.
The Wild West Showdown.
I know.
Everyone's just counting each other's boards.
Spider-Man meme.
This is where you kind of have to decide the path you will be taking, as you're mentioning. Cam said, you know what? I know the path I'm taking. I'm rolling.
Yes, he is.
No matter what.
For days, in fact.
Oh, restart mission.
Oh my!
That's exactly
is
what
that
you would
restart
want.
mission?
But you hit Ari, so now Cam will be so sad to see this.
Hello?
Huh.
And Robin's like, okay, I guess Dazek chose his path, or the game chose it for him at least.
I know we were
Camberly
talking
is
about luck.
up there. He's like, what are you doing?
You have to time how many seconds Cam's Little Legend stays on the board. That's where you can kind of gauge the emotional state this player's in.
That's messed up.
And the Yordle fits well. One idea is, I'm getting a Yordle emblem. I should play around vertical Yordle. But Yordle is kind of like a mini Infinity Force in terms of the stats you get.
Yep.
And it plays well into Kennen as well. Dazek also knows this, I think. He is happy. He is clapping. He's in a good position in the tournament and in a good position in this Game 3 as well.
And I actually really like Robin Song's kind of sitting tight here, waiting to see exactly what everything's going on, and obviously Dazek throwing a wrench in the plan because Camberly might have to pivot into something else completely. It could be that Targon Malzahar that we've seen be popular. I know he checked earlier. He did have that ideal mod, being that Leeching Nucleus, and so we will see if that is where he ends up instead. But Jazz Latte, still on that win streak, is really, really in the driver's seat.
That is insane. I feel so bad for Cam, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. We're going to need to see if he pivots out or if he stays in, if they're going to be butting heads here, essentially. But there's clearly one winner in these early stages, and that has to be Jazz Latte, just cruising on by, still on 100 HP. 7-win streak, is building out massive econ.
And the big test will be a 3-5, right? That's where most of these free rollers will level to 7. We'll roll quite a bit. We'll try and spike. If Jazz Latte can, despite that, either have good matchmaking or win against these players and go for a 10-win streak, that's just the ideal position to play, not into Demacia, but into Demacia as a footpath into Fast 9 eventually.
And he's not even playing any upgrades on this board. This is kind of like what I would call a scammed win streak, where you're just playing around what you find strongest in your shop. You've got good traits in, you've got good combat power because of it, you're taking augments to help you with this, and you're even beating this player that high rolled their restart mission.
It's the Valoris, I'm telling you. This is a very strong combination in the early game.
That is incredible. This board being able to take down the fully upgraded Ionia set that Dazek did get handed, but we're into the carousel. There is a Garen. It could be interesting to some of those players angling the Demacia line.
Yeah, Jazz Latte will not be getting this Garen. I will promise you that. If he does, I'll be walking off this cast.
Don't say that.
There is absolutely no chance it's going to arrive. Robin looks like he's most likely going to try and play towards Leona, Mal, Zoe, the, in theory, uncontested 3-cost reroll line he has.
Panda.
See ya, Panda.
Panda.
Bye-bye.
Nope.
Panda.
Okay, I'm out. Well,
see you, man.
Bathroom break for me. I'll see you all in stage 5.
Will you grab me a snack on
How does this guy get a Garen while on 100 HP, 8-win streak, perfect setup to play into Demacia? That's just absolutely bonkers.
Oh, he's got Jarvan 2 now. He's going to be able to level to 7 here. And we see Robin Songs now rolling, really trying to stabilize this board. We do have Leona 2 in the front line as well. And so I think this is Targon Mal's, but maybe I'm unsure if he's contested too.
I don't think he should be.
So.
There's a few Zoe players, but
three,
that's it.
Three-cost reroll line that should be
Swain
open.
2. Pretty big spikes here for Robin, and this is the playstyle he committed to all of regionals as well. Not just with the 3-cost rerolls, but with the early unlock 4-cost, playing around Ionia, playing around Void, playing around Warwick. I think he mentioned to me that he thinks a lot of players underrate these comps. They think it's a little bit too weak, but he found so much success, as usual, playing into this kind of easier to execute game plan.
And he is generally also a player that likes to be safe, right? That's just happy to be in the top 4 rather than going for those flip-floppy games for like first or 8. So it does make sense that he finds some comfort in those reroll lines that are usually a little bit easier to get into at least the top 4, but then often struggle capping out at the top end.
Azir? We also have Azir in the shop here on 3-6, so he could play around a Shurima variant of this, which we've seen do quite well, and especially where he's at without, a Nico 2 and also a Vi 2, we're definitely going to need to play flexibly in our front line.
RE1 for Cam still. Tragic.
It is an RE2.
It's an RE2, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're stable here.
Yep.
We're 30 gold here on 3-6 with 7 Ionia in, and so we'll be pretty powerful, but again, the direction was clear from the beginning of the game. We have Ionia +1, and so we're going to play around that for as much as possible, but Dazek definitely threw a wrench in that plan.
Yeah.
both Basic and Cam do have Ahri items. There's a chance that you can, play into Ionia, play into more a Yone AD-centric line and have Ahri as a secondary carry and not kind of the main focus of your board. But in this case, both of them are focusing on this Ahri. So if they're not able to hit the Ahri 3, which one of them will not be able to, that could be the player that will be almost guaranteed to bot forward.
Actually, pretty close win for Cam here after a massive loss streak. Would probably have liked to get a close loss here to take it into Wolves, but Jazz Latte is able to get that 10-win streak that we were talking about as we have arrived at Wolves. He's richer than rich, so that should help him in trying to avoid the fate of being crushed by the re-rollers. But like you mentioned, more and more of those are coming online.
And Travis did pick up the Bruiser emblem off of the branching out, so will not be playing into Demacia most likely. His favorite comp and the comp he likes playing the most is going to be usually Malflex, but I think this is going to maybe lean him a tiny bit more towards Freljord. You have the chance for the Volibear unlock for Bruiser. You have the chance with Sejuani 2 on the bench as well to stabilize your stage 4. And Travis is the kind of player who likes to be a tempo player who stabilizes hard on level 8, but then always caps out really high as well with level 9. And this screams to me Freljord Rise eventually in stage 5.
I do think that he would directly contest our win streaker, though, in Jazz Latte, which, when he's got that much gold, it's going to be a little bit hard to beat.
Well, somebody that in this game finds himself not contesting anybody? That's actually Weijin. Weijin on this Bilgewater line. You were talking about how you really need this misfortune in your shop. Well, good news, he has one in his shop, one in his board, just went level 8 and rolled. Bad news, they haven't found that third copy of her just yet.
Has 7 builds though for the Serpents, has Shyvana in the shop and a Wukong pair as well, so very close to some next pretty big spikes. And this is really the name of the game for Weijin. I think he has to try and preserve as much HP as possible in this stage 4 to try and enter that high cap Bilgewater variant that we tend to see in stage 5 once you get to that Tahm Kench 2.
And he snaps the streak.
Sure does. I mean, we're a little bit of a mixed streak here for Weijin, so not as rich as some of the other players in the lobby, but you have a secondary income source in that Bilgewater shops. But for our players here, gold augments to close it out for the game. Easy choice for Weijin here, going with some more frontline.
Volibear pair is pretty insane. Very expensive to hold though, especially considering that Volibear doesn't really become your main carry in this line until, ideally much later. Not sure if he can even hold both of these Volibears actually.
There we go. Big upgrade.
Yeah, I
doesn't have the items for it as well.
Yeah, I don't think, you would be enticed to because of what it is, but I don't think it fits your game plan right now. I do want to check in with Lisao because that is the heaviest crown player, and he is finding himself more and more upgrades as he is rolling down, looking for those jinxes. One copy short. Can he find it in the next shops?
This is the very traditional setup, right? Heavy as a crown, Aphelios into eventually Jinx, a unit that just loves to scale very late into the fight with her kits and just relying that you have a lot of frontline can win a lot of these fights in stage 4.
Robin did roll down as well. Had a decent roll down. Obviously that frontliner in Leona is the most important part because the longer that frontline's alive, the more DPS your whole team can do. And it's going to stand quite strong, but not quite be able to take down the Jinx. But there it goes. The crown is too heavy.
And it's a good matchup as well, right? Leona has mitigation on all of the auto attacks from that Jinx, so she's much better against an auto attack carry like the Jinx compared to like an AP caster, for example. This should be, as long as the board parity is there for both of these players, a fight that Robin will always win against the Jinx player.
Let's see how Robin is going to be doing moving forward here. Still needs a couple more of those copies. We know how strong this Leona 3 can be. We know how big of a tank she is, but the backline needs to be in place as well.
I love to see what Jazz Latte is up to. He's now snapped that win streak, probably playing for that level 9, and just curious about what his direction might be because there's a lot of contested lines this game, and, how is he going to get out of it? But for YBY1, he has ended up in the Freljord composition as well, and so that line that we thought might be completely open is now two-way contested.
Yep, lifting competition, most likely to play into that line. And we're seeing the APAC playstyle coming out from both of the strong players from APAC in this lobby. Jazz Latte and YB1, the only two players who are sitting on a ton of gold, who are level 8, trying to make it to 9. Jazz Latte from a lot of HP. He can trade off this HP to make it comfortably. YBY1 a little bit less so. He's on 37 HP in a 3-loss streak now, but still holding the line. So this is one of that risky first or 8th place that we'll see from YBY1. Has Ascension as well, has late game specialist, so if he makes it to 9, he can potentially become the strongest player in this lobby.
Looking at the bottom of our screen, I do want to call out that 3 players took crash test dummies. So we have a lot of extra dummies, and also 2 players took exclusive customization. And so a lot of similar augment choices. And so a lot of these endgame boards will have either extra items or extra dummies in the front line.
I'll take it. Some dummies being thrown around is okay for me. Unfortunately, none of the really chased legendaries in that shop there on the carousel. So
level 9.
Not going to come up, but here's YBY1. Big money. Let's see what he can find.
Bazillion is big here to have some kind of an AP carry the Annie as well. We're going to work towards a Rise unlock. You can't get it right away when you get to 9, so there's still one more buff around. He might still lose this fight. If he wins it, if he can save a little bit of extra gold and have like a deeper roll down on 5-1, he could really become the strongest player in this lobby.
It's very much the YBY1 style too. He's one of these players that we know to be one of the highest cap players in the tournament. He's someone that I personally picked in my pickups to be the highest win rate player in the tournament. So, you know, I think it's looking good, possibly win this game, but we'll see how it fares when he rolls completely down in the next round.
Well, somebody that has rolled completely down is Lee Sao there on the opposite side. 0 gold as he's 1 copy off of the Jinx and the Loras. That hurts the most, but is able to actually maybe claw this one back. No, but close enough. Just 1 unit loss is going to be taken by him here as he hopefully finds them in the next shop.
Can we see Hastade level 7 is rolling for the RE3 Daisy can instead push to 8. To just have a stronger board and maybe ignore the RE3 for now for Cam. He did win this last fight. We'll see if he can stabilize without the RE3. That's the big question coming to stage 5 in particular.
For Travis, not looking great, rolling all the way to 0, still not finding his main damage carry upgrade in that Lissandra. But for Dasik, we're playing around tank Yone in the front line. I mean, it's pretty good, right? It survives a long time.
Yordle tank Yone, the new build. That was prophesized.
Take notes.
Where do you think this lands on a tier list?
Dasik would like it to land at least in the top 5 for this game because that's his game plan. Once he saw he was kind of contested, he's just playing for placement, just playing for tempo. He understands there is a 0% chance rolling to 0 every turn he's going to be playing for more than a 4th potentially. But as long as he's able to dodge that 6 or 7, I think he'd be quite happy. Especially with 13 points right now.
Yeah.
Travis, obviously on the Lissandra 1.
Big fight win here
very
for Dasik.
Quickly to the Ahri. We do have multiple players towards the bottom of our table looking very, very dangerously. Probably most notably is Cambuli, who came into the lobby as the top seed in here being 2 seconds in a row.
14 HP for Cam as we enter stage 5. That could be a death sentence if he faces one of the stronger players who we haven't talked about too much to stage 4. Weijin now on a 5-win streak, which is what the doctor ordered in terms of scaling into that build water high cap with a potential Tom Kench 2 in stage 5.
That's actually an inverted flip on their scores. Weijin is the person with the lowest points in this lobby, and Cam is the person with the highest points as they currently find themselves completely upside down. And that's kind of what you were saying going into this game. Sample size on 2 games is just not very big. Doesn't tell you the entire story. So hopefully we can see Weijin continue to get those wins in there as he is very, very healthy up there.
And this is just where Bilgewater kind of gets out of control. You know, we're really, really rich right now. We're about to go level 9 and play a lot of these legendary units, and there's a lot that we can do with it. Jazz Latte, already level 9. Rolling down here, going to unlock Silas if he does decide to sell this Garen, but going to keep it for now.
This is what we talked about at the end of stage 3. Because he was so healthy, because things went so well for him, why hold the line at just Demacia that is not really the highest cap? Instead, use Demacia board as a way to make it to 9 in a good position and play for the real fast 9 AP flex. In this case, looks like it's going to be around Rise.
Cambuli on the left side of the screen facing the player that may have ruined his game plan. Dasik, also the Ionia mirror, but Robin Songs versus Travis is where we will end up. We'll have all of the upgrades hit for Robin now, and this is one of the boards that can be the scariest, especially with these items.
It's a very different matchup for the Leona, though. Lissandra has a lot of burst, and Leona cannot mitigate most of this damage with the flat DR. Is it going to be enough? She's holding on for a long time. The backline is still very healthy. Now Travis makes as well, down to 1 life.
Yeah, dangerous position for the former EMEA champion as he makes his way back to the Tactician's crown. Unable to get this one off the wheels, unfortunately. Too much has happened. Too many spikes have come in from the rest of the player group on their rerolls, on the Bilgewater, on the Freljord. It's just all too much.
Was looking for a Volibear pair to try and use that duplicator, couldn't find it, and had to settle for just the Braum 2. Naked, no items, transfers now the items for that Braum, and Travis is on his last effort to try and stay alive this round, to try and get a few more points in this game 3.
We'll have two of our America's favorites on the left side of our screen. Wajan Iverson still sitting on a ton of gold, where Camberley has rolled it all down and found this RE3 that is one of the most powerful units in this whole game. The Yone taking down the Misfortune will be incredibly strong, and it looks like for Travis as well on the right side, the Rise from Jazz Latte is doing so much AoE damage, just a matter of the front line can fall.
And the matchmaking really favors Cam here. Wajan still has not pushed to level 9, still has not rolled all his gold, so not quite able to get that spike yet, and that favors Cam surviving here. Travis, unfortunately not the case, will be going down in 8th here, could not quite make this Freljord board work.
Unfortunate, but sometimes games go like that. He's still overall on a decent point total, so I wouldn't be too worried if it's just 1/8. I will say, though, Travis is a player that likes to sometimes get in his head, so hopefully he can avoid that here after an unfortunate loss, and we'll just shrug it off.
Just 1/8. It's really similar. You can lose to just 1 Krug. It's fine.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tell myself that all the time.
Who's the highest cap player in this lobby? I think it might just be Wajan. Tom Ken's 2 online now, has pushed to 9. He's on a Kindred pair, can potentially transfer some items off of this MF once he does do that Kindred. Really is hoping to find a Senna at some point in this stage 5, the only unit he's really missing. Maybe this Carousel will bless him in the same way that Jazz Latte was blessed in stage 3.
I mean, he's just absolutely rolling at day 6 board. And hey guys, don't look now. Actually, you can look. That is an EMEA 7-8.
Yeah, Cam wins out in that RE showdown, in the Wild West showdown. Dasik, unfortunately, could not quite fight for that 5th placement he was looking for, go 7th. There's no Senna, unfortunately, for Wajan, but I think he's quite content with anything that happens the rest of this stage 5, considering his current position.
And as we look at the bottom of our screen, we're able to see the picture of where people did end up. Li Xiao took that Jinx line that we said was uncontested, and it is one that, you know, is very, very good into this late game, especially with Heavy as the crown.
Yeah, I was worried for him a little bit, but the fact that he was able to preserve so much HP before actually hitting the upgrades, due to that Heavy as the crown delivering so much extra power, was really, really good for Li Xiao. But Cannon 3 is also really, really good.
Exactly enough gold to hit it. You can also transfer the Void Staff because of Kennon's kind of AoE stun effect, able to get 3 real items on the Yone. So a really good round for Cam. We'll see if it'll be enough, considering that his board, I think, is a little bit capped, and there are some very scary boards. The battle of the 3-cost rerollers, the battle of the Americas players in this 5-5 round.
Where this Yone casts and ends up after that is going to be the most important. We are onto the Leona on the other side, and we will wrap the backline on the right side alongside that Kennen to keep us alive as long as possible. They are doing a bunch of single target damage to the Leona, but it is so tanky that Dragon's Claw means there's not a lot going through to that HP bar.
Well, if you're going to be as heavily contested as Cam was, I think you're cutting your losses here. You're going to be happy about at least getting a 7th and not a 6th and not being a 7th. So 6-7, you know how it is.
And Wajan's doing it. Finds the Kindred 2, finds the Senna, flips that coin into that Bilgewater game plan, but it's working out. And this is kind of the risks that you have to calculate for and take in a position like his.
We're going to see a battle of very high-capped boards here.
Yes.
YBY1 did take a loss last round, which obviously isn't great, but 1 HP is all you need to win a game, and, you know, that's part of the pick'ems, too. I'm sorry, I'm just really want to win those.
I can tell. That's all right, though. I hope chat does, too. Keep in mind, pick'ems will open back up on day 3, and we'll keep you updated on how that is all going. But right now, YBY1 needs to win this round against the Targon board. They're on the opposite side. Zoe and Leona delivering a lot of the damage, and the front line has crumbled.
The Volibear got deleted very early on to the Voidlings, and the Gunblade really has helped mitigate that Ascension damage coming through. So YBY1 also taken down 5th place for the fan favorite coming out of APAC.
Weijin also took a big loss there. I believe it was to Jazlatte, who's on that 5-win streak. And so we'll definitely keep an eye. They're also playing Rise, but I don't believe it's upgraded. And so for Lich Zhao here, taking a loss the previous 2 rounds means this isn't looking too great.
Good news for Robin and Lee Sao. I think playing 3-cost reroll, you're very happy to end up in this top 4. For Robin in particular, we have to remember back to the start of Stage 3 where there was 3 players who were not really sure where their games were going, and Robin has succeeded in the end.
I think specifically for all 4 of these players in the top 4, this is the game they needed. Specifically Robin and Weijin, who were playing from behind in points and now are moving themselves up the table just in Game 3.
That's right, and that is going to keep on going. Of course, there's so many games until we actually cut down to the very final lobby, and players will continue to fight through those. But for now, every single point matters. Every single point could be the difference between you and elimination at the end of the day. So all of these players will try to claw just one more placement. Lee Sao in 1 life, 2 losses. Can the crown bring him another win?
And it will be Robin versus Weijin on the left. I think this might be the end of the road for Robin. We'll see what Weijin has been able to do now. 3 items onto that Kindred, so really kicking up another gear on that backline AD carry. And we're seeing an absolute demolish to Robin, but the Leona's still alive. Can she hang on for long enough? The Senna's onto the backline carries, actually, so that's it.
Yeah.
Robin had a good run, a clean top 4 for the Americas players. And Lee Sao also down makes the 3-cost rerolls. I mean, that's the end of the road for them.
Yeah, very similar story on both sides of the board. Their backline carries under attack, just getting absolutely demolished by those backline access carries. And Jazlatte just finds another upgrade. You know, he's been chilling. He's on a 6-win streak. Galio 2 comes online. And honestly, between the 2 of them, the eye test is actually quite difficult due to the fact that Jazlatte is still missing that Rise 2.
High gold, high HP. You know what it led to? Some Fast 9 gameplay, and we are seeing some incredibly capped boards, and this is exactly what is the recipe to win a game in this patch.
And Axioms as well for both players. That might be the secret sauce the players did not want you to know. Kindred versus Rise. Who's going to come out on top in this Stage 6 showdown between Jazlatte and Weijin? And AD versus AP as well. What a wonderful mirror match here essentially between these players.
Very awesome matchup. I'm just so happy to see Weijin back on the top of the lobby leaderboard. He had me worried for a little bit.
It's so close.
This is such a close matchup, and he will go 1 more round, and maybe at the carousel.
It's the Misfortune cast came through right at the perfect moment, and the unit on the other side staying alive was the difference in this fight. And I think the difference is that Weijin can continue to feed this Tahm Kench and give it more and more HP. And where Jazlatte, unless he finds some of these more upgrades, there's not too much more other than getting a new item on carousel that can make this board stronger.
Looking at the stats from these players in regionals, Jazlatte 8% win rate, Weijin 22%, across this set.
Yep.
Weijin definitely the player who has been more accustomed to capping his board out a little bit higher. Part of this build bar line, I think, feeds so well into that.
Here we go.
Well, let's see how the cookie crumbles this time. Weijin could get a win in the previous round. Jazlatte still unable to get the upgrades into the backline as there is a ruckus. I can hear our co-casters also popping off over there. I'm curious what's going on the other lobby, but Weijin doesn't look like he has this one. Will get knocked out. 2nd place still. A massive comeback and a heads-up play from Jazlatte, from the APAC favorite here in Game 3.
Still impressive game from Weijin. A bit of a coin flip playing into the Blizzwater line. Especially dicey when you have a lot of players playing for 3-cost reroll, where you might bleed a lot of HP in Stage 3 and the start of Stage 4. But we saw that 5-win streak coming in Stage 5, a very comfortable position. He could push that level 9 all the way to 5-3 instead of 5-1, have extra resources, and then came up huge with the Tahm Kench 2, the Kindred 2. So just a clean game from one of our champs from Americas.
I mean, one of my favorites for sure coming in. I really want to see him come out on top where, some of our other main characters are doing well, some are not. And so in this game, maybe playing against not what he wanted to be his game plan, but it paid off expertly.
That's right, and we heard there's more expertly stuff happening over in one of our alternative lobbies. I see Necra, I see Clement. Guys, what's going on over there?
Oh, so many
much.
spicy things. We were talking about main characters, and unfortunately for us, we did have one of them potentially knocked out as Hwanmie did drop down to doubles board. He went 6th place, total for 5 points right now. You needed 22 points to advance out of the bottom 8 in the previous TAC round, so not looking so hot for one of our main characters.
But I will say the fact that Hwanmie even got the 6th place to begin with is pretty impressive because looked pretty doomed. He was trying to go for an Ishtal cash out, didn't hit the Ishtal units he needed to even get the trait online until 3-3, 3-4.
We rolled to 0 on 7 for Nico. So 6th place is a win.
It was a win
maybe.
for that, maybe. But as you said, I think the points are still going to be pretty difficult for Hwanmie to come back from. So we are anticipating that Hwanmie may get eliminated at the end of the day. That would be a pretty big player to be out of the discussion for the tournament.
On the other hand, though, we were super happy about Double's performance because he just had one of the best starts at Attack Round ever. 3-0 start, 8-8-8, 24 points, leading the entire field on another Darius LeBlanc, just chopping heads left and right. Reddy couldn't stand up to him. Hwanmie was tack round on tack round violence, championship gone. It was beautiful.
Wait, so if I'm doing the math right, you're saying that he could just take the day off and already make it to day 2?
Yes.
I wouldn't advise
Theoretically.
it, but
true.
I have never seen Clement so excited for the start of the tournament.
But that was why we were popping off, because in that final fight, it looked like maybe there wasn't really a whole lot else that Double could do in order to win the 1v1 versus Reddy. But then a miracle happened. He got the right targeting. He was able to actually get the Kindred in with the Shojin online, and it was just perfect to be able to keep the board nice and healthy. And he got the right targets that he needed to take down the Jinx reroll.
And in the meantime, we have another good news for
Another breaking
EMEA.
news.
It's Panda's going to be happy. He's smiling now, but he's going to be grinning even harder.
Don't torture him.
The Spanish champion, Revan, took another first place.
Let's go.
Probably not another, sorry. First place on the same exact comp that Double. Double teaching the region well. And it was another Darius plus LeBlanc job onto another reroll composition. Very strong performance starting for him.
It was also very impressive because Revan had the heads-up play to actually hold on to the Garen copies so that other players could not unlock Sylas and hold copies of the Sylas from him. So that's going to be a first place for Revan, and a huge comeback for him since that regionals run was a little bit unlucky, and I feel like Revan had a lot to prove in this tournament, and he's proven it today, showing up big.
We have to remind everyone of the redemption story. Revan currently is not in TBC, but if he makes it to the finals, day 3, he kicks the 32nd place out from regional finals. So this could be a generational run for Spain to keep their slot.
Yeah, I mean, Panda's not going to comment on that because he's obviously known as a jinx.
I don't want to curse anyone. I'll stay silent.
He's not allowed to speak on this matter. He's a big, big cursor, but I'm quite glad to see it, guys. Thank you.
No problem.
You're welcome.
I'm sure you all will be very happy to see what's coming up in your next lobby.
I'm sure we will too, because we're going to go into that lobby and, of course, take a look. But that is exciting news. Double 3 first places to start off a Tactician's crown.
There's been times where the GOAT conversation comes up, and some viewers and fans of TFT esports say Double does not even belong in the conversation because he only has one TAC crown win. I truly hope this is the weekend to shut those people up because this guy deserves GOAT status. He is just a legend of the game, so consistent, such a longevity in his career, and he's popping off to start this day off.
Well, The players you're currently looking at are unfortunately not popping off. We're looking at our standings after Game 3 halfway checkpoint of today. CLE, still we're seeing a lot of our favorites from the Americas towards the bottom there, unfortunately.
Yep, moving their way up though. We love to see that. And towards the top of this, right in the middle of the table, we're seeing 14 points be right around that middle mark. So really what you're aiming for to set yourself up to have a good day 2 and then move on to that finals.
Cam is maybe one of those players who we saw didn't have the greatest results in that last game, but still sitting in the top 10 in the standings. So one of the hopes right now for the Americas as a region.
Absolutely, but ready, showing up so big for the Americas here. Darth Up, JRC also in there. CLE, you're looking shocked.
Stop the count. End it here.
There's 2 things I'm shocked about. One, that there's 3 EMEA and Americas. I'll give us our guys the credit too.
That's crazy after
but there's
last
no
round.
APAC after 6 of them in the final lobby last time around. So things just keep changing. This TFT game is unpredictable sometimes.
Don't call it.
I'm not.
Before the day's over. I'm just saying.
Before the 2 days are over, there's still a lot of TFT to be played. A lot can still happen, but definitely not the start that was expected. After looking at scrims even, most of the Americas and EMEA's players were telling me CN and APAC are quite a bit ahead of us in terms of capping out, in terms of winning games. We are learning a lot from both of these regions, and maybe they learned a bit too much in those scrims because they are applying what they learned in these games, and it's working.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Listen, I'm here for a little bit of regional change because some of our regions, it's been a while since we had a crown.
How long, Mix?
I'm just saying, no, I'm not going to talk about that.
And who won that last one?
It's a history book for the ages. I am not going to curse anybody. You will not get me to.
I'm trying.
Truly lore and legend. We have to go back in history for quite a while.
The crazy part is he's 5 points up on the rest of the field in just 3 games.
Yeah.
So that's great news, obviously, for Double and all the EMEA fans, but it's also good news for everyone else because all that does is shove it all closer together and gives you a great comeback mechanic.
Well, if you guys want to get a shot at maybe someday playing at the Tactician's Crown, you can register on CompeteTFT.com. Do it by April 20th to compete in Space Gods, a new set that we are, unveiling throughout this Tactician's Crown. It's looking pretty exciting from everything we've seen so far. And yeah, get on there, get your own card. They are super cute. You can compete in the tournaments tier 2 to start it off, or if you are one of the expert backseat chatters, maybe tier 1.
And it's going to be some motivation, right, for your ranked grind start, knowing that you're already signed up, you've manifested your destiny, you have a chance to play for these snapshots and have a great first month of a ladder, really, to make it that much more exciting.
And it's a fun grind, right? Being able to compete at the highest level is very, very difficult. And for many of these players, it's the allure of the couch to the crown, being a player that's just, hey, maybe I was just playing mobile, but now I want to take this super seriously, compete at the highest level, and possibly make it even to this stage.
Are you insinuating our mobile players don't take the game seriously?
I'm saying I play better on my computer with a mouse and a keyboard.
Well, that's just skill diff.
Definitely.
We're just throwing our casters under the bus. That's just how we do things, apparently, on the TechCon stage.
Gotta have a little bit of fun. Come on now. But this is the lobby. We are going to go in for game number 4. We were talking about it. Reven is in here, Panda, so you will need to speak on him. Sorry to tell you that, but a lot of other interesting players here once more. Marcel P, the Americas regional champion, on the 9-point marker. We get to check in with him as well here, Celia.
I think there's multiple interesting players in this, and specifically I want to talk about Saya and Bin Bin specifically, who are CN representatives that going into this, we don't know that much about. They're players that we get to see compete within the domestic circuit over there. It's a little bit of a different format, but I was told by one of the players that Saya specifically is someone they were a little bit scared of to play against, and so I'm curious to see their play style here in this game.
These are players who maybe just because they do really well in scrims, they can kind of form a reputation for themselves for the rest of the competitors, even though they're not maybe as known internationally or they don't have a long career playing TFT at the highest level. I'm really excited for Darth as well. I think he's a player who had a really great start to the sets. Then, similar to Revan, fell off a tiny bit towards regionals, towards the last few TPC events as well. And so there was not much hope and stock on these players who got their ticket to TAC round much earlier. But they're both performing at a very high level. They've put in the time to return to that peak form coming to this weekend with how much is at stake.
Marcel P, a personal favorite of mine, the regionals winner from the Americas, is having his best set of all time. Sub 4 AVP for the very first time in his career, and started off with an 8th place in this tournament. So
we are going to go into game number 4, and it is a Rise encounter. I know you guys are going to be excited about that here watching. Take a look at those emblems. Tell me right now, Panda, who's winning?
I can tell you right now, it's very bad news for Revan. Revan is a player who really succeeds when he can execute well on a line he's familiar with. His last 2 games were both on Darius reroll, and he found a lot of success. His emblems do not lean too much into Darius reroll. There's a defender emblem. Maybe he just says, you know what, that's enough.
I mean, I don't know exactly where you end up with that. One player I am looking at and being a little bit excited about is Marcel P, having a pretty clear Warwick line there with the Zon emblem and Quick Striker. But I also think anytime you get Noxus +1, you're pretty happy.
I'll say Gobo as well is a player who just, in the way he understands TFT, is probably buffed the most by these type of encounters that add a lot of variance to the game. And so I think Gobo will be quite happy anytime he does see Rise.
I'm looking at Sayas with the Demacia Defender Piltover. I think that's a pretty decent augment selection just to go into what's generally considered good on the Demacia line. So you're probably going to be very happy about that one. The Gobo one is a little bit of a cook, but it could work.
Listen, I've seen Gobo play 3-star Jin, 4 Gunslinger, Tank T-Hex carry at some point in this set. If there's anyone who can make just random assortments of conditions work, it is someone like Gobo, who's sporting a very cute little legend, homage to our wonderful Paris Open.
First augment choice of the game will be gold. Once again, to get us started, we've seen that Bringer of Ruin with that Noxus +1 could be the easy choice here.
Well, I was going to talk about Bin because we saw him in one of our previous games, I believe game number 1, and he was quite impressive there. He was the one that played around this defender line, so I was hoping he would cook a little bit. I feel like with Bringer of Ruin, you're more looking at a standard way to approach the game.
Also a really good item holder, I believe Aphelios for this Gunslinger emblem as well, so a really clean start here for Bin. One of the small weaknesses of Bringer of Ruin is that it's very hard to have LeBlanc unlocked on 2-1 and having the chance to have the Noxus online immediately. So you lose 1 round of stacking for the Otacon, but because of the emblem, you have it right away.
Spreading Roots being the choice for Saya here, meaning now we have 2 more emblems. Sadly, none of them exactly match up to make it, an easy game, but we're going to have a lot more options to work with alongside the ones we were given by Rise.
Yeah, I feel like he was kind of lucky on the Rise ones, and then he low-rolled on the Root ones. Looking at his selection, he got Warden and Slayer out of that, not necessarily what you were thinking of with the previous ones, but, you got to take whatever you can get. That's how that works. If you click on Roots, you may get blessed, or you won't.
Hear me out. Branching out 3-2, triple reforge, perfect hits.
Okay.
It's time.
The Marcel P
Flip
line.
it and ship it.
Marcel P reforged, open reforged in stage 3 into just exactly what he needed to go to 10 Noxus.
These high rollers from the Americas.
So, I mean, hey, no, it's just called tactical strategy. And knowing exactly what your win condition is and hitting it.
All right. How do I learn how to do that?
You give the game the chance to allow you to high roll, and sometimes it'll work.
Just making sure I understood all of that. Lita Chuan actually has the Yordle emblem as well and decided to go for the Darken, so very common augment being picked. I feel like ever since they made this one, players have been really loving this one. You just know exactly what you're getting, you know exactly which ways you can take this, and so going to be happy about this one.
Yeah, it used to always be a pick into Darken Bow at the start of the set. I think most of the start and the middle patches of the set were a lot more AD-centric, but once that switch was flipped and we had AP really come into the meta in a big way with Demacia taking over and Fast 9 AP Flex, Darken Staff became an insta-pick for so many players, just a really great artifact. And as you're mentioning, makes the guarantee of having that extra item, especially when you're looking at lines like, say, Zoe Miles Reroll, where you really want infinite gold to hit 3 3-star 3 costs, but also infinite items to itemize all of them. That extra artifact really helps.
While we're paused, we're able to take a look at the bottom of our screen and get a little snapshot of what we are looking at across the lobby. And there's one player that's got a very interesting setup, and that is Milo, who does have that Ixtal already online.
I actually wanted to talk about a different player that has a really interesting setup, because we were both looking at different things there. Yeah, the Ixtal, we can talk about that, but I quickly wanted to shout out that Marcel P picked up a Zon emblem and got an Echo too really, really early, so I expect him to do really well in these early stages here on the back of that.
Will it be Echo reroll? Probably not.
No.
Unfortunately,
not.
but I
That
did enjoy that
time is
Echo
over.
patch quite a bit, to be honest. I wish he was back.
It was pretty sweet. I thoroughly enjoyed it. We do have Revan leveling to 5 here already after losing a round, so trying to push some tempo.
This is what he was famous for when he was first invited to the TPC. A lot of backlash on, if he would do well, and he really excelled last set, especially playing around very high tempo game plans, leveling to 7 very early in stage 3, for example, and really pushing the pressure in the lobby, which I think this 3-cost meta kind of really favors him in that sense.
Li2 Chuan on the other side going to be taking a loss here. I don't know if it was a level 5 diff, but it is a good fight for Revan here, able to now get back to his winning ways. And across the lobby, it's going to be very interesting to keep our eye on gold, because we didn't have very many players take any specifically econ augments outside of Marcel P and Revan. Oh, and Milo, of course.
Of course. All right, let's see what else we can grab there. I feel like in the previous games that we saw, there was a lot more reroll than I expected from our players. And I feel like with the extra emblems, you are steering a little bit away from that, because those 3-cost rerolls rely so much on perfect items, so it can get iffy to try and also juggle the emblems. I'm curious how our lobby is going to get there.
I think it will probably still be reroll for Li2 Chuan. He does pick up a second Ahri now with the Ionia emblem, with the Adaptive Slam possible as well. We could even maybe see Darius Ahri, a variation we see a little bit less often, but it's a possibility as well if no one's contesting the Darius line.
Another thing that's possible in the Rise portal is that Rise becomes much better, because you can activate more of these regional traits. You can make this unit be the most powerful thing in the game. But you know what's also powerful? Getting a Brock on your board. 15 rounds of playing Ixtal, and then we got it.
And this changes the way you play Ixtal, Mace. You have to play for much more high tempo and just survive until that point, rather than playing for a lose streak or kind of losing around in stage 2 and 3.
Well, that is what I would love to see, but we have started out with a loss streak here, so Milo will need to find an answer to that puzzle to try and scoot on through to 5-2, because that is quite a ways away. And right now, the board is not looking too strong.
Good news is we'll be getting some resources and rerolls from Calculated Loss, so we have the resources to stabilize, but it's going to be a matter of maintaining that HP.
I don't know how familiar you guys are with Milo, because obviously he is a player that we've seen before, but I've been watching a lot of his scrims. And even though I don't understand the word, I'm having a grand old time. It is so funny. He's like preying on his enemy's downfall whenever they contest him. He's like Robin walking on Robin. It's just, it's a hoot.
I think Milo is a good example of an APAC player who is not maybe as well known, but just really embodies APAC as a region. Very exciting TFT almost always in terms of high cap boards, but also how they get there is really interesting. I think they really think outside the box in a lot of their game plans.
And I actually think Darth Noob fits that mold pretty similarly from the Americas. He's one of these players that loves to flip games more than anyone else. Very high first place rate, but a pretty high 8th place rate as well. And so starting off the days strong, looking forward to continue to see what he's going to cook up, specifically in Rise Portal.
Well, for now, he's going to keep that loss streak going, but is going to be happy about that. Still on very good HP in the overall as we move into Krugs. And that allows us to kind of check in with our players. I'm looking across the board to see if there's maybe something extraordinary standing out. But besides finding that Echo too, I feel like the rest of our competitors are just kind of cruising. There's no big upgrades early on.
Revan did find an early Yunara, which is one of the benefits of leveling early to 5. You get the chance to see some of those forecasts. Small chance, but a chance nonetheless. So this is potentially a game plan that Revan can play around for stage 3 in particular. Maybe he'll also play into Ionia as a line for tempo. This is the comp he won his TPC, the Shrima Cup with as well, so it's a line he's comfortable on.
However, there are 2 other players who also have an Ionia emblem, so leaning into Ionia with being aware of that, you really need to make sure you're checking your boards, you know what they're going to play so that you can tap into it.
Yeah, it'll be just for tempo. I think he'll end up on Slayers. It looks like most likely some variation either with Belveth, because he has the Void and the Slayer +1, and he's holding the Void and the Briar pair as well.
And Yasuo too is
it
a
could
great way to
be.
get
It
there.
could be Yone Slayers actually, a comp that we see not very often, but this is kind of the perfect setup to play into it. It's a comp that you only really have a spot to play in maybe 1 out of 50 games, but it's a really cool comp if it ends up happening.
He also did get dropped the Reforger, so now he's the option to get out of some of the emblems he may not even want. That Defender emblem could not be what he wants. For Gobo here, looks like we didn't get a Reforger, but we have a very clear line. It looks like we're playing towards Vigar.
Also, the comp that Gobo won his TPC tournament on, and it's a comp that he copied off of YBY1. He saw YBY1 winning with it, and he said, you know what? That looks pretty good.
He called it, yeah.
He called it before the game started, and he had a spot to play it, and he played it, and he 3-starred both the Fizz and the Veigar to win the TPC event. So a lot of comfort comps for our players, despite it being a Ryzen counter, which you'd normally think would send you in a more confusing position.
Well, let's see if the augments can maybe add a little bit of chaos or clarity for our players as they do come on by. Golden augments, where our first choice is going to be silver as second choice. I believe that will be just a little bit of lower influence for most of them.
We'll have good combat options, maybe a little bit of extra gold, and we see for Gobo taking some more items. Maybe he's just praying for those 2 rods to pop out of there and possibly go for Vigar. But very interestingly, Milo taking augmented power means that we will not have prismatic at the end, but instead he's really hoping that it's a gold augment.
Good call, and this is one of the risky kind of coin flip augment pickups where you only really want to take this from a pretty dire position. If it ends up panning your way, it usually gives you a pretty good chance to spike in on 4-2. But if as you're mentioning, players get much better value on those augments than you could end up 8th or 7th.
Yeah, it does come down to what it is in the end, but knowing his game plan and knowing he needs to survive to 5-2 to then be rewarded with yet another big spike could just be what he needs to get to that point. We need to see whether or not that is in the cards. Litu Chan also picking that up, though. I think that's the bigger surprise.
Yeah, and really is stable now. Obviously, it's info that's across the lobby. Everyone's now going to know it's not prismatic. But with an RE2, with the Darkened item on her, it's going to be very hard to lose rounds in the rest of stage 3.
And that was the magic of that stage 2 carousel. Found the second RE that much closer to spiking before even rolling. So it's a really good position to play into this line for Li Tuchuan. And he understands, I don't need more power from my augment. I can play for this even higher cap because I have enough power already off of my shop high rolls.
Another upgrade coming through as well means that, hey, he's chilling. But for our bringer of Ruin player Bin Bin, we haven't won many rounds, meaning that we're not really stacking up our Otacon. And I do really like this augment. I know it is very, very good to scale into late game, but it did get nerfed.
So we are getting word from our observers, shout out, that he's currently on 15 on the Otacon.
Okay, not too many, but we'll work our way up, especially as there's more units to kill in the late game.
And now with the power of Darius and the 3 costs in the Noxus line, most likely this is indicating a 3-5 roll down. So we hope to see him go to 7, roll down a little bit, and try and find a big win streak for the end of stage 3, the start of stage 4 that can eventually bridge him either into Darius reroll or potentially into vertical Noxus going to 8 earlier to find a 7 Noxus to make Otacon that real carry.
I think one thing that's been missing so far in our game today is Mel. We know from either scrim stats and even regionals that Mel Flex has been one of the best compositions to play and one of the most popular, and yet we haven't seen too much.
I think the issue with Mel is that you rely on getting that Ambessa first to then unlock her, and then you also need the upgrade. We saw a couple of Mels, but they always fall short on either trying to get there or getting the upgrade on the Mel. So there was Mel ones, but it's so unreliable, and there are other comps that feel like much more attractive in terms of how safely they can get you there. I feel like players are not yet in positions where they need to push it for most of them.
And
Lots of Ionia, though.
Yeah, Gobo not going for the Rod here as well, so I think he's indicating he's not playing for the Veigar. Already slammed a JG as well, so most likely going into a different AP line.
Looks like probably Ionia. Moving into that very contested, we're going now and rolling down on 3-5 for Bin Bin, trying to stabilize. We do have now an important pair, but no upgrades yet.
And no Darius yet is the bigger concern for me if you're playing around Noxus on stage 3.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward situation for Bin Bin here.
Gravis.
Dig pretty deep as well, but some of our other players have done the same. Checking in with Saya, you were mentioning, CLE, this is a player that in scrims got a lot of respect, despite being pretty much an unknown, a mystery player that not many people put too much hope into coming into this Tactician's crown, is currently on an 8th streak as he is moving through this lobby on 100 HP on the back of carrying Lulu.
Finally.
Finally, her time has arrived.
The time to shine, and the streak will hopefully continue. The Wukong in the front line already for Li Tuchuan will make this very, very hard to take down. But we're seeing Lulu do so much damage. Saya specifically was 4th in the TOC, so not a great final day, but had very, very good stats. Did not go 8th a single time in regionals, and so they're showing that they're probably not going to do that again this game.
And Revan cosplaying as a CN player in this top 4, a 4-win streak for him now as well. Playing around this Ionia line. Looking at Milo's spot there. Ixtal is always risky. 9 loss streak, maybe a little bit riskier than I would hope for. He does have Calcloss. He does have a chance for a huge spike on 4-2, but is he going to get into maybe a 1-life position by the time we get there?
Yeah, we'll need to see what he can get from his prismatic. That'll be the big factor for Milo. I do want to call out something that we were talking about when we saw the carousel, and that is the 3-way Ionia contest. Even though it could just be for tempo for some of them right now, it definitely does slow them all down because they're unable to get those upgrades to really play around that tempo.
Good news for Milo. We saw at the beginning of this round, and on his board, he does have 5 Ishtal in. And so he is gaining a little bit of HP back to keep himself alive. But Saya, very happy that they're able to face the lost streaker in the lobby right now.
Imagine he does have to just roll down on 4-1 at 20 HP now. I don't think you want to be on 1 life, even if you get very strong on 4-2, because there tends to always be that one kind of Grim Reaper boogeyman player that just becomes very, very strong and can knock you out if you're on 1 life that early into the game.
Oh.
He's already level 8.
Yeah,
30
just
gold.
leveled.
The big thing that will swing this game is seeing what kind of augment we have on 4-2. Milo, hoping that can bail him out. But for Li Tuchuan, who's already in a good position, is that something that can be the win condition, or is it a little bit of a low roll if it is a silver to finish off the game?
The 280-centric item needs a final item on the Lux here. Unlocks the Galio. If he finds a Garen 2 with the Juggernaut emblem, that could be so, so big for Milo stabilizing.
Well, how far is he willing to dig? He's definitely rolling a little bit to try and get some of those upgrades in there to try and stop the bleeding.
Annie?
Served an Annie.
Annie's a great way to stabilize the board. The items look great for that as well, so we're able to get the Garen online as well. We're going to play 7 Demacia. We might even be able to get Annie on the board, but instead we're just going to play around this. We hit the Lux 2, so Milo quite stable here.
Needs to reforge here some of the components. Needs to find a final item for the Lux. Just a Juggernaut emblem on the Garen for now.
He may be waiting until after he can cash out Istal to maybe even reforge that as well.
Yeah, goes for the Nash in the end. Jewel Lotus would be so good for his position if he finds it after having to slam Nasher here from his remaining item components. And this fight win is also so important to stop the bleeding here, to end the loss streak, to stabilize, to try and take over this stage 4 and come back into the game.
Definitely a very good news for Milo, but let's see if the
Holy.
prosthetic is also good news.
That
Gotta
is-
open up the opportunities for Hyrule,
Yes.
as our good friend CLE mentioned earlier.
Gotta let the game give you the blessing. For Li Chuan, we're gonna get lots of frontline, getting all of those belts and the extra HP from them. Gobo taking reinforcement to try and get an easy upgrade. We're gonna get that Wukong 2. Able to spend that here early. Marcel P also taking Gilded Steel and playing around some of these important 5 costs.
Yeah, usually that reinforcement is more of a desperation pick, but it does lead back to that contest on the Ionia that Gobo, who actually wanted to play on that line, based on everything we're seeing, is caught in, unfortunately. So we'll need to use it on the Wukong here, like you mentioned. Doesn't give me too much confidence, though, for the rest of the game.
It's the same game from Basic that we just saw. You know your cap is quite low because of the conditions of the lobby and your current position, so you're just playing to salvage placements and to fight for maybe a 5th or even a 6th in some cases.
Marcel P is playing a fairly unique version of Warwick from what we see from the players. Usually we're not playing around 7s on, and usually this Warwick is a melee unit, but instead we have Long Shot, which gives the +1 range. This Jinx is going to be very, very close to death, but it is ramping up, and the Zillion Bomb does take it down. So Marcel looking at another bot 4 possibly.
Saya is still streaking, by the way. Still on 100 HP. 12 win streak now. Level 8. Lux 2, Garen 1, Galio in place.
Just a really strong augment combo. Spreading roots, just the value you get from the emblems themselves, plus the direction into now Exiles on 4-2, one of the stronger items when you're on a win streak and you want to find a way to continue the win streak. Almost always the answer for one of the best combat augments you can get is Exiles in this set, and he was able to pick that up on 4-2. So it's going to be one of those players that is going to try and coast his way to 9 on a pretty strong board. He has so much HP to trade away to accumulate more and more gold and go for a massive roll down on stage 5.
And it could be. This is a good recipe for a Mr. 100 here on the Tactician's Crowns
There's
stage.
no way.
So we'll keep an eye on
Well,
it.
now
I definitely
you
just
jinxed
cursed
it.
it
It's not
for
going
sure.
to happen, so
It's fine.
thank you, CLE.
It's fine. Revan, though, is also got a huge HP lead in the lobby.
Not only that, he just got the upgrade on the Yone too. So we were talking about how this is a really good comp that he can lean into if he's comfortable on it with this emblem selection. He said, yep, I absolutely am, and he's playing around this Yone, has Aatrox in place as well, so looking pretty strong.
The rare spot to play one of the coolest comps in the game right now. Yone with Slayers. All these Giga Chad melee units trying to fight their way into your backline. Usually you're like, no, I'll just play around Ahri and the boring vertical Ionia, but Revan says, I have different ideas.
He also has Precision and Grace.
Yep, even cooler.
A great augment to play, especially with these melee carries. And so these things are dashing around, doing so much damage.
I take it back. I said Revan is not good at cooking and he needs to stick to the simple lines, but okay, Revan, you got game. I see you now.
Ask and you shall receive is the answer here for Revan, but we need to look towards our lower placement standings player right now. Marcel P there on 16 HP. Milo has stopped the bleeding, is winning, so I'm not too worried about that. But let's take a look here at the board that Marcel P has cooked up. Was thinking about going into that zone line from the start, from that Echo 2, but is kind of in an awkward place.
It's a position where if you're not playing for Jinx 3 and you're not ahead of tempo, you end up bleeding out most of the times on stage 4, especially on stage 5 where you're not really seeing a higher cap than this. You're on 0 gold, donkey rolling every turn on level 8. You're 5 copies of Jinx away from 3-starring her as well. So it is not looking good for the America's regional champion in this game.
He's someone in the regionals that had most of his success on rerolls. And so maybe a little bit out of the comfort zone with the Rise and Counter. We'll be taking a good win here to stabilize at the end of Stage 4. So most likely he'll see Stage 5 and give himself some more options to work with. But Milo gonna be stabilizing with that 4-win streak. And so he is gonna be a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. Streak has been snapped on the top end as well. Like we said, you jinxed that expertly, CLE. Thank you very much for ruining our hopes and dreams. But that also means the lobby is moving a little bit closer together. That boogeyman moment has vanished for now, but it might reappear. Whether it is from Milo or Revan or Zaya, we'll have to see who is able to claw their way back onto the top, onto the win streak. Let's check in with Milo and see how he's doing as he goes up against Saya's board.
Lux 2, Garen 2, 3 items on Garen plus a Juggernaut emblem. I mean, it is the only real outcome you can expect in this situation. A 4-win streak should be a 5, and this is the stabilization Milo was playing for off of the huge high roll from the Jeweled Lotus as well on 4-2.
And we will be cashing on 5-2 with 500 of these Sun Shards from Ishtal. And so this isn't even the strongest he'll get. He's winning all of Stage 4. He's hopefully going to be winning all of Stage 5 with the 500 cash out.
Influx of components and a little bit of gold to help players find those upgrades. Marcel P gets a Cinch 2. Not necessarily the saver you need, but it could be a part of the puzzle that is an answer to his spot.
Ornn, did he make an item there? No, just making progress there. No extra artifact quite yet. Litu Chuan really struggling to stabilize here on Stage 4. I think a lot of his units got taken away from him.
Interesting setup here from Litu Chuan. I think he maybe considered that Gobo might play into the Ahri reroll, so just directly went to 9, playing an interesting mishmash of the Ahri and the Freljord setups with Warden frontline and Volibear coming in now as well. This is a transition now into the Freljord Rise Ionia board that we saw a little bit of in regionals, a less played variant of Rise with Ionia mixed in as well. We'll see if Litu Chuan can stabilize here, because this is where the big hitters come out to play, right? We're now in Stage 5. Everyone is starting to reach the highest cap for their comps.
Okay, we finally have an upgraded frontliner, which is fantastic. We have a pair of Ornns. Not sure if we're going to prioritize making that, but Marcel P does reforge here into a Slayer emblem and also a little bit better Warwick items as well. So a very, very good reforge.
Yes, the question, is it enough against some of those upgraded legendary boards already? We'll have to see as he goes up against them. For now, Darthnub is on the other side. Only, quote-unquote, has that Voli 1 and the List 2 in the backline to help her out. Could be a good chance for him to try and take this, but doesn't look like it. Total wipe on the platform here for 2 of our players. Marcel P taken out. And looks like Gobo met the same fate.
And Gobo had the good fortune of facing Milo before the cash out. Even then, he was not strong enough to survive that fight. Now Milo becomes the Grim Reaper in this lobby. Anyone he faces most likely will be in deep trouble, especially once he goes level 9 and potentially finds the Brock too.
I mean, he was already winning, and now is just going to win a significant amount more. This is what he needs. I'm actually a little surprised he didn't go for a higher cash out there with how stable he is. But, you know, he's playing the game quite well.
APAC is greedy, but they're not that greedy. Hey, we have to draw the line somewhere, okay? The rest of the players are also building pretty strong boards here.
Bigger number, better result, you know? That's what I'm going for.
Well, sometimes you also have to know when to get out, right? So getting out when he's on a high, I think, with Brock is certainly a good option here. Litu Chuan on the other side is the other player who picked up that prismatic upgrade, has found the Rise, has found the Cillian, who wasn't able to get any other upgrades, and he will meet a very similar fate to some of our other players. Big loss coming in for Litu Chuan, one of the CN's favorite here.
Does barely survive. Huge Skarner ult onto that Zillion, stunned him just in time, and then got the perfect angle for the Lux ult as well. So kind of a tragic fight there. But I think it's clear no one is really stronger than Milo right now in this lobby.
Going to be able to start some new quests here, possibly get more rewards. Take a look at our 2 CN players that are the lowest HP in the lobby, see what they can do to upgrade the board. Wukong 2 in shop and also Lissandra 2 in shop. So very big upgrades for both of them. Just got to figure out how to buy it.
Yeah, no money to get that online. A little bit of wiggling here. Sitting on a pair, unfortunately, of both the Ornn and the Rise. Not where you want to be. Is your enemy somebody you can beat? It's Darthnub on the other side. We saw this comp already. We know the power of the Lissandra 2 and the Voli 1.
And Darthnub has not gotten 9 yet, so this is the round to win for Litu Chuan. This is your best chance at potentially fighting for a top 4 here. If you lose this one, I mean, you would have lost pretty much every fight, I think, against any of the players remaining here. The Volibear still up. Sejuani's going to cast one more time, most likely. That could buy enough time for Lissandra, but Zillion's still very safe, and yeah, that should be a win for Litu Chuan. Some breathing room for the CN player.
I will say it's a win, but it also looked kind of close. I'm not too positive on that one, but Bin Bin being taken out here in 6th place as well. Another CN representative down on the lower placements as our day progresses. We look at this carousel.
Important units and items being picked up to complete some of these tanks, specifically for this carousel, but I want to call out the scores currently in this lobby. Saya, Darth Noob, and Revan all currently really ahead in points, now a top 5 for all of them. Milo and Lee Tuchuan, though, making a good comeback, trying to put themselves back in the conversation.
Level 9 roll down for Revan. Can he find an Aatrox 2? Does he want an Aatrox 2? That's the bigger question. One of the weaker 5 cost in the lineup that we've seen across patch 16.6 and 16.7. Taric 2 is found at the very least, but Revan's going to need a little bit more than that, I think, to try and hang with these Fast 9 AP boards.
Going to be abandoning the Silas option, and instead, maybe
Aatrox pair.
Aatrox pair.
I mean, he has good items for that Aatrox.
Sure does.
Yeah, the AD will directly translate to a taxi for that Aatrox, so we'll see if that full board, if when you reach that highest cap, can really make it.
Fish bones on our Ornn. Just Biss for him. Actually, it is, because it gives him a lot of HP. But for Lee Tuchuan, we did not find Rise 2, but the Lux being on the opposite side is going to make this fight quite close. As the Rise goes
not
down,
close enough.
so will Lee Tuchuan, falling out in another bot 4.
Unfortunate. Milo, though. Okay, did get another win. I was like, oh, what is happening? But no, that was Revan in his place, Lee Tuchuan 5th place, like you're mentioning. And now Revan needs to find an answer as he is looking at this Belveth 2. Going to get her on the board. Is that good enough?
Doesn't really have the best items for Belveth. Would have to transfer maybe some Yone items over. I'm not sure if that's worth it. So unfortunate that was his upgrade over the Aatrox in this position. We'll see who he faces, but it's looking quite dicey. I think there's a lot of Giga tanks on most of these boards. It's going to be very hard for these Slayers to push through.
Trying to get the positioning just right to maybe get that Yone into the back line. Does end up facing this Volibear, though. I think this is probably one of the more unfortunate matchups you could get with all the stuns it delivers.
Yep, if the Yone can wrap onto the backline, it is weak side, so may have the opportunity to wrap across, especially with precision in Grates. But on the left side of the screen, we do see a Lux versus Lux matchup. And the Yone now taking down the backline, the Volibear being the only thing left alive. Revan, hoping he can put together top 3. Volley is doing enough here.
We believe in you.
Oh, man.
Does it. And the Kindred acted as a bridge. She ulted towards the Yone and bought kind of Yone enough room to move in a little bit towards the backline and then ult onto the top left corner. So really good fight there from Revan.
That was so clutch. That was so close.
Milo's level 9 has gold to roll. Changing this board a lot. We have Silas now online, as well as a bunch of these other 5 costs. It is looking like he's just trying to make the strongest thing possible in this patch.
I love to see it. No complaints from my side. Can he get another Brock is the question. That would be one big upgrade in every way.
Especially with the Guard Breaker, the Striker's Flail on the Brock, just the extra IE off the Jewel Lotus already. So lost the fight, needs to find a lot of upgrades here to try and maybe potentially even win the game if he finds that Brock too.
Not in the shop for now. Unfortunately, we'll need to wait a little bit longer. Can he afford it? Depends on who is waiting on this matchmaking.
Galio 2 alone is a huge upgrade on this board. Going to be able to provide a lot of CC and also a good amount of damage with the items that he does have. For Revan here, we weren't quite able to find that Aatrox 2, but we're going to see the matchups here. It will be a mirror here on the other side.
The AP mirror match on the left. Saya trying to use all that extra HP he had to stay alive against Darthnub here. He's still so far ahead of the lobby. The Lux and the Zillion very safe still, but the Volibear is coming. The same with that Yone wrap. The Volibear is now wrapping onto the backline carries as well. Can Lux do it all by herself? I don't think so. The front line's hanging on for so long for Darthnub. He's able to finally go 9 and spike in a huge way.
There was enough time bought, but not enough to make it in the end for Reven, taken out in 4th place here. Still a pretty good placement on his already pretty good point set, and Milo able to hang in there. I don't think we've seen the Brock 2 upgrade fly in just yet, but there it is!
Every blessing comes through from Makes. If only I had those powers to bless my boy Reven with an Aatrox 2.
That's not how that power is wielded.
Can we give Reven some style points at least for playing this very cool
Yone
Aatrox
on the
dual
light
carry?
side.
He gets more
Can't
points.
use it for bad. Sorry.
For bad? What?
Well,
What
in
do
your
you have
own
against
bias.
Reven, huh?
In your own bias. It's not how that works.
It is not in this situation for sure, but Milo is really set himself apart as the player that should win this lobby with the amount of extra resources he's gotten from his augments, from the Ishtal, and now with Brock 2, as well as his Jeweled Lotus. So much damage from this board.
Well, Xayah is level 9, 55 gold, 43 HP. Those are pretty good conditions to try and find an answer. Now, am I saying there is a good answer as we see elimination from Darthnub? I'm not sure, but he will give it a shot.
And Milo, what a risky game to play, having to play 15 rounds with Ixtal online, found a way to stabilize before that cash out came through to just make it in the first place, and now has been rewarded with such a strong board setup here. The final roll down coming out from Saya. Level 10, a lot of gold to work with, both players playing around zillion carries, so making it a little bit harder for Saya to hit.
There is a Zillion too in the shop for Milo, and he hasn't bought it yet because we're sitting that one out. We're waiting a little bit before we click that button to make sure Xayah is actually not aware all 3 copies are now out of the pool.
Yeah, and wants them to keep rolling, to spend all of their gold possible to try and find those units. We see we did not find that Zillion 2 on the other side, but it is not the carry for Milo. The carry will be this Lux alongside this Brock. So much CC from this board, and Milo is just absolutely destroying.
Xayah does have 26 HP though, so there could be another carousel 6-3, although this loss is looking pretty devastating. Hold on, is that good enough?
Not going to kill him, but definitely going to send a message for the outcome of this game. It's hard to predict and hard to bet against Milo in this case. I mean, a Demacia emblem on the carousel. I'm not sure it can swing things, but definitely interesting considering both players are on this Demacia line. Milo to have Demacia emblem, Juggernaut emblem, an Ixtal cash out into a Brock 2 in this kind of setup, I think it's almost unbeatable in a Rise portal.
I was hoping that could possibly have been Demacia 11 just for fun, but he needs another one, doesn't he?
You're asking for too much, Silly.
I know.
I think we've gotten enough already.
That'd be fun though. I'm here
It
for
would have
I'm here
been
for fun.
pretty fun. I'm with you. That would have been nice to see, but both of our players out of gold, both of our players out of further upgrades for now, and out of HP to take it any further. Next round is going to be the determining factor. We've been talking about Milo from the very start, from the way he pioneered this Ishtal, knowing where to go, the fact that he picked the upgrade to the Prismatic, saying, okay, I just need whatever to get me over the line, rolling early, and here he is with a board that could not be mightier. Brock 2 smashing just everything about as he is on his path to take this lobby home. One more ult from that Lux. Enemy Lux is going to fall, and Milo takes game number 4 here at the Tactician's Crown.
Loss streak versus win streak. Saya had an incredible early game, able to put it together with high HP, get that second place, but Milo risking it all and taking that top spot.
We're seeing why Demacia was heralded as one of the more stable comps to play for in this tournament. Both of the players make it to that top 2, and just very different paths, but very similar setup in the end.
Huge comeback from Milo on the overall points as well. Was one of the players that were kind of sitting towards the lower third of the overall standings. That win just brought him back. He doubled his points, so a huge comeback from him in that way. Of course, more lobbies have been going on at the same time, and Necra and Clement are over there. You're looking like you have something to tell us. Lil Bear, how's it going?
I think actually Clement's going to be very excited about the last couple of games here, but maybe not about Lil Bear.
It's APAC sweep. Let's go. 3 lobbies won by APAC players, Milo and Little Bear. Actually, I'm excited about him regardless. He did win on an Ishtal board, and it was so crazy. He actually benched his Brock because he couldn't find a Brock 2, put all the Radiant items on a Shyvana 2 instead, and won out the lobby. Huge comeback for him. Of course, Milo as well on the Ishtal line. Really cool with a lot of different emblems there. And then finally, someone saves the standings. Double can't get away with it anymore. To be fair, he still took a 2nd place, which is insane.
Wow.
But Obo saved everyone from just calling Tacround over. He did go 1st place and did take double down a peg. Unfortunately, he did cheat a little because he took Glimify, and Glimify is just completely broken.
Clement, can I get you to say Os on top? Because 1st place.
Look, we do not differentiate. APAC on top, let's go!
It's all
Now it's
You
APAC.
put him in D tier, you rat!
Well, okay, that wasn't the only lobby that we had off stream. We also had Setsuko being able to get a 1st place over in the lobby that we did not cover. There were some very interesting lines being played over there, but that was a very unique Shadow Isles board that he was able to put together with a Vanquisher emblem on a rapid fire cannon Gwen. There were some just really cool things that Setsuko did in order to get there. I see Makes is giving me a little bit of side eye over there.
I was trying to figure out what I just heard. Processing.
No, but it was really, really cool to see just how he got there.
One really cool thing, I like what Setsi is doing in tournaments. When he sees a player about to drop out, he goes over there with his chibi and he gives him a thumbs up. I like that you're trying to get into your opponent's head. Good thinking.
The mental warfare, very important for this day 1.
I mean, hey, it's been working out for a couple of our competitors for sure, but I'm very excited to see what the standings are going to look like once we have tallied this up. It's been 4 games, so, you know, anything can happen.
Well, thank you guys so much. We are going to take a look at the standings. So here they are. Juanmie able to stop the bleeding, at least gets on equal points there with CSFX here towards the bottom of our standings, but still looking kind of rough. Would need a couple of 1st places, and here is our top 8.
Saya, off of that result, able to make it into that top 3. Aaliyah still hanging on in that 2nd place position as well, alongside Double. And ready, CLE, the big underdog from the Americas.
He's back, couch to crown. He very much is. Dasik also working his way up the table. Now a 4th EMEA player in that top 8, looking down the table a little bit more. This is where we see a lot of our CN players hanging out.
They were just warming up, right? Towards the start of our day, they were towards the bottom. Now they're coming closer and closer to the top. Zaya already in there. You should be scared. This is CN waking up to what the meta is and how they can get it in their favor. We've seen this story before.
And Milo as well, we just saw from an 8th place to a 1st place. So very risky, 1st or 8th place style, really now favoring him in that game 4.
And there are way too many of My America's players here in this section of the leaderboard. But Weijin and Robin both able to have some solid placements in these last 2 games to try and work their way back up. Good news is we got 2 more games before the bottom 8 get cut, and the players we see on screen are the ones that are going to need to really perform.
Yeah, that's right. 2 more games here at the Tactician's Crown. Now we get a treat of this amazing meta. It's been an absolute joy to see the game so far, and the action is just going to continue as we move on through the day. So we are going to be going into a very short break. Stay tuned. You're watching the Lore and Legends Tactician's Crown.
everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends. We have finished 4 games for our first day of competition, but this is where things really start to heat up, because there's only 2 games remaining to see if our players at the bottom of the standings can stave off elimination. My name is Nekra, and I'm back on the desk, joined by Panda and Clement. And Clement, you and I got to hang out all the way off there to actually what is quite a close stage, but we get to check in on the action. So what are you excited to jump back into for the final 2 games?
Well, I am here for the 40 bomb coming in by double. I think it's almost guaranteed, and I will say, because I do a lot of the stats, the highest I've ever seen anyone do on day 1 in a tier 1 competition would have to be Lococo and EMEA with a 46 bomb, dropping only 2 points. You know, if double gets that, I feel like we can just crown him day 1. How about that?
Even looking at day 1 and day 2, we had someone like Enzo do 80 points across 2 days back in Set A Monsters Attack Regional Finals for EMEA. I wonder if this is time for double not just to send a message, but to break records in this Swiss space.
I'm so here for it. After we talked at the beginning of the day about the 2 behemoths coming into the competition, Weijin Iverson and Huamie, as you were able to see from the standings, there is kind of a new king in town, and that is Double, someone who is constantly left out of the conversation for one of the greatest TFT players of all time. Someone who has kept a regional finals streak all the way from back in Galaxies. He's always been here. He's just somebody that I think with a Tactician's Crown win will really be a part of that conversation rather than someone who's on the outside looking in.
And he was very close, right? He was a player who finished runner-up against Dishsoap in Inkborn Fables in set 11, so he's come very close to glory. Obviously, Dishsoap, I think, had a fantastic mythic game to win that one in the end against Bintum, but I'm cheering for Double always. I think he's a player who has proven so much, not just in his peak as a player, but just in the longevity in TFT with new sets coming out. To reinvent yourself every single set and adapt and still come out ahead is just fantastic.
And the way he's been doing it is also very impressive. All different kind of lines. We saw Max Cap rise board in the previous game, going into the 2nd place against Oboe. And earlier, of course, he hit the Glimify himself, which seems to be a running theme among much of the top 4 contesters that we've been seeing.
Going through some rapid fire highlights right now of how the games have looked for today, and I think you're exactly right. What is being shown in these games is just high tempo from a lot of these players. If you're able to get a lot of gold and generate a lot of resources, then the game plan is to go for that fast 9. But as you were able to outline for us earlier, Panda, that game plan has to change depending on who is actually pressuring you. And I think there are quite a few players that are and have been behind the 8 ball a little bit when it's come to that lobby tempo.
Yeah, it's a lot of push and pull. Idea is, okay, if everyone wants to go fast 9, kind of great because you all can do it. There's no pressure in stage 3 and 4. No one's taxing for a lot of HP. You can win and lose some fights. You know, it's 50-50. But when you are singly trying to go fast 9, and there are 3 players rolling deep on stage 3 and 4 players rolling deep on stage 4, you're losing every single one of those fights. You're dying before you make it. So it's really about reading the lobby tempo and saying, okay, these guys are reading it out. I can be the one player spiking right now. I can guarantee I win these fights, and at the very least, I play for a top 4. So as you adapt, depending on the strength from other players, is I think the key for these next 2 games for the entire weekend, really.
Composition I've been really impressed about is actually going to be the Shadow Isles line. We just saw Setsuko and Dasik both take first places with that sort of playstyle, and it has been at the expense of a lot of these 8-pack fast 9 players where you just get that Callista on 7, you're really steady, and if you find that Ornn, it gives you that additional cap that usually isn't there to then take you over the top. So I think 4 costs are actually performing quite well in the sense that if you can stabilize, a lot of the fast 9 players are just not going to bother you that much.
I mean, Panda even said it's the safe game plan. It's kind of what you would expect to be the normal game plan when you lock into a TFT game, is get to level 7, get to level 8, find those 4 costs, stabilize, and then cross your fingers you can make it later on into the rest of the game to actually get to level 9 and level 10 to really cap out that board. And it's not just Callista. We've seen a couple of other 4 costs in the mix. Of course, I think Kaisa has kind of been the big discussion point in coming into the weekend, which is the long shots as just a composition have been very, very strong. But I also kind of want to call attention to some of the other 4 costs that we've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, the big split between 4 costs is where do they spike? Some of them are unlocked forecasts on level 7, and all of these, I think Kallista's the last to join the party, of Yone's, of Kaisa, of Rip Herald, where you spike sometimes as early as 3-2. Even MF can come into that time where you have this extra tempo from your augments. You can spike very early, level to 7 on 3-2, and just take over stage 3 in that sense. And the other forecasts are the traditional forecasts, where you spike on 4-1. Demacia is 80% of this share, really, because of how stable and how strong it is if you hit your 2 stars. But we also saw something like Slayers from Brevin in this last game. Something like Bilgewater can also be that. Vagar potentially even as well.
Please. Although it hasn't looked very good when we've seen it on broadcast in our regional finals or during the Tactician's Crown. But let's turn our attention now to game number 5 of day 1. The biggest point earners in this lobby so far are Saya, Setsuko, Ringo, and Kambuli, hailing over from the Americas. But the players that really need to turn this around are Kubikson, Yo-Yo, and Brosif, all sitting towards that elimination cutoff.
And Kubi's a player who has been very dominant in EMEA. He was the highest pro point order across the TPC. And he told me that after playing scrims, he realizes that his biggest edge and his biggest strength against the EMEA field is that he's very good at playing for Fast 9, of playing for very high cap boards, and of winning games. But when he compares himself now to some of the best players from APAC and CN, he feels he's not as good as they are at this same strength. So he feels he'll have a hard time adapting to what his game plan should be for this TAC round stage, and that has been the case just yet. He is a player who is an EMEA champion. He's a Polish champion when he was 15 years old. He knows what it means to compete. He's been competing for a very long time despite his age, and I'm sure he can turn it around here.
I love the video we got a chance to show of Kubikson before we even got into our broadcast for the day. If you didn't get a chance to watch that, please go back and do so. It brought tears to my eyes to see the support that he got from his family in order to pursue this TFT career. And so the fact that he's here, I mean, I think that Kubikson, especially when he burst onto the scene, was somebody that we looked at and said, you've got a bright future in TFT. We're going to be seeing you for several sets.
He will need at least 2 third places to comfortably move on. Being the last seed in the lobby right here, he's going to have a lot of trouble. But before we go into game, we want to remind you of some of the lore and legends of TFT esports right there. Tidal and Disup with 4 TAC round champions between them going head-to-head.
The GOATs that are not entering the conversation for this tournament with Double, but definitely are still there. We'll hope to see them again next set's TAC round.
They got so close.
Both of them, yeah.
Both of them actually got so close. Dish Soap and Tidal in their respective regional finals, narrowly missing out on that final lobby in order to try to get a place here. But the fact that they're always within that arm's reach, that's why they're considered some of the greatest TFT players of all time. And also just because we only have a handful of Tactician's Crown champions, and they just so happen to have a market share between the two of them.
You have to remember the 1-2 punch between these 2 players. Going from set 9 all the way to set 13, they won 4 championships in between. It was basically, 2 kings ruling our entire TFT world. I'm sure they're going to come back soon.
And it's just hard. The field is just so competitive. Gobo mentioned he thinks this is the strongest TAC round he's competed in, and he's been there for 3 out of the last 4 TAC rounds. So in the modern era, this is just a really, really strong field of players from every single region.
And that's why you look at those standings and you do scratch your head sometimes because how is it that all of these top players from CN and all of these top players from APAC are towards the bottom of the standings? And that's just because the field is as experienced as they are and like as amazing as they are. And we say this every single set, but you're right. And the field of players are noticing it too.
There's some very good brownie cooks out there. I'm just going to leave it at that, and I hope my APAC study group can start to show up a little bit more.
The brownie has turned out perfect up until now. Elia will say, of course, in his second place position. We'll see if it ends up burning by the end of the day. Hopefully not.
Gotta keep the edges of the brownies nice and crisp. Okay, actually, like a thought for both of you. Okay. I want your opinion on this. What is the best type of brownie? There's 2 different ways that you can cut a brownie sheet. And all of you in chat will know if you've ever made brownies. They can kind of either be sort of like moist brownies, or you can get the crust on the edges and those edge pieces, or they've got that nice texture to them. Mm-hmm. So what type of brownie enjoyer are you?
I like crispy on the outside, but gooey on the inside. So the best of both worlds.
Okay.
You took my keyword. I was going to say gooey in the middle, too.
I think that I'm with you, and I'm sure that most people might be with you. I think that was the answer I was expecting.
It's, you know, the mix of both game plans, which is hopefully what we see in this TFT tournament. Some 3-cost reroll, some standard 4-cost, but also some risky fast 9, especially from players like the APAC players. We saw 2 Ixtal games, 2 Ixtal wins. I think APAC didn't start off hot, but Clement, are they kind of warming up into that final boss phase the next 2 games?
Yes, this is the
Speaking of final
perfect comeback
bosses.
situation for those players on the bottom of the lobby. You know, we're looking at Kubi, who needs those extra points. We're looking at players like Yeo Swang from the JOC. They have to play predetermined game plans. If you're going to get, you know, 10, 12 points, you have to aim for first places now.
Well, that can help with our encounter. Seeing the Baron means that we're going to get this nice epic showdown between the final 2 players in the lobby, sharing a very big lion's share of gold. But before we get to that point, I think that there are a couple of things that can affect your game plan up till then. One of which is going to be the first augment that we see. If we get Prismatic, this might be a crazy game.
And one important thing will be not forgetting what encounter we're in throughout this set. And in tournaments, we've seen a lot of players act a little bit surprised to see the gold coming in. Be like, oh, wait, I forgot. It's been so long. We're at TAC round. Hopefully our players have the focus to keep everything sharp.
And I do want to point out that this is one of those final duels where you can see the APM really matter. A lot of times it will end on those 3-star 4 costs when you suddenly get that 70 gold injection. Oh, pair for Setsuko here. Let's see if he wants to go in potential
Shadow
Bilgewater.
Isles again.
There's a Viego 2 already for Ringo we saw, so potentially a player that is going to be thinking about playing for Shadow Isles. You don't need Viego 2 anymore, but because of how the line works, you kind of want Viego 2 because you really want to be streaking stage 2 unless you're playing for the full loose streak style.
Actually, I think Setsuko is going to try to unlock Graves.
Yeah, does have the Morello if he wants to do it, but a lot of players actually choose to just wait for their augment selection before they commit to the Graves. It does, you know, potentially slow you down by 1 round, but you can live with that.
Kind of awkward components though for Bilgewater with the
it's
starting rod and spear.
prismatic! This is what I wanted. I wanted the chaos.
Secret of the Sands, the Setsuko special potentially if he
Oh,
wants to
don't
play for
say that.
Shurima.
No.
For Shurima, I believe.
Oh, Setsuko picked that augment in the Americas regional finals, and I swear it was just to have fun because that game did not go very well for him.
Don't remind us. Let us believe, Necra.
Very good tempo start to kind of play that and go into the Shurima line. You need so much additional HP.
Oh, he picked it. He picked it. He actually picked it.
Oh,
It's his augment. It's his style. It's Setsuko special.
Wait, but Deadlier Caps?
Wait, Ringo did as well.
My goat.
2
Wait,
players
oh, no.
picked Secret of the Sands.
No, Kambuli is going straight Yordles. Let's go.
I know.
Vygar.
Kambuli is my goat. He has the death cap. I'm so excited to see, let my Vagar shine.
This is a crazy start and a crazy augment picks. 2 9 lives as well, which is usually not good news for either of the 9 lives players, considering you're going to have very similar tempo spikes and you could be in trouble and lose one of your lives that you want to save.
If I'm Raiko Mastery, I'm just looking around the lobby and it's like, wait a minute, why are all of your boards just empty? What's happening here?
Why is everyone playing for content? This is a serious game.
Oh, man. Well, I think there are a couple of people that are definitely going to want to try to win streak here. I think Brosif is one of them, being able to take the additional artifacts. Sometimes you can still win streak just by getting the...
I think he sold his board.
Yeah, he sold his board.
Okay, well, maybe, no, but after. But
he wants
like,
to proc the Fortune Strength as early as possible, probably.
Really?
To then try
I
and
feel
take
like
over.
you could play it both ways, but maybe because you're looking at the 9 lives players, I don't know.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see who breaks the loss streak because it actually is the run to 5 losses for maximum econ.
And for Broseph, the earlier you get to 40 HP, the earlier you can see your augments or your artifacts and then kind of decide what direction you want to take instead of deciding first and being overcommitted and then having to play around subpar artifacts.
I know, but I guess there are a couple of compositions that I see that it doesn't necessarily matter what kind of artifacts you get. You can kind of splash them into anything. Like one of the things that I think about is Demacia. You have 2 different types of carries that can actually utilize the items, whether you choose to go for Vayne or for Lux. So I don't necessarily agree that you always have to loss streak to get those artifacts. You could still play from ahead and play win streak style.
You could, but Brosev chose to sell this board.
And I realize now that that is the error in my ways.
We have
I didn't see the
3 players that
board
have nothing on their board, which is crazy at this point of the game. I do want to highlight Yayo Swang, who is actually trying to play serious TFT and starting with the deadlier blades to stack up. This actually puts him in a very big detriment because there's nothing to stack on a lot of these boards.
And he just hit a Scion 2, and you kind of need to get some takedowns to get that Scion stacking as well. So it's like this double stacking strategy is not going to be ideal.
Wait, but did you both notice? Saya and Kubi actually both ran into full open players because they did see the 9 lives. So they're down to 8 lives.
Tragic.
Oh, no.
Yeah, when you are playing this 9 lives, you actually prefer bigger losses because you don't actually lose additional HP anyway. So, you know, just losing by nothing is just feels bad moment. We'll see how Yayo Swang pilots this game plan for Deadlier Blades. This is actually a very, very rare pickup from players.
Would be interesting until the Kai'Sa long shots before the nerfs came through, but we'll see exactly in this meta what he angles for. Potentially just Jinx and Warwick is an option, but I think 9 lives also, you want to play into that quite a bit. We have 1 player at least that I think was angling that. And Raiko, the Ionia special, has a Rage Blade slammed, has Ionia online. I wonder if he wants to play into Yunara.
What do you think about Yunara right now? Because I remember at the start of the set when we had that patch where Yunara was just queen. You wanted Yunara, you wanted Ionia, it didn't really matter. There were going to be 4 people that would actually contest the Yunara. But now it feels like one of those champions where you would rather actually have the Ahri and the Yone rather than the Yunara.
So my study group has studied Raiko intensively because nobody in APAC plays Ionia Yunara. We don't think it's a very good comp. And the conclusion that we've came to is with Yunara, you actually lose on stage 4 no matter what. It's very, very difficult to win with her. But if you have Path of the Prosperous, you can go fast 9. You're starting with those items. It's actually not a bad top 4 type of composition.
That's all you need in this day. You just want to get top 4, accumulate as many points as possible. Avoid that bottom 8 elimination, and then think about the next games ahead of you that will happen on day 2. Brosev is going to take another loss to maintain the loss streak. Asaya actually gets a win on the board. It's going to be pretty short-lived here, though, for Setsuko, as he's also hoping to start to string some losses together and upset a little bit of the lobby tempo.
And talking about lobby tempo, this is one of those games where it's going to be a little bit more artificial. It's not the standard game of TFT where players are kind of spiking at different times. There'll be a lot of players spiking near the end of stage 3. Players like the 9 lives players, for example, as well. Brosev, once he hits 40, which is usually around 3-5 ideally. And so players have to keep this information in mind and formulate their own game plans knowing this. If you're trying to roll down early for stage 4, you might still be losing those rounds because other players are spiking as well.
Yeah, I think if you are at the end of the day 1 and you know that there's 2 players that are 11, 13 points, they pretty much have to go for first places, you do expect the lobby tempo to actually slow down a little bit because they are forced into the fast 9 boards.
I think this will be the most exciting 3-5 round we'll see all tournament long. Double Secret of the Sands proccing as well.
I can't wait to see what happens with that. Because when you know that there's going to be a player that actually has the same augment as you, we're contesting each other, what do you do? Do you just say, I'm going to full send it, try to roll first, or do you try to get different Shurima units unlocked?
I have the coolest script for you guys. How about they mirror their win-losses and both go for 4 Shurima? Do you think that's possible?
Is that actually
Mathematically, I have some doubts.
This would be very hard.
Clement's world, I believe anything.
I will put out another point for this script. If on 3-2 we actually see something like Tiniest Titans get HP back to these players, it's very, very feasible to actually get that online.
Cool.
Both Ringo and Tetsuko have lost a lot of HP already. There are edge cases where you have a very high roll opener with Secret of the Sands and you win streak stage 2 and 3 anyway. And once you go into the Azir unlock and you get into Shurima, you have a lot of HP to play with to try and go for Shurima. I think it's not the case for either Ringo or Setsuko here.
Yeah, the typical script you have to do is on 3-5 you get the Azir, and then you have to loss, win, loss, loss, loss into Nasus, and then full win into Renekton. That's kind of the dream scenario right there, and the shortest amount of time you can get that win con online. But you need a lot of HP, and you actually need to roll very heavily to ensure you can get those win streaks.
Let's look at Cam. He's got 2 death caps now.
There could be some really strong augment spikes here for Cam. Yordles as a comp really favors extra slots on the board. Something like Coronation could be huge if we see another Prismatic augment on 3-2. So Cam, I think more than any other player in this lobby in Stage 3, is really going to be aware of what his Stage 3 augment will be.
Doesn't have the tempo for it, but we've also seen Weijin before actually go Cursed Crown into this composition as well. Extremely cool to kind of do that. The main thing you want to do is just get the 8 Yordle buffs online as soon as possible for the cash outs.
A tier on Carousel would also be really big. Cam doesn't really have prio right now, so going to have to hope to be able to slam that Shojin eventually on Veigar.
Prismatics.
There's a 20% chance it could be a Prismatic.
No!
We got the 50-50. It is
Someone
going to
like
be silver.
Raiko should be pretty happy having so much of an item advantage and an HP lead right now on the Ionia line with Buried Treasures for it to be kind of a lower tempo, lower variance augment coming in.
Ooh, that's a huge hit for both Ringo and Raiko right here. So the win streakers are going to continue, and Ringo, I think, can start to preserve HP for further Shurima play. Doesn't find a great hit on the back line. Does get Tristana too. No items for it. Would have really preferred an Orianna unlock if he did have that.
Look, Clement, it's your favorite augment.
Oh, everyone's taking it.
Not 1, but 2 Dumbify.
Can I just say something? If you take a first place with Dumbify or Golemify, I'm just saying the next best player won. It's just like, it doesn't count. Good job, second place.
That's some true hate watching from Clement. You guys in chat should learn.
I'm going to take Dumbify or Golemify against you every single game now.
Yeah, the buffs have been very, very powerful, giving you the additional carry and changing it so that you always have baseline HP. That's why these players are able to play it from basic full open spots.
Maybe a little bit too strong, though, for Broseph. Would have liked to lose the next 2 fights and ideally land right at 40 or 39 HP. Is not going to do that, going to win this next one. And now we'll see when he will end up cashing out the Forged in Strength.
And taking a look across the lobbies here, we are going to have both of the low HP players, Kubikson and Saye, kind of settle into their 3-cost reroll lines here. So as Panda mentioned at the start of the day, if you have low HP, high econ, this is typically where you will find yourself.
Especially with 9 lives, because some of the cash outs will be lesser duplicators, so you have just an easier chance of hitting your 3-star 3-cost for even less econ.
A good find for Saya here. He does get the team building on the silver augments, and this is one of those players that I do think we should mention. A lot of the EMEA and Americas players have been telling us that, hey, even though he's JOC, even though he plays mobile, even though we've never seen him play, this guy's a piece of scrims. You gotta avoid him in the draft.
25 points in 4 games, I believe it.
Yeah, well, it does feel like JOC always has 1 or 2 pop-up players. Nandada in set 13 with the 40 bomb, and then Weimu Luocho, of course, in set 15. Looks like it's going to be Saya here.
Yeah, second place for Weimu makes me think that I'm going to believe in the JOC players, even though sometimes they come in and they really do just pop off for 1 set. I'm never going to underestimate them for the future.
I think Hanxing especially has caught everyone's attention. Now, 4th time to TAC round, even though he is from JOC, doing great so far in the tournament.
And Saya has found early Mbessa as well. Wonder if that ends up being something around the Melflex instead of just the Darius, considering he doesn't have just LeBlanc 1 and Darius 1 for now. We'll find out now on 3-5 if he ends up rolling down heavily here for the upgrades.
I don't know, because I guess it depends on how you feel like you're going to do. The fact you only have 3 lives left, but it looks like it is just going to be a level up to 7, and we're going to get at least a roll for some stabilization.
It's a Senna.
pretty big. Maybe with that, I actually might feel a little more comfortable to try to go a little bit further than this.
And no AP items. I think there was a consideration to play around some kind of fast 9 AD flex from this position, but going to roll down heavily. I think he just wants to stabilize and stop losing lives. He's on 3 of his 9 lives right now, which is definitely a risky position to be in. Mine's an Annie as well, so quite a few interesting 5-cost options.
Yeah, it's just a tough call because you did take team building. I think the original plan was to just try to go for reroll. You're still holding 5 copies of the Scion. And so bare minimum, you should be able to get something like a Scion 3 and see if you can go further than that. But you've got the Secrets of the Sands players that I think are also giving Saya a little bit of a harder difficulty to make a decision.
Yeah, just taking a look at the Sands players here, I don't think they really have the HP amounts to go for like the optimal game plan, but this is when we should really start paying attention to their boards because they could be angling for an early Xerath. So we have to pay attention to their lost win streaks and how they want to play it out. For Setsuko, he's 4 win streak, very strong board. He could decide to use those removers.
Very awkward cash outs there from Saya. Doesn't have any backline items. Can't start itemizing LeBlanc. Gets a TG as his final, or one of his cash outs from 9 lives. Can have that on LeBlanc, but not ideal. Obviously, already has a Sunfire on the Scion, which would be the TG holder in this case. So just a little bit awkward with how his items have panned out. But double Rabadon on the Veigar online here for Cambuli.
Look at the Veigar. Look at him go! I love this little guy.
Why do you like Veigar so much? I don't get it.
He's just cool. I don't know. Like I have a lot of.
Just between you and me, he is my short king as well. So
Yeah,
no
it's just
problem.
like I have a lot of really like good feelings about Veigar, especially when he used to be a part of like the honeybee trait.
Honeymancy, yeah.
Yeah, and also just, I don't know, he's cool.
That's why I think you're
My
a
favorite
voice
League
line
champion to
enjoyer,
play.
Necra, and
Yes.
there's many voice lines coming out from these Yordles
Yes.
if you've been playing a lot of this set. So I understand it, Necra,
I
don't
know
worry.
too many.
Raiko also understands what it means to win streak. 10 win streak on this Ionia line, the perfect recipe for success for Raiko in particular. As you mentioned earlier, Clement, he has been the ace when it comes to Ionia throughout this entire set. He was 3rd in pro points in TPC, mostly off of really perfecting this comp, and it was strong for so much of this set. We're seeing it here again.
And a big point I want to mention for the Sands player is both of them have opted into a win-loss situation. So the next fight is critical for them if they want to get those Xeraths online. There is a world where they just run into each other and only one of them gets it.
One of them gets the Xerath and one of them gets Nasus, right?
There can only be one.
Renekton. It would be a win.
Oh,
for the
right,
other.
right, yeah. Ooh.
Who's the chosen one? Who's
Oh,
the,
no,
the
you're
charmed
right.
one?
You're right. Sorry. It was an ace. My brain's not working.
Uh-huh. Don't gaslight me.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't
totally
trust
correct.
Clement anymore.
He's
Necra-
gaslighting me because I'm a Veigar enjoyer. I get it now.
And we see it.
Wow,
Ringo's
that's crazy.
rolling down on level 7. He wants that Xerath early.
Tetsuko is just biding his time.
Setsuko is just chatting. The 2 different type of players we have playing Shurima.
He seems like he's very like, moisturized, vibing in his lane, excited to see
There's
if
2
he
people
can
in his
get
lane. I
there.
think the lane is occupied, maybe.
I don't know about that. I mean, he sees the Veigar, so I think actually maybe Setsuko is quite happy with this.
Oh, I think he's going to get it. Still 1-star Veigar on the side of Cambuli. Not enough front line. Very early charms rolling in now.
So
The
then
Nico does cast.
what ends up happening with our other Sands player, Ringo? Oh, I'm paying
Not
attention.
sure. Does he get a win?
Oh,
Did roll.
he gets the win.
Both players win.
Oh my goodness. And we're going to finish out the game with a gold augment.
Staffsmith is pretty big here for Ringo, the chance to have 2 backline AP carries itemized.
Gilded Steel would be huge for either of the Sands players. Okay, nobody gets
Wow.
it. We're not that crazy.
JG
That's
Gunblade
crazy.
Archangels here for Ringo. A perfect setup already for the Xerath that just came in right out of the oven. So this is going to be one of the strongest players, especially once those really high roll charms come through.
Yeah, one of the ones we have to mention has to be the World. It actually gives you all of your unlock 4 costs as well, so you can spike super hard. It's basically just a 20 free gold injection a lot of the times. And Yayo Swang has to dig himself out of a hole a little bit.
So it was the Kaisa long shots regardless of the nerfs. We're seeing Kaisa coming in the AD variant off of the Deathblade scaling augment coming in the Deadlier Blades.
Kaisa as a part of Void versus Kaisa as a part of the Demacia line, as we have kind of seen before. Malicious monetization picked up by Yegol means that he really wants to be able to actually try to take out these champions and try to get that gold. But if you don't win, then you're not getting anything out of your augment. And I think Ringo is not the type of person you want to see on the other side.
It's the components, right? He couldn't really slam items onto this Rift Herald. He has just too much offensive items, and it can't really make it work on the front line.
Hyo Swang's face said everything right there. It's like, what? That's a level 7 board? It's just Taric 2, Xerath in the back.
Kubi's trying to spike as well. He's one off the Zoe 3. Getting a little bit closer to Leona as well. Has still one lesser duplicator and one full duplicator off of 9 lives, so has still a chance to maybe go for a huge spike on this turn.
Oh, but he's got to roll faster because the timing is
Mal's-
going down.
Mal's is
There's
actually
one.
the more important carry in this composition, so finding that is actually huge, but he won't have time to shift the items over.
He still has 3 lives. And Raiko should be losing most of the fights here in Stage 4. We talk about this all day long.
Yep.
You win Stage 2, you win Stage 3, save your gold, skip Stage 4, and then try and spike on Stage 5. As you're mentioning, Clement, with Ionia, you really want to get to level 9 to actually have a chance to fight against those fast 9 AP boards. So should have been a free win, but not quite the case for Kubi here until he hits these 3 stars.
And Hyo Swang with malicious monetization doesn't find the Kaisa 2. Actually takes a 2-loss streak here. So, you know, very difficult position with a dig you out of yourself out of a hole. I'm sorry, I was slurring your.
No, you're right though, because I think it's just one of those things where you really wanted to get the money, but you can't.
Azir.
Oh, Ringo would be the next to be released.
Ayo said, if I'm not proccing malicious, you guys are not getting Azir. That's how it works.
And Kambuli's gonna play goalkeeper, yes.
He finally gets his tier, hooray. And Kambili, I do think he rolled a little, but unfortunately didn't find anything. He's down to 2 gold, so this is actually a pretty big miss on his part. You do need to stack a little bit for the Veigar to get its full potential.
And most often you want to try and get a big econ augment on 4-2 playing Veigar, so you can go straight to 8. Not the case. Got a half econ with customizable and got an item as well. Full hits for Kubi.
Sai got one big one, but is still missing out on sort of like the biggest ones. Okay, he opts to actually finish off the Draven and leave the Darius to be completed for later, and I don't know if I agree with that choice.
Yeah, Darius is your main front line. Once Darius goes down, the rest of it kind of crumbles, and I'm a little bit scared that Darius 2 is not going to be able to hang in the stage.
Okay, to be fair though, he is only at 5 copies of Darius. He could use the duplicators now, ensure that he actually gets the copy of Draven. And the fact that he's also on 1 life, I think you do have to just send it and hope that the 3 stars in the backline are going to be enough.
Yep, desperation play for him, but it's the best he can do at the moment. Already has his full cash out from 9 lives. Have the cat ears across the board here as well.
I want to see what Broseph has put together. He has decided to go into the Zon line. A little bit of kind of a mishmash between Zon and Gunslinger stuff there with the Jinx.
I'm just laughing because this is such a fun combo from this Singed here. Now, he does have a Void Gauntlet Singe that does deal damage when it dies, and that's one of the few tanks that can run directly into your backline.
I remember this Mundo with some augment long time ago. Do not ask me what set it was or what augment it was that would do the same kind of thing. It would just be an AP bomb into your opponent's backline.
I think the Singed is so funny. So it's really trying to hunt after the Xerath that has appeared on Setsuko's board, but not really going to be targeting down the Singed.
Double Archangels, if the second cast comes through, that could be huge. I'm not sure we're going to make it there. Yeah, Setsuko takes a very big loss without that second Xerath cast.
He looks very upset.
He's getting Spirit Link value, so there is that at least going for him. Raiko, 50 gold, level 8, trading that HP. Will be, I imagine, one of the scary players on stage 5.
Yeah, we expect him to go up to all level 9 on stage 5-2, and then he's going to start looking for that Kindred as his next spike. Hyo Swang, in the meantime, you know, we know he low rolled on stage 4, full loss streak with malicious monetization and a stacking required augment to start off. This is looking very dire for him.
Yeah, I'm not... intrigued in this position for him.
I felt like he was trying to angle for some really high roll position with his Kaisa on level 7,
Probably
go directly for Baron.
Yeah.
Not going to happen, unfortunately.
But it's tough because I think especially when you are at this point total, 13 points, you're probably going to be eliminated at the end of the day unless you do something quite special. And if it isn't today, it's going to be one of the first elimination cuts tomorrow since the points carry over. So I think for Yeo it really was, I'm going to hope that this is a triple prismatic lobby. Even if the chances of that happening are slim to none, you gotta hope that you get to something that maybe gives you like win out so you can actually get to level 9, go 10, get the Baron, get more points on the board. It just didn't happen in this game.
It's kind of a fake eighth because you're forced to risk so much that it either comes out your way and you find your way back outside of that cut range, or you just fall even further down into this 8th and 7th place position.
Oh, Setsi is gunning for a very, very big roll down straight to level 9 here. Let's see how much HP he can preserve. He's going to be in the 10s here. But in the 10s could be a huge difference between 1 life or 2 lives. Setsi only lost by 3 units. He should still have 2 lives available. That's actually very lucky for him to run into one of the weaker players in the lobby.
Big win for Saya as well. The 2 lives from Kubi are worth that much more that we're this late in stage 5 with everyone starting to even out into that 1 or 2 life territory.
Oh,
as well.
Setsuko's, he's leveling.
Darius
leveling
3
up.
for Saya. That's a big, big upgrade with healing orbs in particular to try and chain those overheals on the Darius and keep him alive in the front line.
All right, finds a Xerath too. Oh, that's big.
Just as we come back, but his front line is looking very suspicious here. I'm not sure this is actually enough.
It's tough because you do have a couple of good tank items, but this is not the player you want to run into. Saya, who just got this Noxus reroll board all the way online. This front line is not going to stand tall against this Darius.
And look at what Saya is doing. Because he knows there's the water axiom, he's just positioning all of his backline on the other side of the board. 100% making sure that you can't accidentally snipe his carries.
If the Xerath cast, I think Setsi might win this. The burst will not allow Darius to heal too much, but he's not able to kill everything. The Darius still survives, and Setsuko now goes down to 1 life. Cambuli goes out in 8th place. Unfortunately, the Yordles are not working today. We saw Broseph go 7th, now Cambuli going 8th.
I will say, while I think that Veigar is
Wait,
very
no, it's
fun
7th.
to see,
+1 placement.
that is still not very
go.
good. And it's just tough. I think when you have these 3-star 3-cost boards, it's just not able to stand tall to that. Maybe Cam was also missing out on something there, would have liked to have additional econ to actually use the Yordles as a stepstone to get to level 9 and Annie.
A better final item here for Kubi. We'll see if that'll be enough here. Has hit all of his 3 stars, is on his last 9 lives, similar to Sayo. Maybe we even see a mirror match between these 2 players. Nope, it'll be Ringo facing off against the Polish player. We'll see what they can do here. Double stone plate. Spirit Visage, Leona going to hang on for a long time here, but the Xerath might just burst through the Leona before she can get the DR online.
Combat Charm also purchased for Ringo early on, so there's an additional 2-second stun. It is all going to come down to the backline snipes. The Xerath on the same side doesn't find the backline just yet. Actually spread damage, not focusing down on the Leona.
The Gunblade really helping as well, and that's a big fight win for Kubi. Ringo, I think, will be taken down despite what looks like a very clean game on the Shurima line.
Oh, that means that Setsuko would actually have a couple of those Shurima units now back in the pool. It was sitting on a pair of Nasus, so that might be a huge deal.
Necro, the Yordle emblem.
No, don't. That was never saving that spot from Cambuli, and you know it.
It's just so tough because you don't get enough econ from silver augments on 3-2, and I think a lot of these boards were hoping for them, especially with the item starts.
Oh, for sure.
I think Cam would have had such a higher average placement if there was a prismatic on 3-2 instead of that silver.
But it is like a tough roll, right? It's only a 20% chance for you to have been able to get that second prismatic augment. So I think it was always like a high risk, high reward strategy to go for that. And the people that played it safe are the ones that are coming out in top 4 in this lobby.
Yeah, especially Broseph. I felt like his game plan was great. He knew that there was a lot of people trying to lose streak. He made sure that none of them actually got to 5, broke all of them, and a great game plan, just shifting his composition based on the Golemify that wants to stall and also just the good items for the Jinx comp.
Battle of the win streakers now. Darius, reroll up against this Jinx board from Brosev with all the extra artifacts helping his board out. We'll see where the Singed ends up exploding, maybe in that bottom right corner onto the backline carries on this Noxus con.
It's working. There's only one life left here for Saya. Kubikson is also going to be on his last life as Saya is slayed out of this competition in the bottom 4. And Setsuko is also going to fall here. It's actually Setsuko out in 5th, and Saya walks away with a 4th place.
This is the classic Raiko game where you suddenly go to his board, he's still alive playing Ionia. It was the case last match as well during regionals. He's in the top 3 facing off against these extremely scary boards. He just always ends up doing it. I don't know how. The 1 and 2 might help.
Yeah, a big win streak for him to start this one off. And Raiko Mastery, I think he read the lobby really well. I'm not sure how fast he picked his augment, but he was clearly getting the sense that, wait a minute, nobody is playing a real board. Everyone's fake here, so I'm just going to go for straight win streaks.
Lots of items, lots of HP, and now a pretty good-looking board to top it all off. It's going to be Raiko Mastery up against Brosif on your right-hand side, as Kubikson on his last life is going to be facing off against a Ghost. That was a huge, huge shot coming through there from the Ziggs, but I think the fact that it was a Ghost board is going to save Kubikson. Raiko Mastery takes a big hit there from Brosif, and we're getting closer to our final winner in this Game 5.
Does feel like Brosov is just running away with this. The spirit of Malala just too strong in these additional artifacts coming into it. And of course, Dumbify, I've said this many times before, I think these augments are just kind of broken at this point. Great for stalling comps.
We got the message, Clement. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I'll skip it.
And I think Raiko is one of the players that benefited the most from the general augment setup that we got in this game. The Buried Treasures into a low-impact Silver where he has such a huge HP and item lead. And then Swordsmith to really be able to itemize both the Kindred and the Yunara and have the duo carry he'll have by going to level 9 on stage 5 anyway. So just really, really strong game from Raiko here. Set 2 comes in. Set died before getting the second cast off in the Warwick last fight. Maybe that is the factor that differentiates this next result.
Oh, and Kindred too. His main carry actually getting upgraded here. It's a big find for Raiko.
This is the Raiko Classic. Before anyone else, he started positioning Set alone in the front line very early on to the set.
Just makes it the target so that Set has to go do his workout a little bit sooner.
More consistent.
Raiko is going to be going up against the Ghost of the Malzahar Zoe board, so our attention turns to the left-hand side where Brosta faces off again versus Kubikson with 1 life left.
And this should be a good matchup for Kubi because of the flat DR reduction on from Leona onto the Jinx and to mitigate a lot of damage in this long fight. We'll see if it's enough here. Looks like it's a pretty big win for Kubi, so Brosa is going to get taxed a bit on his HP.
And Raiko's down. Raiko lost to that Malzahar Ghost.
And here goes the big
I forgot. Did you guys forget? Be honest.
No, I was
forgot.
ready for this. What do you mean? I knew it. Brosip is going to go level 10. He has a bunch of pairs on his board. He was rolling a little bit, though, so I feel like he actually forgot because he was looking for the legendary pairs to actually get upgraded. But it's going to be truly an epic showdown.
And Kubi, I think, doesn't really have much more to cap out on because he's playing 3-cost reroll, so Brosip a little bit more favored.
A Kindred 2 and 1 Senna for Kubikson. You have to think that Brosip is going to run away with this now.
The matchup, though, I still think that Leona is doing so much against the Jinx. We'll see if the Warwick and the Kidder can carry on that right side.
Sinch is going to start to apply some pressure to the backline, but it is going to just be this Leona that continues to stand tall. This time around there are a couple of other units to help back up that Ziggs as that big bomb comes through. And the Kindred as well with the cast. It looks like it's going to be done, and Brosif with a first place might actually take himself out of the elimination zone as Kubikson stands there with a couple more points as well.
Second place, I think, still strong with that 2-player setup on 9 lives, but Brosif has to be ecstatic. He had a fairly weak start to the day. I think he is, in some ways, trying to play some humble TFT and just get the points on the board for this day 1. So really big from him to be able to clutch up as a player that usually plays a lot of reroll and plays for only top 4. To win a game is really good news.
3 points behind the average, starting at 15, but then taking this win here is going to jump him up to 23. And we have all talked about this. The cutoff is usually 22 on day 1. Takes himself above water and doesn't have to force a hard, difficult play in the next game.
It's so interesting to see what our players decided to lock in terms of their strategies, though, because you saw a couple of people tried to swing big and then they missed, especially looking at the Void board coming through from Yeyol. But then you also had a couple of players like Ringo and Setsuko that wanted to take Secret of the Sands, contested each other, and then it just didn't really work out. It was a safe middle ground placement.
Can I just say ripperinos for the 2 players that took item augments that need to stack, and they look at the lobby and 3 players are open fort? It's just like, okay,
That's
what am I
true,
supposed
actually.
to do now?
That's a good point. I mean, Kambuli was definitely on the losing end of that, hoping that the Veigar would actually get a couple more KOs.
Yep.
Ripperinos.
Poor one out for poor Veigar. Well, and while we're going to be a little bit wary about our players going for Veigar, I do believe we have an update coming through there from CLE and Makes. So what did you witness over there on the other lobbies?
Honestly, there was so much craziness. Like, I don't even know where to start. We started this off wanting to look at Elia because he's obviously at the top of our standings, and we wanted to see what he's been doing. Good news, he was cooking. He was trying to go for a Noxus reroll, found that Draven 3 was on a Darius 1 and abandoned the plan. Instead, plays around a Silas legendary flex composition with that Draven 3 in the backline, gets a 3rd place on the back of that. I love seeing that board.
I mean, playing around lobby tempo is one of the most important things in this TFT set, and specifically at the Tactician's Crown. A player that did stick to his guns, though, we do have a package to highlight this game, is fan favorite Revan. Another top 2 from him sticking to the Noxus reroll and just dominating based around the tempo that he did have in this game.
Honestly, I feel like it just speaks to his competitive spirit. He has been kicking it into gear ever since this Tactician's Crown has started, and I feel like he shut up the haters real good.
He sure did. I put him in D tier.
How
Listen,
are you feeling about that choice right now?
I'm wrong. I've definitely been wrong. The apology form will come out at some point,
We'll
I'm sure.
publish it for public use. I
Yes.
feel like at this point it might be necessary.
I'll chime in here. In the Spanish community, hate watching is a real thing because it blesses our players. So putting Revan in D tier is the biggest buff we could have possibly given him. This is the whole reason we did it. At least on my end.
Angry.
Sure, Panda,
I
sure.
can't lie. It has worked so far.
Listen, maybe I won't apologize. I'll just say thank you, or you're welcome. Whatever works here. The good news here for EMEA is that it did end in a 1-2 for EMEA in this lobby, but that wasn't the only region we saw topping lobbies.
That's right. CN has been doing really well as well in one of their lobbies because Lobby 1 had an MF3 from Han Xing, and there also was a Kaisa 3. However, she was alone on her board and died immediately in a 6th place.
Yes, it wasn't ideal, but another lobby also had CN 1-2, and so great showing from a lot of the regions really separating themselves. The one that's missing from the top there is kind of APAC here. They need to make a big comeback. Clement, what do you have to say?
We got it.
Yeah?
We're used to playing 1st or 8th, and if we don't get the 1st, well, you know what we'll get.
It was 1st last game. It's 8th
not what
now.
you were
It'll be
supposed to
1st
say.
in game 6. Perfect. The math adds up.
The other big thing that happened in one of our lobbies, Bilgewater 10 from Darth Noob. We knew this guy was going to win from like 3-2. He already had the setup for Demacia. He did Demacia +1 as well as 2 of these Bilgewater spats. It was a very easy game for Darth Noob, able to pilot it to a very successful 1st place.
Yeah,
Oh my
I think that concludes it from our end. There was plenty of craziness going on here in the alternative lobbies, and we'll of course keep an eye on our players that are right on the cusp that need to avoid elimination. So back to you guys.
Thank you very much, CLE and Makes, for the update. We're just watching the pure cinema play out here as we see how Darth Noob piloted to this Bilgewater 10. We saw the spreading roots to get the emblems into Earth for the gamble, and then he ended up taking team building to try to finish this out. And I'm just here to watch it all go down. This is awesome.
That is actually the most high roll spreading routes I've ever seen. It allows you to unlock Galio and play 10 Bilgewater on level 9 with the Galio on the bench. You couldn't ask for more.
This round kind of had it all. We were only missing maybe an ASOL 1st place, and then this would be the best round of the tournament already.
Are we getting like our version of Darth Noob walking? Because it kind of feels like he was feeling himself. Like he got the 10 Bilgewater.
He's always walking. He'll sit down when he wins, you know? It's like the anti-Robin walk.
Oh.
The Darth sit.
All right, well, I think we're going to have to try to workshop that one a little bit more. But it was very cool to be able to see how all of the other lobbies played out. So now let's tally up the points and show you the standings as we have now concluded 5 of our 6 games today. Starting at the very bottom, you can see that a couple of the Americas players and quite a few of the CN players have not been having a very good day.
A ton of big names here, especially from Citadel and then APAC and CN. Gobustar also joining the mix right here, so it's just proving that I feel like the Americas is just crushing everyone.
But guess who's not here? Hwamye.
Oh?
Hwamye is on the next
A
page.
second.
He's coming back?
Maybe a
might
first
be.
next game and he'll be clear. The
We
cutoff
wrote him
was
off?
22 last set. It can be higher, of course. There's no guarantees. It can be as high as I would guess 24 coming into the day 2 cut.
Oh, and Jazz Latte taking a really rough run here as well. 2 8ths back-to-back sinks him to 29th. He wants to break his own record of 24th here. AQ1H riding up the standings.
Waishin Iverson is also starting to turn things around after 2 pretty bad games to start out the day. But we're also seeing a couple of other regional favorites. Kambuli from the Americas. 2 back-to-back bot 4s, but still plenty of time to turn it around. YBY1 from APAC is one of the players that we consider to be one of the biggest threats in this Tactician's crown. And of course, as you turn your attention to the next page, you're going to see even more royalty from TFT.
A big win for Travis to get him back up in the standings as well. Now 14th place position there. Set to go as well, despite not having the best last game here, is now sitting in that top 10 with the Shurima line he executed on.
And the 2 best players from CNTOC, Lee Sao and CSFX, both rising up the standings. Not quite yet into the finals, but they still have 2 buddies, Saya and Hanshing from the JOC, entering.
EMEA, though, 4 players on this first page as Double, Aaliyah, Revan, and Dasik are all holding hands at almost the 30-point mark there.
And Aaliyah and Dasik, 2 very close players in their prep. They were very close in the final game that Aaliyah won for EMEA, for the EMEA Championship. Dasik was right there with him in that 1-2 punch. So really nice to see them both in the top 8. I think it's showing that whatever game plan and prep and meta read they had coming into this day 1 is clearly working, and it's a very good sign for them coming into day 2.
Yeah, I think the flippy script from APAC is not really working. I wonder how players will continue to adjust, because if you've already flipped a couple times, you got to flip more. That's kind of the way the game plan works.
Is this one of those things that if you continue to flip the coin, it flips heads enough times at some point, right?
It's actually one of the strengths of the 1st or 8th playstyle is you actually have a lot of comeback potential because you have more practice in extreme types of situations. That is true, but they still have to pull it off. I don't like starting on the back foot for them.
We have another recap to show you before we get ready for this final game of the day, and that is going to be from Aaliyah. As we look back on what happened in that game number 5, looks like he got a nice little blessing from the devs there with the care package and the notes, and we'll get a chance to watch how the rest of this game went.
And they did mention Mace and CLE that he played around Silas and the Draven. I'm curious to see if he played around Fast9 AD with Kindred added in as well, or if it's just Vertical Noxus.
Yeah, I did think they said he had a 3-star Draven, which is really interesting. I wonder how he could fit that in. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it is Fast9 AD, which is a comp that we saw Clement in scrims has been doing really, really well. The top end of the Fast9 AP lines have been nerfed a tiny bit. So I think this line in particular, I think, was one of the big winners in terms of the high cap boards.
I'm just very impressed that he found the goal to re-roll the Darius as well and get to that end game board.
I think it's the Draven. The more times that the Draven gets kills, the more gold it's going to print you, and then you can just continue to
The money factory.
roll through that. Yes.
That does take down Lee Sao here as well. Oh, no, never mind.
I will say, if we have Aaliyah on our main broadcast game, definitely tune into his webcam. He is a very emotional player. He reacts in good and bad ways to every single round result and makes TFT that much more exciting.
Is that why he's hiding his face in the shadows?
I'll just say this. I think he broke one of his bed frames throughout regionals. He had to change the bed frame. So
Oh my god.
stay tuned. Maybe the table might not survive.
Okay, well, Aaliyah's not going to be in this game that we've got coming up here for the main broadcast, but this is a great time to tell you all and remind you that we have co-streamers that are also going to be covering our other lobbies not shown on the main broadcast in other languages. So if you're not a native English speaker, you don't want to listen to the broadcast in English, you can also go check out some of our other official co-streamers. And of course, go check out our players. They're also going to be streaming their perspectives so that you get a chance to be in on the action, cheer for them from the sidelines, and give them that extra bit of support that may just help push them towards that next stage of competition. With only one game left to go, though, today, this is it. We have the bottom 8 players getting eliminated at the end of this game. So if you remember those point totals, you do not want to be in a 33rd to 40th place. So that's where we got to turn our attention to the bottom of the standings, and that's where we play that coin flip game. Do you get to flip heads this time?
Even if you make this first cut, there are more cuts tomorrow. So even players who are going to be safe-ish after this next game, they have to try and play that riskier style as well tomorrow.
Robin Songs is going to be your player in 33rd place. 17 points right now is going to be where the cutoff is, but it could very well be 22 points. So you can do the math there a little bit based on the placement that Robin Songs, Li Tuchuan, and Goblestier get in this final game, whether or not they can actually sneak by the elimination station. Let's get ready to go for our final game of day 1 of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends, and we're going to see LeBlanc as our encounter.
Oh, this could be a very fun tempo game. If you get those earlier augment selections, there are some crazy combinations that can go on here. A lot of the delayed power augments suddenly become that much better because you're not taking them on 2-1 and sitting there. You can actually get them, slightly in a different order.
And it's a harder thing to prepare for and have a game plan for because you don't see this encounter that often to see all the different iterations. So intuitive TFT kind of takes a more important role here in stage 2, if we see that. Sometimes we see the augments come out much later.
True. And I do want to mention the 3 lowest point leaders here, the 3 lowest point members here have actually all won previous TOCs. So this is just showcasing how tough the competition here is in our top 40. And I think the game will revolve around their spots a lot. A lot of people will just look at them and say, hey, if you're going into a fast 9 spot, I can adjust my tempo based on that.
Revan has played 3 games of Noxus reroll in this day 1. This sends an important message to everyone else in this lobby. He would like to play another one, most likely, because he's had very good results. So try and stay clear of that. If you're thinking about contesting it, it could end up in a bad result for both players, like we saw earlier with the Ionia Alliance.
Yeah, but he is actually holding Ishtal? Do you think he strays away from...
That's the Revan I love.
I will say Revan is a kind of inertia and momentum-based player. When he's doing well, he will be very confident, for good or for bad. So it could be potentially that he sees himself playing some XL lines for now. Just making 10 here with Kiana. Hopefully winning this PV round, he should.
Did you say hopefully?
He will.
I think
don't worry.
Kiana's the one unit that almost always wins, no matter where you position her.
We saw this in previous TOCs where you only needed a 7th to advance, and he was like, nah, I'm playing Ishtal. Just for the love of the game.
And this is, we talked about one of the staples of 3-cost reroll. A lot of gold, you just sack stage 2, you say, you know what, I don't really care about winning rounds right now. I'll win rounds with that much extra gold I'll have for my 3-5 spike on level 7.
It's interesting, though, because we're going to get a second augment choice in the next round. Because we're seeing silver, there is about a 30% chance you're going to see another silver. A pretty higher majority chance that we will see a gold augment, but there is a small sliver of a chance we will see prismatic, and that might make things really exciting.
You really want to see like back-to-back augments, 2 gold starts. That generation just takes you through the roof and makes the lobby tempo that much faster into straight 9. Travis is going to be the player with the just staking out his claim onto the Noxus line here. Already finding the Scion. I really like the Scion Noxus start. It's basically one of the strongest because it's an unconditional unlock onto the LeBlanc. The only 3 costs that you can do that with. And he levels to 4 just to stake his claim.
And Travis, one of the players who has been very happy to play Melflex throughout regionals. It's the line that he is most comfortable on of any others. We are seeing the back-to-back augments coming in here. We could see extra buckles if you want to get the Volibear later on and just the tankiness on that Scion right now for his own scaling. Survivor, I think, a little bit too risky in a Tactician lobby. I don't think we'll see that pickup happen throughout at all in this day one. Yeah, it will be extra buckles in the end.
Not when you have 24 points. I don't think you go for that one.
I'm sad it's a silver augment. I wanted to see the high roll.
Some free rerolls for Gobo, so a free Bard, you know, if he wants it now in stage 2, could be a pretty big pickup here.
I guess the Demacia online, is there anything that you would want to stay with if you're seeing this setup, or are you thinking about maybe trying to push a little bit further, go to like level 8?
Gobo wants to try and place for second or first in this lobby, right? He's on 15 points right now, so a standard game of Demacia will not cut it. I think if he's going to play Demacia, it will be stabilize on 8, but eventually make it to 9, make it to Zillion 2, make it to Any 2, and actually try and win this lobby.
A lot of the AP boards really rely on that Rise or Volibear into the late game to kind of win their games, or else they have to go on to the other route, which is more like the SSMV, the Silas, the Shyvana to stabilize their front line. Those are kind of the cap-out AP boards you can get, and now we go for the Bard. Not sure which Ionia this one is, but JRC in a fairly comfortable position.
It is Path of the Enlightened.
Probably taking a page out of Raiko's playbook.
Yunara, and then go to stage 5.
And doesn't really have the best items for AP for this Ahri. The Red Buff will do for now, but mostly having things like the Even Shot we're seeing slammed here and an open sword now for AD.
Full item slams onto this one. We're going to see who actually can maintain their win streak. It should be the Ahri in the back line, I'm thinking. Does look like that upgraded Shen is going to do it for JRC, and indeed he does push through.
I just like watching the pies fly around on this board. I don't know what it is, but my immediate attention gets drawn to the bread and the pies.
The immediate attention of some players will be drawn to this Draven potentially. Someone like Revan will be angling for this. No contest here, so really good pickup on this carousel. With how much more impactful 3-costs are now in the meta, this carousel is just so important in terms of sometimes just getting you direction in the first place.
There are 5 Bard players. Oh my goodness.
It's listen.
You get a Bard,
Stage 2
and I want a Bard.
augments enable Bard from free rerolls. If you have 2 augments, you'll have double the chances to enable Bard for free. And that's
You're
the
right.
case here.
I'm
Patience for day 6, crafting as well for a lot of players.
Just putting it out there. Everybody wanted Bard this game.
Gotta go for higher cap. I wonder what Li Tuchuan has on his board. He did have the Caretaker's Ally, so free 2 costs, potentially. Does look like it's just going to be the Nico, most likely.
And we do see kind of at least three players slightly leaning towards the Demacia AP line, so that could be dicey for someone like Gobo who needs a big result. The more players can test you, the higher you're going to cap because you're just going to use more gold to stabilize on a Garen 2 in the first place.
Robin Songs, one of the players that is towards the bottom of the standings, has a chance to be able to get back into this game, but is going to need a 3rd place or better to do it. Right now, he's going to be on a 3-loss streak, hoping to try to string some things together. Looks like he might be trying to go towards that Zoe Malzahar board. Already with a Leona 2, it feels like you can start to try to bank up some of these free rerolls with the Patience as a virtue, and then try to get to that level 7. If you can continue the loss streak here, that would be pretty good, but you have to try to contest with that of Revan.
I feel like this Leona might be a bait. Yeah, he's not going to pick up the Malzahar, so with the Patience, probably just going to go for higher cap compositions in the AP lines.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, he didn't buy the Malzahar.
And you have so much tempo already. Having a Leona 2 in stage 2 is just kind of insane to just allow you to use that as a tool to not have to roll again for a long time and just continue pushing levels with any kind of AP backline.
Cool. I'm here for it.
And you just cap lower, right? This is Robin's preferred game plan, playing around 3-cost rerolls, but he's in a spot where he needs to play for more than that.
He can't settle for Leona Zoe. Leona Zoe is typically considered as the lowest capped of the 3-cost rerolls.
It can win, but it's unlikely, especially in a game 6 where there's more players in that same position. So the overall cap for the players that do make it to those level 9 boards will just be higher.
Yep. And congrats to JRC. Big pickups onto the carousel and gets the 5-win streak. Litutron trying to do the same here against Travis. Does find it.
2 win streakers then in Litutron and JRC. And actually, Revan is going to have his lost streak broken as he wins out that last combat. It's going to be Robin Songs is the only lost streaker left. I wonder if maybe they ran into each other or something, because Revan's board does not look particularly strong.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that Leona 2 was able to lose. I wonder, it probably did positioning intentionally for that loss and did fake out Revan.
Leona 2 lost 2 fights in Stage 2, which is actually a very impressive thing to have happen. Robin is the GOAT for being able to achieve that result, which he wanted to, of course.
Yeah, Revan won against Robin, so it had to have been some sort of positioning difference for that. That is so crazy.
This actually gives me confidence. A lot of times Robin, even when he did make it all the way into the finals, you didn't feel like he could take a first place, but playing for higher cap this time.
And this is really interesting. Prismatic augment, final augment. So the stage is set as early as 3-1. Players have all the information and resources that they're going to be able to play with in this game. It's just pure TFT for the rest of it.
Oh, and we have some big gamblers across the board here.
Oh my god.
Gobo actually going to go for luxury subscription. It really depends what you get on 3-1. Some of the best ones would be Zillion and the Ornn that have that scaling aspect.
These are kind of crazy items for Darius. He has
oh no,
Nashers, JG for LeBlanc, and perfect item Darius as well.
Oh no, for Gobo, you got the worst one.
What did he get? Oh.
The fiddle.
Oh.
You have to take a big risk, and if there's anyone that can get out of this position, it's going to be Gobo, but it's going to depend on the Latent Forge and what he can do with that artifact in particular.
He's like, please get an early Lux show up in my shops.
And the crazy thing that we see on our right side is Robin actually circled back after seeing the augment into a 3-cost reroll. So he thinks that Trifecta with the 3-cost is enough to get him out of this position. Now, to be fair, Robin's actually only 2 points behind the average, so perhaps this is a decent play.
A very early Yasuo 2 here for Gobo, which means he's going to be able to unlock that Yone a little bit easier. I guess you're going to have a lot of possible outs for Latent Forge, right, with both AP and AD for Yone and the Ahri. JRC, happy to see him playing Bilgewater. He thinks he is one of the strongest Bilgewater players in the Americas, maybe even in the world. Had a lot of success with it throughout all of the Americas regionals.
The crazy thing about JRC is he actually plays a lot of GP Draven, which I've never seen anyone play, and he started playing it very early into the set as well.
You say that you haven't seen anybody play it, but I definitely saw it on a couple of patches just dominating the ladder.
Yeah, earlier on for sure, like in the first or second TPC, but like he played it in regionals, which was the only player to do so.
Hey, but if he's the only player doing it, then he's got all of the gangplanks in his own little world.
That is true.
No one
Uncontested.
contesting him.
Uncontested 7.
Well, also Fizz, early Fizz here, not so bad.
Tiniest Titan as well, which will help when you have a trait that just scales itself, with Tom Hedge especially later in the game, and the Serpents as well. The more you can survive, just the stronger you'll get. 3-5 will be the round to look at for players like Robin, for players like Revan. There could be kind of a cat and mouse game of who rolls first to take out some 3-costs out of the pool and who can wait and have higher APM to roll a little bit later in the turn.
You definitely want to wait later than your opponent. Try to get that tailwind and have them remove options from the pool. Dasik just straight up going for a Demacia line. These are clearly Lux items that he's building up here. Very comfortable in the position, so he doesn't need to go for a forced composition. But I think for Robin Songs, my worry is that if you're on 17 and you're still aiming for top 4, even if you survive today, it's going to make it very difficult to survive the future cuts. We do have 2-game cuts all the way in tomorrow's games.
It's going to be a really wild roller coaster tomorrow when you look at when those eliminations will happen. But as we take a look at this carousel, there are a couple of key units here.
Garen for the Demacia players. Misfortune if it makes it third pick to JRC. No, unfortunately not. That belt has been swooped up.
And Dasik, who is already angling for the Lux, instantly going and getting that Garen up.
Also the Zoe for Robin could be pretty big. He does pick it up.
Koyoyi with now on a 5-loss streak. I'm very interested on where he's going to go because a lot of these items are quite difficult to discern. He's denied the NF here, but he really needs to start stabilizing.
It's time for the 3-5 roll down. Extra Leona's found the Zoe. Want to have at least Mal 2 and Zoe 2 here ideally.
I want an apology. I said he was going to go for Zoe, Leona,
He got trifecta though.
Malzahar.
I mean, trifecta
he
is
skipped
the
the
one
first
reason
Malz.
to 180 turn back into this lane.
I'm just saying that I saw this from the very beginning, and then you were like, but he skipped the first Malzahar, so he's not
So
going to
you're
do
a visionary, Necra. You have a future vision, and you knew trifecta was coming up. You gotta share that power with us.
Adjustment.
I'm just saying. But there's going to be another 3-cost roller across the way. That is Travis Cat, who wants to try to go the Noxus direction, has 5 copies of the LeBlanc. And so it's going to be a bit of a hustle for both of our 3-cost rerollers to try to get their comps online.
And Travis, I'm not sure if he's going to be playing around the Darius variation of this line. Doesn't have a Draven, doesn't have a Darius unlocked yet. I think he might just be playing LeBlanc 3 with Melflex, for example, and push levels instead.
You want to know why that is, though? It's because Revan actually has a lot of those Noxus units as well. The Darius, the Draven, he was able to actually unlock the Scion quite early for the LeBlanc. And he's also going to be rolling now for those 3 costs.
And he has a lot of extra rolls here saved up. Finds an early Senna as well. Interesting if that will fit the board here. Wants to hit Darius 2 at the very least on this roll down. Still has a bit more to go for.
Oh, you should keep rolling. Okay, there it is. Finds
Just
the
barely
stabilization.
comes in.
Oh, big find for JRC here. He didn't get the one from the carousel, but found it himself, level 7. And already spiked with an Ornn.
And he's above 50 gold as well, so we might be seeing the build letter masterclass that we were promised from JRC. Definitely in a position to really get to that very scary late game cap on Buildwater.
Yeah, so far looks like the highest cap across all of these players. Of course, there is one other one that we haven't talked about. Lee Tutuan, 9-win streaking so far. Really curious at where his board has been going.
And in particular with the early augments, I think something like Buildwater really just finds that much more success in terms of having all these extra resources on stage 4, on stage 5.
Who's going to get pressured off of the Noxus reroll? Is it going to be Revan or is it going to be Travis?
I would have to guess Travis. I feel like Radiant TG is not very strong of an item when you're trying to go for these reroll 3 costs, and you have to have very specific item combinations to get full value. So he's most likely just looking for the Mel angle, already has double mana items in the back.
And they're two almost opposite players in how their personalities interact in TFT in particular. Travis is has a lot of confidence in himself. He always wants to play for very high cap. He doesn't want to settle for contesting a reroll, whereas Revan is in some ways the opposite. He is much more humble in his playstyle. He wants to make things easier, but just for cleaner execution, which is where he really excels. So I think he's definitely going to stick to his guns.
Gobo has actually started to unlock Yone, and so is going to be able to start to get that 4-cost online. Has rolled a little bit as well to also get some Demacia units in, and he found an Azir and an Ornn. I'm not really sure where he got these units from. Maybe the luxury subscription?
And he picked up Zanya's as his artifact, so he cannot really just play into Yone Ahri. I think he has to find a way to cap this board higher. This is going to be one of the more important tests of creativity in this set for Gobo, in a pivotal moment as well, where he really has to find a good result here.
He really needs the Silas. I feel like that's the only thing that saves his board. So we're going to see if he continues to roll down here. Only one pair of Garen. The Yone game plan, he simply doesn't have the items to support that carry.
And there's quite a few Demacia players as well, right? So it's going to be even harder to hit the Garen 2 unless he rolls for it now.
Robin also going for the big roll down. Already has the 3-star Leona with pretty good items at this point.
Fries in the bag. Leona 2, stage 2. Why pivot? Just pick up Trifecta and do what you do best. Robin has preserved so much HP. He won all of stage 3 as he kind of had to with his game plan. We'll see if he can continue this win streak with just a Leona 3 for now.
A couple notable low roll players already, so I think Robin is actually going to scoot into that top 4 quite comfortably. It's about the cap, how far he can how much padding can you find for day 2? That's the question. Taking a look at Revan's copies right here. 7 on the Draven, 6 on the Darius. Unfortunately, the main carry here, LeBlanc, still pretty low on numbers. It's a little bit too spread out when you're playing these 3-cost rerolls. You would preferably have all of them in just like one of the carries and have them 3-starred in sequence.
And Revan is on 40 gold still. Koyu is on 40 gold as well. Both of these players are playing for level 7, so we'll see who ends up rolling down earlier. Koyu seems to be rolling quite heavily right now, trying to find that Jinx 3, trying to find the Sejuani 3. This will favor Revan, of course. More 3-cost coming out of the pool for a player who I think Revan usually rolls down a little bit later than most when it comes to 3-cost reroll. He tries to be a little bit more greedy in that sense. And there's a Mel for Travis, his beloved, the champion that he does so well on. Even as early as the Paris Open, he was playing around Mel and Bessa when no one else was.
Was that because no one was actually playing around those units, or was that just because it was the first time people had seen the set and
No,
were
he had
still
some
figuring it
secret
out?
tech, which I will not spoil, but he thought that was his big edge coming into the tournament. It didn't quite pan out, but still, it was a cool game plan.
I'm just taking a look at the Garen copies across the board here. A lot of these people want to cap out with the Sylas. And of course, Dasik, you know, going with the Demacia line, already has the Garen too. So it just makes Gobo's comeback that less likely. Can't really find any carry to work with the Zanyas, unfortunately for him.
Veigar Mel, it's time. The comp that Necra wishes to see.
No, no, thank you. Not this one.
Necra will use all her powers for just to see a Mel Veigar duo carry
No,
in day
no.
2.
I'm good. I'm good.
And really interesting to see how Lee Tuchuan is shaping up with the Ishtal game plan. He did 10 win streak and then started losing, so that's actually kind of the perfect tempo we've talked about for Ishtal players, especially for CN. That's what they want to do. They want to get most of their quest points out from stage 4 quests. The level ups especially are very strong for them.
And for the most part, you're hoping matchmaking favors you by getting those free wins against someone like Tuchuan if they are not using most of their resources in this stage, if they are kind of sacking this stage 4. So this is, again, where it's important to take advantage of everyone's different lobby tempo and use it to your benefit.
So we see that he actually cashed out already. Didn't find a good quest that he thought he could do. Probably a lot of loose streak quests. And Robinson's on the other hand, main tank, main carry, fries in the bag, going to day 2.
Doesn't have items for the Zoe right now, so I think might even push levels before going for the Zoe 3 in this current spot.
Yeah, strong possibility for that. Found the Azir, but not the Seraphine, so missing a potential very big tilt over.
And Koyu's in trouble. Roll down to under 10 gold. Is not on Jinx 3. Is not on Sejuani 3. Is facing a bad matchup and is losing a lot of HP in the process. So this is starting to get scary for one of our CN players.
Lowest HP had to roll down first, basically make everyone else's rolls a little bit more efficient, and that's just not a good spot for him to be in. Robinson's now climbing up into the standings, 9 win streak after the pivot backwards. JRC for me is kind of surprising. 5 loss streak, I wonder if he goes, oh, he is level 9, just straight up level to 9 on 4-5.
Tiniest Titans, I think he felt he was getting enough extra HP to play this greedier style of Bilgewater. Recognize that he's not winning against players like Robin anyway. He's going to win against players like Tuchuan most likely, so he might as well also sack this stage. I think I like it.
Takes the, I think the 4, oh no.
Revan has hit most of his units as well. The Darius 3 is online, going to get so much value here on the Nidalee as well even. And the Draven, unfortunately no items on the backline AD carry for now, but the Darius is really the star of the show of this comp. He's a tank. He's the front line, he's the melee carry, he's the damage carry, he does it all.
Probably the most successful 3-cost reroll line we've seen today. Gobo won on it, Revan won on it. And JRC, even though he hit level 9, has not 2-starred any of his carries so far. So this is going to be a big turn for him.
Gobo is cooking. Can we go back to Gobo's board and see exactly what has been assembled here? A Nasus, a Senna, a Vayne, a Kaisa Longshot, an Azir, and a Garen. Just trying to make it to 9, just trying to find the cap that he needs to try and succeed and fight for a second or a first.
He canceled his subscription. He's just going, you know, I don't need Fiddle.
The trial ran out. He's like, yep, that was good enough for me. I'm out.
Thanks for the gold.
I don't know about this one.
It's usually very sus if you don't have Garen too, and unfortunately, Dasik is kind of blocking his way.
Big roll down for Koyu here. Finds a Jinx, finds a Sejuani. He needs to find at least, I would imagine, both a frontline and a backline upgrade to try and stay alive here. Finds the Warwick, maybe too expensive to go for when you haven't hit your Jinx yet. I mean, what has happened here? Very tragic result for the CN player to, on stage 5, not have hit any of his 3 stars with 2 other 3-cost reroll players taking so many of these units out of the pool.
Yeah, just a straight loss streak angle. He didn't settle onto his composition until much later into the game. Probably even missed a few copies, I would assume. And just a low roll game in general for him. On the other hand, for Gobostor, can he actually make it through? He still has 16 HP, and on stage 5, that should be relatively safe. He can lose by 6. But his front line is completely 1-star.
He is facing Dasik, who is greeting out, trying to go 9 himself. Maybe one of the better matchups he could have possibly faced here. There is still an unprocced Zanya on a scaling Kai'Sa that should win him this fight. But Gobo has to find some more upgrades. Koyu has also won that fight against Revan.
How did he even win that? Wasn't it a Darius 3?
Darius was on the wrong side, so I think maybe that's part of it.
Very unexpected results. Lichuan does get the big cash out here.
The Boogeyman is starting to come online. Skarner 2, Seraphine 2, Swain 2, and all his gold is gone. Will this be enough, Clement? He has a duplicator still left up as well. And there's a Mel too if he wants it.
Yeah, it's just going to forego the Brock game plan, play around the Mel here.
Doesn't go for it. I think he has enough HP to try and greed for both the Mel 2 and potentially the Silas 2.
I guess.
And the Mel's meet. 1,000-yard stare between the two of them. However, a stronger secondary carry coming in from Travis. Some decent rolls onto the Volley Bear. Oh, but the Senna snipe and the Seraphine actually gets rid of the Mel.
The Skarner's still so healthy as well.
Backline decimation leads into a much-needed win for Li Tuchuan. And who is going to get that Mel too? Can Koyu turn the corner? No, he's just one copy off for both the Jinx and the Sejuani. Is going to go 8th place. And Gobo, is he making the return run? Luxury subscription into straight cancels subscription?
Everyone is trying to spike at this point. JRC as well has hit a Braum 2 for his board, has an Ornn 2 as well. So, I mean, we're feeling the heat if you're on the bottom end of the standings here. Both JRC and Ngobo are in striking distance of being eliminated, potentially on their last lives. And Ngobo especially needs to get a huge result. He needs to win every single round in this stage.
Li Tuchuan just being a friendly player, holding all the Garens. He needs the Silas himself as well, but, you know, bad news for him. For Gobo.
He plays with Tuchuan the moment that he hits the Mel 2 as well. I'm not sure if this board will be strong enough with the Vayne itemized here as well. The Rise already have health.
Frontline already gone. Nace is down. No. The second best player from France. And it's not enough.
And Gobo said he felt he's prepared more than ever for this TAC round. He felt better than ever. He took some time off his regional prep to prep even more and not burn out for this TAC round, but it did not quite go his way in this day one.
I think it's so tough because there are a couple of things that you just can't prepare for. Players maybe playing in styles that you just haven't really had the experience against, and I think that's what makes the Tactician's Crown so difficult, is every region has a different way that they stylistically approach TFT. When you have all of those regions clashing in these lobbies, it can throw things off.
Yeah, and you know, EMEA is a very stage 4 heavy region compared to APAC and CN. Unfortunately, Gobostar now going into stage 5 is meeting a lot of those stronger boards than he might have seen in his home region. And I just want to say for Gobo, it's really heartbreaking because he's one of 2 players that has been to TAC round 4 times without making a finals. So that was something that he was really striving for. Unfortunately, probably not going to be able to make it.
And last set lost a tiebreaker, finished top 10 in the end in the standing, so it was very, very close. Also just this game, right? Luxury subscription, not the best result. The Artifact Forge as well, not the best result into that Zanya, so just didn't quite work out there. But we'll see if Travis can turn this loss streak around. 18 HP, should be 2 lives, facing off against Revan, who now has all of his 3 stars online. LeBlanc, Draven, and Darius have all come out to try and win this round for him.
Yeah, Travis doesn't have a good Radiant TG holder. I think he was still holding it on just the 1 star. And it goes down just through the execution. He should still be alive, though. JRC, wow, such a good start, but still couldn't find anything on the 4-5 level 9 roll down. That was a very low roll coming in from him.
I think maybe got a bit too confident with where his cap would be on this build order line, considering where Tron was going with the Ixtal start, considering where Robin has gone on a 14 win streak with Trifecta with this Leona, Zoe, Malzahar comp. So just a lot of players got, I think, a little bit stronger than average with their caps in stage 5, and he just didn't have enough time to scale the Tomcatch in particular.
Yeah, if you give me a 1% level 7 Ornn, I'm probably doing the same thing though, so no flame there.
He was still okay with the amount of points that he had, so I think you always just try to risk it a little bit more to get just a small head start for that second day of competition. But it's looking really good here for Robinsong, 17 points and a dream, as Revan actually ends up destroying this board. My goodness.
Revan is a 3-cost reroll master, but Travis unfortunately goes out in 5th place, still on 24 points, so he's obviously going to be making it to day 2. Just has a chance to get a few extra points on the board.
Yeah, the finals is where a lot of people have to be thinking about, and to get that, the lowest points that we had come back into was about 28 points in older formats, so they still are basically hoping on a miracle. The cuts are going to be coming very, very fast, and you're going to be playing a lot of first or 8th games.
I think we saw 24.
Oh,
being
24.
big enough, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Back in the day. Clean game from Dasik. I think this is his ideal game of TFT. Not calling too much attention to his game plan, just silently cruising into a top 4 again and again. Humble TFT from him, playing around the Demacia line, fitting in the Ionian and the Freljord in stage 4 to make it to Rise eventually. At some point tomorrow, I think players have to start just holding these Noctis units against Revan. You can't keep getting away with it. Just saying, you know what? Yeah, Darius is pretty strong.
It is so hard to do that, and that's why I think it's one of the strongest reroll lines. Both of their Darius and LeBlancs are unlocked, so it really can't be disrupted by random players. Very unlike the Leona Zoe.
Just hold the Dravens for the first Draven to not come through.
They only need 1 Draven. How many Dravens are we going to hold? Oh, okay.
I think you're rooting. I feel like you're trying to like reverse caster curse him. Is that what's
now
happening?
You're starting to learn.
The Spanish
took you 6
meta.
games, but you've made it.
Well, you know what? I think everybody is going to be
Legion
doing
Tron?
something about that.
I think he might be going down here.
Oh, not quite enough to get knocked out, but Liu Tuchuan is also one of those players that's in the danger zone. At 16 points, that's going to be a 3rd place or better to really feel safe. And so I think Liu Tuchuan is really preying on the downfall of Dasik or Revan, but Revan looks tough to beat right now.
And he's missing the Silas. That's the big thing, right? He's been holding onto this pair of Garens for so long. We saw he had the duplicator. He ended up using on the Mel, I assume, and just couldn't play for the Silas at all. And we even have players like Revan holding the Garens as well, trying to deny the Silas that we saw him doing earlier as well. So he's executing very well. He knows his game plan, but he also knows how to find small edges in the late game.
Dasik also has several of the Garens out of the pool with that 2-star on his board. And so I think it's definitely coming down to the wire, but Li Tuchuan really hopes to get that Silas. But going up against Robinsongs, can the Mel actually take down these 2 3-star 3-costs?
It's about how long the tank line can actually hold together, and it looks like he doesn't have a good anchor point for the Mel anymore. The Mel falls down, and so does Li Tuchuan. One of the generational new players from CN is going to meet his demise here in the final game. Not the run that he was looking for. Went into the finals in Inkborn Fables, but has not approached the same levels since.
Strong top 3 locked in for Robin, despite losing that win streak a little bit early on in the stage 6. This top 3 could already be enough for a guarantee qualification to day 2, which is what Robin, I think, really needed in this game.
Exactly. 17 points plus at least 6. should be able to make it safe for him to move on. And then it's just about taking every other game one game at a time, especially when you are towards the bottom of the standings. But for now, the game isn't done just yet. It's going to be the 3-cost rerollers against each other as Revan takes on Robin Songs. We have seen this matchup play out before with this positioning. Usually it's going to be the Draven and the LeBlanc. It's the better of these backline carries here for Robin
Really
Songs.
close. Big win for Revan. Stays alive. Now Dasik maybe is in trouble. Can Dasik cap out any higher? He's on a 3-win streak right now, though. The Rise 2 maybe is just too much to handle for the 3-cost rerolls.
Possibly. There's also a Volley Bear that can actually wrap onto the back line. I think that's one of the carries that I always look at is if you can give that bear another item, maybe get it on the right side, then those backline carries might not stand a chance.
Yeah, it's looking at these boards, I feel like Dasik should have the upper hand right here. He does have a lot of potential to just deal damage into the back line. Still has multiple ways to cap his board.
He's going 10.
Yep.
He has Tiniest Titans, extra HP, extra gold every turn as well.
Should be the favorite player to win out in the remainder players amongst this lobby. Meanwhile, for Robin Songs, taking a look, he did pick up a very good Dragon's Claw. Realizes that both the other players are still in the magic damage.
And Revan with the very powerful double spark setup. Didn't have the best item waiting for him on that stage 6 carousel. We'll see. This is the real test. If Revan can win this fight here, has now itemized the Kindred instead of the Draven, which should be doing a little bit better in these late game fights. The Darius is still fairly healthy, and the Rise is going down. Revan could potentially come in for another win on this Darius reroll.
It's getting cut down to the wire. I can't believe how close it is. And with every single point mattering so much, I think you're really looking at Revan and Dasik hoping to extend their lead in this competition as being in the top 8, and then Robin Songs just wants to avoid elimination. It's a very different tale between all 3 of these players.
Dasik actually just dropping the level 10 plan.
Just doesn't have the time to make it. If he would have won this last fight, that could be it. Revan is the only player on what I would say is it's 1 life now, still in stage 6. So he's the only player that could be eliminated, and then we could see a 1v1 in the end for that stage 7 fight.
14 HP on the side for Revan. Last time it was a 1 unit versus 1 unit fight at the very end that Revan did win.
The Swain stun does not hit the Malzahar on that left side, but Revan is looking fairly tanky still. The LeBlanc walks up, the Boilings are onto her, but Darius is still hanging on for dear life. Another big win for Revan, a loss for Robin, so even more parity in the HP totals here. But Dasik is healing, so he has a slight advantage.
Just a couple more HP.
He has the bandages online.
Yep. He still has a lot of carries that are unitemized, as well as that Galio, so he still has a chance to spike super hard if he gets good items here.
This was a nice test for Robin of, have you been in a position to cap out this board even higher than usual? And if so, what's the best situation? What's the best answer in terms of capping this 3-cost reroll?
It's getting pretty dicey for Robin, a little bit uncomfortable. 23 should be okay, but you never know what happens in the other lobbies.
It's going to be a really, really tough call, I think. And I think these standings are going to be just tough. It's always tough when you see these players get eliminated at this stage of a competition, at the World Championships. I think also our pick'ems are doomed. It is 7-1 in this game. I don't know where you all put
7-2, 7-2.
Okay.
I think I might win it with this one. But Fiddle 2 was upgraded. There is going to be a backline comp that Revan's comp has, but Fiddle's on the wrong side, it looks like. So we'll see what Robin can do up against Revan. The final battle of the 3-cost rerollers that made it to the top 3. Can either of these players win the game? Darius is stacking. He's still very healthy. He's not getting bursted down too much by the Zoe and the Malzahar just yet, able to heal past all of this damage, and LeBlanc is now onto that back line. Kindred is still alive as well. Robin is out. Dasik is out. Revan, another win to end things off on this game 6. The Darius reroll master is here.
And who would have thought that Revan, coming in as the only player that hasn't secured his TPC, was going to drop a near 40 bomb, going 39 points and at least 2 wins on the Darius LeBlanc line.
Well, I think that is what they call the Spanish anger. Is that what it is?
The hate watch. Just the pure hate watch. We have a player, Dalesom, who also TPC player. That's all he does. He just watches Revan and wishes the absolute worst results, and Revan always pops off because of it.
Wow.
It's a tried and true formula.
Friend, or is that
This
like
is how it
your
works,
arch
Necra.
enemy? Okay.
If it works once, don't doubt it.
I'm not going to doubt it anymore because I think Revan really is proving that he belongs as a part of this Tactician's Crown group. And that was after a fairly disappointing regionals run where, as you called it, you got relegated because you just didn't perform well enough in order to maintain your spot. But it's been such a pleasure to watch Revan as a competitor grow and evolve across the last couple of sets. And if he makes it into the final lobby, the grand finals for day 3, where he's got an amazing head start now, he gets to reclaim his spot. And I think that would just be so glorious to kind of watch that comeback after such a strong start to the set.
It would be bad news for the 32nd player at EMEA Regionals, though, so there are some real hate watchers here for Revan, but fingers crossed, I think Revan has been a standout player in EMEA across the last 2 sets of TPC, and I'm glad he's turning things around at the most important moment of his career.
I'm so nervous for the standings. These are always the times that we're the most excited, but also the most desperate when it comes to it. So many good players that we just saw. Lee Tuchuan and Goblister not going to make it to day 2. Robin Songs is on the cusp. We don't know the other lobby results. He could be in, he could be out. And Marcel P, along with that Citadel crew, is also looking to avoid going 40th place again. So there's a lot of storylines, a lot of roads that have to end here.
Oh, why'd you have to bring it up that way? Like, again?
Well, that's what you want to avoid, you know? I'm just saying that. Because he was at 40th place
I
before the
know.
last game. Yeah.
You're right, but also like, oh, so sad. Anyway, I'm gonna let CLE and Makes catch us up to speed on what happened in the other lobbies that were not on the main broadcast. So tell us what you got.
Well, we got plenty, and many people have many copies of many units because re-rolling was really successful in this previous game. We saw Midfeed take a first place with reroll, and we also saw some other players have success with it.
Yeah, Lee Sao with the Targan reroll, Zoe making a really good comeback there as well. I will, however, add on, Necra, I unfortunately don't have more positive news for you either, because we were, of course, love watching some of our players that were right on the cusp, and one after another, they just kept falling.
We were lining up great storylines, one after another. The main one being Ironbog. Had a great cash out, was really playing very well from calculated loss, playing well from behind. And you see, he starts to stabilize. He rolls down and hits Annie 2 on 4-2, gets that board stabilized. I don't want to spoil it yet, but the way we're phrasing this is he ends up going in 3rd place with this board, and that would then not give him enough points to be on what our projected cutoff is, but it was a valiant effort from a player that we know to be someone who can flip games very well.
But not only the bottom players had some pretty disappointing performances, also our top players, players like Elia, like Double, who have been reigning on top of the leaderboard, had bottom 4 placements on the 7th, on the 6th place. So everything has shook up a little bit more. The entire group has moved a little bit closer together.
Yeah, this leaderboard is going to be really fascinating. Also, Kwame had a really good attempt at a comeback. Didn't quite get it done either. And so just a few points. So this is going to be very, very close around the cutoff. I imagine it might be even a little bit lower than what we predicted because so many players are so close to that number, but didn't quite get to what we thought would be safe.
Yeah, so just a reminder, we are expecting it to be around that 22 player point mark. But you know how leaderboards and points shake out. Sometimes it moves a little bit up or a little bit down, and that can be devastating or really exciting.
But I do have good news for Clement specifically. In that midfield lobby, it was APAC 1, 2, 3.
Ooh.
So making a big comeback, maybe putting more of them into that standings moving on to the next day.
Can we have at least one player in the top 8, please?
Maybe.
Maybe.
We could allow it. You did have 6 last set, so...
Yeah, you kind of took too many last sets. Do you think it would be fair to have one more this set?
I don't mind 8 APAC lobbies. What are you talking about?
Somebody get this guy up.
We all do. We all do.
We gotta share. Well, CLE and Makes, thank you so much for sharing also on catching us up to speed what happened in the final game of the day. Now the moment you have all been waiting for, it is going to be the final standings for the end of our day one of competition. We're going to start here with the last page, and these are going to be the 8 players eliminated from the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends.
And the big story here has to be Hwanmei, a player who was aiming for that golden road, not quite able to make it out.
2 of the S tiers that we had in most of our rankings, Ironbog as well as Hwanmei not being able to make it, Jazlete repeating a 35th performance. And I think Marcel P, a lot of people had high hopes for his advancement because he did have a sub 4 AVP set, not able to get out.
Oh, it was a tiebreaker. Lil Bear actually just barely sneaks by elimination at 20 points.
It was off of that win as well in Game 4, so great result for Lil Bear. Still has a lot of work cut out for him tomorrow. All the players on this page, really, there will be a lot more cuts on day 2.
The points are going to carry over, so every little point that you could grab is going to help you out tremendously to start off tomorrow. So as we work our way up through the standings, this is where we're going to start to kind of turn our attention for where 30 points, feeling pretty good. But if you're on that first page, you're feeling even better because think about the head start that you have over the rest of the competition. To make it into the grand finals lobby, we have seen point totals roughly around like 67 points, 68. So if you're sitting already with 40 points to the day, not quite, very, very close for our competitors, but you can see who's leading the charge right now. Revan and Double, first and second place.
The 2 GOATs of EMEA, as we have all prophesized, what a day one from Revan. I think no one could have expected him to come out swinging so strong after his end-of-set performances, but he has truly locked in to come out in his absolute peak form. In the first time that a Spanish player ever makes it to attack round, he's making it count.
And a fan favorite, Setsuko, finally gets a chance to prove his genius. Has been one of the big 3 in North America for so long, but hasn't really been present ever since Monster's attack. So I think the fans are going to be happy with this one, seeing all of those big names potentially going into the finals.
We saw Lisa as well, one of the players who maybe doesn't have the most fanfare coming out of CN, but is considered by many to be very strong. Top 3 for him.
Well, I'm very excited to get the chance to talk to one of our leading players on the day, and that is going to be Double, one of the competitors that is in the conversation to be one of the greatest of all time. Double, how are you? How are you doing today?
I'm fine, and you?
Doing well. How have you found the competition so far? You were off to a hot start. You got 3 first places back to back. So how did it feel to just have that confidence booster to start the day?
Yeah, I mean, I started the day well. I had really good games, I'm not gonna lie. I high rolled a lot. And unfortunately, I ended with the 7. I think I played pretty bad the last game, but I mean, it's fine. I have 37 points, so job's not done. Tomorrow I need to confirm, and I hope that I can go to the final.
How have you found this patch? Just thinking about the prep that you did for regionals versus the prep that you're doing for this Tactician's Crown, was there anything that you switched up in between the events that you feel like has been a benefit for you coming into this weekend?
I think the patch is really good. I like the fact that they reverted the Kaisa and Vayne up because this comp was really insane. It was so strong and you couldn't beat the comp until you hit, like if you play legendaries, until you hit everything to star. So yeah, I think it's pretty flexible, and I like it, so I'm quite confident, yeah.
The first games that you had today, we got a chance to see what you were running. You had a game where you were playing around Aniflex. You had Rise as well, being able to show off the versatility that you have in your toolkit. And then you also ended up playing Noxus Reroll. Double, I want to get your take on where you kind of see the meta developing for the rest of the weekend. Do you think it really is going to still be the 3-cost rerolls that are going to be king? Do you expect there to be a lot more players going for the fast 9 styles instead, like you did for the first 2 games?
Yeah, I think the meta is really oriented on the fast 9 and the 3 cost. I think this is the main thing you want to play if you want to go first. So yeah, I mean, I think people know it. We've seen a lot of 3 cost and a lot of fast 9. But when you don't have the spot, it's pretty hard to play both. So I just hope that tomorrow I can either fast 9 or play a 3 cost roll, and I hope that I can continue to win.
Have there been any players that you have competed against today that have surprised you?
I will say Riven. Honestly, I didn't think that he would finish first, to be honest. But I'm happy for him. So yeah, I think I will say Riven.
I feel like for EMEA, this might be their chance to shine. A lot of people are looking at Revan's performance today, yours especially, and thinking this might be the set that EMEA can actually come back out on top. So my last question I want to ask you is, Double, what would it mean to you to get a Tactician's Crown win after the Galaxy's Championship all the way back in set, the beginning of TFT?
I mean, it would be awesome. Like, I'm competing for this. My goal is to win the Tactician Crown again. And yeah, I mean, this is my goal. I'm competing for this, and any place that is not the first place would be disappointing for me, I think.
Ooh. Yeah, we're really rooting for you, and we're looking forward to seeing you take the stage again tomorrow. Double, before we let you go, is there any words that you want to say to your fans or people that are supporting you?
Yeah, I mean, thank you to everyone. I know that a lot of people watch through Cambi stream or even in my stream. The French community is always insane, and thank you to everyone. Thank you to the G2 fans. Thank you to everyone. So yeah, thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, Double, for your time, and good luck tomorrow. Bonne chance.
Merci.
The first time the Double has the G2 buff as well on Attack Crown stage after a long time repping Carmen Core. So it's working out for him in this day one. As you mentioned, Necro, just a very dominant performance. I will say it has happened in the past TCs that we had a very strong day from EMEA in day one, and then things didn't quite work out in day two. So we'll see how the regions shake up and how things come back later on in day two.
I'm manifesting.
Yeah, just amazing from EMEA. And I did kind of say that I feel like a lot of the EMEA players that joined Cooking Brownies were going to do strong. Elia and Dasik definitely proving that point as well. I feel like being able to have your own study groups and linking up with the Americas was going to buff those players up so much. And now they have 3 members in the top 4, a dominant, well-deserved day one.
So it goes to show you that some good prep can really take you far when it comes to the Tactician's Crown competition. But this is just going to be the first day. It gets harder from here on out as we have now whittled our field of 40 players down to just 32. And tomorrow is just all bets are off. It's going to be a huge race to the finish line to see which of our 32 players can now make it into the grand finals on Sunday. You are not going to want to miss it. Thank you all so much for tuning in to our first day, and we cannot wait to see you tomorrow to continue our journey through the lore and legends Tactician's Crown and to also give you more sneak peeks on what's coming in Space Gods. We'll see you tomorrow.